Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh. The weather where I am today has been especially beautiful and pleasant. The air feels fresh. The temperature is comfortable. And everything around me seems quieter and more peaceful than usual. It is the kind of weather that makes me want to sit at my desk, continue writing, and spend a few gentle moments talking with all of you before we enter tonight's story. How is your health today? Are you feeling well and full of energy? Or has the day left you a little tired? Perhaps you have been busy with work, family responsibilities, or personal concerns and have not had much time to rest. Whatever your day has been like, I hope you are safe, healthy, and treating yourself with kindness. Please remember to eat properly, drink enough water, and give your body a chance to recover whenever you feel exhausted. I would also love to know where you are listening from today. Which country, city, town, or distant corner of the world has this story reached? And what time is it where you are right now? Maybe it is already deep into the night, and everyone around you has fallen asleep. Perhaps the sun is only beginning to rise, or you are listening during a quiet afternoon while working, traveling, studying, or resting at home. Please leave a comment and tell me where you are and what time it is there. I am always curious to discover how far the stories of Chilly Midnight have traveled. Every location you share allows me to imagine these tales leaving my desk, crossing different cities, countries, oceans, and time zones before finally reaching you. I would also like to know whether the stories I have shared recently have been suitable for you. Have you enjoyed their atmosphere, characters, mysteries, and endings? Was there a particular story that stayed in your thoughts after it was over? And is there anything you would like me to change or explore more often in the stories to come? Your thoughts are very important to me. They help me understand what you truly enjoy and guide me as I continue creating new journeys into the strange and unknown. And if these stories have brought you a little entertainment, comfort, or companionship, I would be deeply grateful if you shared them with your friends and family. Perhaps someone close to you also enjoys quiet horror stories, dark mysteries, haunted places, or long narrations to listen to while resting or working. Inviting them to join us would help these stories travel even farther and allow our small midnight community to continue growing. Thank you for listening, for sharing your thoughts, and for allowing my stories to become a small part of your day or night. Now, wherever you are and whatever time the clock may show, let everything around you become quiet for a while. Tonight's story is ready to begin. Story 1. By the third morning of demolition, Harriet Cole had begun to recognize the parking lot by smell. Rain had softened the old asphalt without cooling it. Before the excavators started, the black surface breathed out petrol, wet dust, and something medicinal from the weeds growing through the cracks. Harriet stood beside the temporary fencing with her site plans beneath one arm, watching a tracked digger bite into a faded row of disabled bays. Beyond the lot, the remains of Merivale Family Park leaned into the gray Hertfordshire sky. A fiberglass windmill turned when there was no wind. The ticket booths wore cataracts of dirt. Along the old entrance avenue, empty model houses stood in pastel rows, their curtains tied back as if visitors might arrive after lunch. The redevelopment brochure called the place Merivale Gardens. It promised 74 homes, private courtyards, native planting, and a renewed vision of belonging. Harriet had written that line herself. "Another meter and we'll be through the sub-base," said Owen Price, the site manager. He was broad, pink-faced, and permanently disappointed by weather. "Then we can see what drainage nightmare they buried under here." Harriet nodded, though she had forgotten whether he had told her that yesterday. She touched the notebook in her coat pocket. Dr. Barlow had suggested she write down names, decisions, anything that might become slippery. Harriet had resisted for 2 months, then bought the most expensive notebook she could find. As if good paper could make memory ashamed of leaving. She opened it. Owen, site manager. Remove parking lot. Do not discuss diagnosis on site. The last line looked harsher in her handwriting than it had in her head. A crack traveled across the asphalt, like a dinner plate breaking beneath a tablecloth. The excavator lifted a slab nearly 3 meters wide. Mud should have waited below it. Instead, the bucket exposed leaves. Not dead leaves trapped during construction, but green ones, glossy, wet, and trembling in the sudden light. Owen raised a fist. The machinery stopped. Rain ticked against hard hats and the plastic windows of the abandoned ice cream kiosk. "That's not possible," said one laborer. Harriet stepped over the broken edge. Beneath the asphalt lay a hollow space deep enough for her to stand in, though she could not see its floor. Branches filled it from wall to wall. Their bark was pale and smooth, almost the color of old teeth. Small apples hung among the leaves, yellow with pink seams. The air rising from below was warm. It smelled of cut grass, baked bread, and the lavender hand cream Harriet's grandmother had used. She crouched. "Could be an old service void," Owen said. "Roots found a way in from outside. There are no trees close enough. Then seeds. Birds. Foxes. God knows." Harriet looked toward the nearest surviving ride. A carousel beneath a molded plastic pavilion. The horses had been removed years ago. Only the brass poles remained. Circling an empty platform. Her grandmother had once brought her here. Harriet remembered a paper crown, a red balloon, and being told not to enter the little houses because the people inside were resting, or perhaps that had been somewhere else. A laborer named Callum lowered himself into the opening before Owen could stop him. His boots found a ledge hidden by foliage. "There's ground," he called. "Actual soil." He pushed branches aside. More of the cavity appeared. Dark earth, moss, and a narrow path paved with white pebbles. The path curved away beneath the remaining parking lot. Harriet climbed down. Warmth gathered around her. Above, the torn asphalt framed a rectangle of cold sky. Below, the garden continued into shadow with the confidence of something that had never doubted the roof would be removed. There were apple trees, pear trees, blackberries, climbing roses. None were starved of light. Their leaves shone as if morning sun had touched them moments before. Callum reached for an apple. "Don't," Harriet said. He grinned. "Why?" She had no answer. Near her shoe, half buried in moss, was a brass plaque. Harriet wiped it clean with her glove. "The Cole family, house 9. She read the words twice. Then a child laughed somewhere deeper beneath the parking lot. Not an echo, not a recording. A delighted little laugh, followed by the clink of cutlery and a woman's voice calling Harriet in for supper. The voice beneath the parking lot used Harriet's childhood name. "Harry, love, wash your hands." For several seconds, She remained crouched beside the brass plaque, unable to breathe. No one had called her Harry since Ivy died. Even Alistair had never heard it spoken in that soft, impatient way. Then Owen's boot struck the ledge behind her. "What did you hear?" Harriet stood too quickly. The garden tilted, branches sliding across her vision like green water. "Nothing," she said. "Probably sound carrying from the road." There was no road close enough. She ordered the opening covered with reinforced sheeting and fencing until a survey could be arranged. No one was to enter the cavity or remove anything from it. She wrote the instruction in her notebook before leaving. At home, Alistair had made lamb stew. The smell reached Harriet in the hallway, rich with rosemary and onions. And for one disorienting instant, she believed she was back in Ivy's kitchen, watching rain purl on the window above the sink. Then Frances appeared on the stairs. "Mum?" Harriet stared at the young woman's face and could not find her name. It lasted perhaps 2 seconds, long enough for Frances's smile to fade. "You're soaked," Frances said. Traffic was dreadful. Harriet removed her coat carefully, buying time. Frances was 23, dark-haired, like Alistair, with a pale crescent scar beneath her left eyebrow. Harriet had kissed that scar when it was fresh. After Frances fell from a climbing frame at 7, she repeated the facts inwardly. Daughter, France, 23, scar. Alistair came from the kitchen wiping his hands on a tea towel. He watched Harriet place her keys in the ceramic bowl beside the door, then reach into her handbag and search for them. "You just put them down," he said gently. "I know. I was checking for my work pass. You're wearing it." The plastic card rested against her blouse. Frances looked toward the kitchen. "I'll set the table." Harriet hated her for leaving so kindly. During dinner, Alistair asked about Maryvale. Harriet described drainage problems and a damaged boundary wall. She did not mention the garden. To explain it would require deciding which details were real, and she no longer trusted herself to do that aloud. Frances talked about a flat she and her partner were considering. Harriet listened, nodded, and asked whether the building allowed pets. "We don't have a pet," Frances said. "I know. I meant later." Frances glanced at Alistair. On the refrigerator hung a photograph taken the previous Christmas. Harriet stood between her husband and daughter, all three holding glasses of wine. Someone had tucked a paper crown into Harriet's hair. She remembered the photograph being taken. She did not remember the room. That night, while Alistair slept, Harriet opened her notebook beneath the bedside lamp. Owen, site manager. Remove parking lot. Do not discuss diagnosis on site. Below those lines, written in the same black ink, was another instruction. Allow staff to sample ripe fruit. Harriet pressed her thumb against the words. The handwriting had her narrow capitals and hard downward strokes. She tore out the page, folded it twice, and hid it in the back of her underwear drawer. The next morning, the reinforced covering had been dragged aside. 3 workers stood around a folding table near the excavation. On it lay pears, blackberries, and several yellow apples marked with delicate pink seams. Callum was cutting one into slices. "What are you doing?" Harriet demanded. Conversation stopped. Owen approached, frowning. "Following your instruction. I gave explicit orders that nothing was to be removed. You changed them." "No." Owen took out his phone. "You came back after we'd locked up. You said the environmental consultant wanted samples taken before sunrise." Harriet felt the warmth leave her hands. "I went home." Callum looked uneasy. "You showed us which branches were ready." One laborer held up an apple with a small bite missing. His expression was distant and peaceful. "My kitchen has blue cupboards," he said. "My girls draw on the pantry door while Elaine cooks. You live alone." "Martin," Callum said. Martin smiled patiently, as one might at a confused child. Beside the fruit lay a clipboard containing a signed authorization form. Harriet's signature curved across the bottom. Under special instructions, someone had written, "Let them remember where they belong." From beneath the sheeting came the muffled sound of many families sitting down to breakfast. The sound beneath the sheeting did not stop when the workers fell silent. Cups touched saucers. Chairs scraped across floors. Somewhere below, a child complained that the toast was burnt, and a man answered with the weary affection of someone repeating an old joke. Harriet pulled the reinforced cover back. Warm air rose around her face. The garden had changed overnight. Yesterday, the branches had crowded the opening in a tangled mass. Now they had been trained neatly away from the path, tied with faded blue ribbon. Fallen leaves had been swept into small piles. On the white stones stood a child's red shoe, polished and pointing deeper underground. "Who went down there?" Harriet asked. No one answered. She turned to Owen. "Close the site. Send everyone home. We've got concrete arriving before noon. Cancel it." Owen studied hair. "You signed the sampling order. I also revoked it." "When?" Harriet opened her notebook. The page containing yesterday's instructions was gone. She remembered tearing out a page at home, but could not recall whether it had been the authorization or the warning. The distinction moved just beyond reach, like a word behind frosted glass. At the folding table, Callum pressed the knife through a yellow apple. The blade met resistance. He frowned and pushed harder. Instead of seeds and pale flesh, the apple opened around a tiny room. The halves remained connected by a strip of pink membrane resembling a curtain drawn back from a stage. Inside stood a dining table no longer than Harriet's thumb. 6 chairs surrounded it. A blue bowl occupied the center, holding fruit smaller than grains of rice. 4 people sat at the table. They were not carvings. A woman in a green dress lifted a spoon to her mouth. A boy swung his legs beneath his chair. Beside him, a little girl with copper-colored hair turned toward her mother and laughed soundlessly. The room had wallpaper patterned with yellow birds. Light shone through a window at the rear, though the apple contained no source for it. Callum dropped the knife. The impact made the tiny family look up. Martin stepped closer. "That's not mine." No one asked what he meant. Harriet leaned over the fruit. The room smelled faintly of roast chicken and furniture polish. On the far wall hung a framed photograph of the same family outside a red brick house. Their smiles were relaxed, practiced, complete. The woman's face was indistinct, as though Harriet's eyes refused to hold it. "We need to seal this," she said. "No one touches anything." Callum was staring at the little girl. His expression had emptied of everything but recognition. "Maeve," he whispered. Owen gripped his shoulder. "Who's Maeve?" Callum reached toward one half of the apple and pinched away a piece of flesh from beside the miniature window. Harriet caught his wrist. "Don't. She has her mother's hair. You don't know that, child." "I do." "You cannot." Callum pulled free and put the piece into his mouth. He chewed once. His knees buckled. Owen caught him, but Callum shoved him away and clutched both sides of his head. His eyes filled with tears. "I remember the hospital," he said. "The blanket had rabbits on it." "Callum," Owen said carefully, "you've never had a child." Lena wanted the name, Maeve. I said it sounded old-fashioned. His breathing quickened. Harriet knew from side gossip that Leanh had been Callum's partner for 11 years. They had separated the previous spring. There had been no daughter. Harriet was certain of that. Or she had been certain before seeing the room. Callum bent over the apple. "I remember teaching her to ride a bicycle," he said. "I remember losing her in the supermarket. I remember the first tooth she left under her pillow." At the word tooth, every branch below them trembled. The tiny family began to move faster. The mother carried plates toward a door at the back of the room. The boy followed. Callum's daughter remained seated, looking upward through the opened fruit. She placed both hands against the edge of the miniature table. Then her voice reached them small, clear, and close enough to seem whispered directly into Callum's ear. "Father," she said, "you took so long to come home." Callum reached into the apple. The room expanded around his fingers. The room inside the apple did not expand enough to take Callum's hand. It expanded just enough to close around 2 of his fingers. He screamed and jerked backward. The fruit split apart, spraying clear juice across the folding table. For an instant, Harriet saw tiny wallpaper, a broken chair, and the copper-haired child pressed against a widening crack in the floor. Then the apple collapsed into ordinary pulp. Callum stood staring at his wet fingers. There were no cuts, but something white protruded beneath the nail of his index finger. Harriet drew it out with tweezers from the first aid kit. It was a baby tooth. By midday, the site had been closed. Harriet sealed the fruit in specimen bags and arranged for samples to be delivered to a private laboratory used by one of her previous developments. She told Owen that fungal contamination could produce neurological symptoms, altered perception, memory disturbance, emotional fixation. She did not know whether this was true. It sounded professional, which was almost as useful. Callum refused to leave until Owen threatened to call an ambulance. Martin had already disappeared. 2 other workers, Priya Nanduri and Russell Pike, admitted they had eaten blackberries before Harriet arrived. Priya described a husband named Dev who repaired antique radios in their garage. She spoke warmly of the birth of their twin sons and complained that one of them refused to sleep unless the landing light remained on. Priya was unmarried. Russell said his wife had painted their bedroom green after their silver anniversary. He became angry when Owen reminded him that he was 26. "They're not fantasies," Russell said. "I remember choosing the paint." "What was your wife's name?" Harriet asked. Russell's anger vanished. He looked frightened. "I can see her hands," he said. "I can't see her face." The laboratory promised preliminary results within 48 hours. Harriet ordered the underground garden covered again, this time with bolted steel plates. Every piece of fruit was to be counted and locked inside the site office refrigerator. She recorded the numbers herself. 12 apples, 7 pears, 31 blackberries. Before leaving, she photographed the shelves. At home, Alistair was sorting through old family albums on the dining table. "Francis wants childhood photographs for the flat," he said. Harriet's stomach tightened. "Why?" "To make a wall display. She already has photographs. These are different." He turned an album toward her. On one page, Frances sat in a paddling pool wearing a yellow sun hat. On another, she stood beside Harriet at Merivale Family Park. Harriet recognized the empty carousel behind them. Frances looked about 6. Harriet was holding her hand, but Harriet's face had been damaged by a pale oval stain. "I don't remember taking her there," Harriet said. "Alistair watched her too carefully. You took her every summer." "No. Ivy took me. You took Frances after Ivy died. Harriet touched the photograph. Behind the carousel, one of the pastel model houses stood with its front door open. A woman waited inside. Her face was no larger than a fingernail. But Harriet knew the posture. One hand against the doorframe, head tilted in patient expectation. Ivy. Harriet closed the album. That night, she dreamed of children beneath the dining room floor, whispering different versions of her life. In one, Frances had never been born. In another, Harriet had 4 sons. In another, she had married a man whose face remained unfinished. She woke before dawn with soil beneath her fingernails. At Maryville, the security gate was open. The bolted steel plates had been moved aside. Though the locks were unbroken, the site office refrigerator stood empty. Harriet heard scraping below the parking lot. She took a torch and descended alone. The underground path now branched in several directions. Electric work lamps had been hung from roots. Their cables disappeared into the soil without connecting to any visible power source. Beyond the first row of trees, Harriet found the missing workers. Martin was cutting a doorway into compacted earth. Priya knelt beside him, smoothing a wall with her bare hands. Russell carried white stones in a bucket and arranged them into the outline of a fireplace. Farther along, others were digging kitchens, bedrooms, hallways, and nurseries. No one spoke. Each worked with the calm concentration of a person improving their own home. Harriet seized Martin's shoulder. "What are you building?" He pointed toward a sheet pinned to the earthen wall. It was a detailed architectural plan for a 3-bedroom house. Blue cupboards had been marked in the kitchen. 2 small beds occupied the rear bedroom. Around them hung dozens of other plans, each drawn in Harriet's professional notation. Every page carried her signature. "I didn't draw these," she said. Priya looked up from the floor. "None of us did." From somewhere inside the unfinished rooms came the sound of keys turning in locks. Martin smiled toward his new doorway. "They're home," he said. The keys continued turning behind walls that had no doors. Harriet stepped away from Martin's excavation. But the underground passage behind her was no longer the passage she had entered. The white stone path stretched between rows of trees farther than the parking lot above could possibly contain. Work lamps hung at intervals, their yellow glow diminishing into a distance that should have ended beneath the ticket booths. "Everyone stops now," she said. No one looked at her. From the unfinished nursery beside Priya came the soft, mechanical crackle of a radio finding a station. A man's voice began humming an old lullaby. Priya pressed both hands against the earthen wall. "Dev," she whispered. Harriet pulled her away. The wall shuddered beneath Priya's palms as though something on the other side had leaned against it. Owen and 2 security officers eventually brought the workers above ground. Martin resisted only when they passed the fruit trees. He twisted in their grip, calling the names Elaine, Rosie, and Beth until his voice broke. By late afternoon, the excavated opening had been filled with crushed concrete. Harriet watched the final load descend. It should have buried the garden beneath several tons of rubble. Yet the next morning, every piece of concrete had been arranged along the parking lot in the shape of low garden walls. The opening remained clear. The laboratory results arrived that afternoon. The fruit contained no known fungus, hallucinogen, pesticide, or bacterial contaminant. Its cellular structure was described as unusual but not immediately hazardous. Harriet deleted the report after reading it twice. For the next 3 nights, security cameras recorded lights appearing inside Maryvale's abandoned model homes. The houses had no electricity. In the footage, curtains moved across lit windows, Small figures passed from room to room. At house 4, someone set a table for 6. At house 7, a woman stood before an upstairs mirror, brushing hair that hung below her waist. House 9 remained dark. Harriet drove to the park after sunset without telling Alistair. She remembered stopping beside the security hut. She remembered taking her notebook from the passenger seat. After that, memory ended. When awareness returned, she was seated at a dining table. The room was narrow and warmly lit. Yellow birds covered the wallpaper. Steam rose from bowls of soup arranged before 4 children. Everything was perfectly proportioned except Harriet. Her knees nearly touched the underside of the table, and the ceiling seemed close enough to brush her hair. Beyond the window, the world curved away in pale green flesh. She was inside a pear. The children watched her with quiet familiarity. There were 3 girls and a boy, ranging from perhaps 5 to 12. Their clothes belonged to different decades. The youngest wore a knitted cardigan with wooden buttons. The eldest had a plastic digital watch, although its blank face showed no time. A pink membrane sealed the room's only door. "You missed supper again," the boy said. Harriet stood. The floor yielded slightly beneath her shoes. "How did I get here?" The eldest girl exchanged a look with the others. "You walked. Where is here? Home." "This is not my home." The youngest child frowned. "It will be when the other one goes." Harriet approached the window. Beyond it lay the underground orchard, distorted through translucent pear skin. The trees appeared enormous. Between their trunks, workers carried furniture into rooms, cut beneath the roots. On the path stood Harriet herself. The other Harriet wore her coat and held her notebook. She was speaking to Owen beside the open fruit. Harriet struck the window. Neither of them reacted. Behind her, spoons touched bowls. "You should eat before your medicine," said the eldest girl. Harriet turned. "What medicine?" "The tablets in the blue box. One after breakfast and one before bed." Her mouth went dry. No one at Merivale knew about the prescription. She had hidden the box behind spare towels in the upstairs bathroom. The boy leaned closer. "Sometimes you call Frances when you mean to call me." Harriet gripped the back of a chair. "You know Frances? She is from the house you practiced in." "My daughter is not practice." The children became very still. The youngest pushed her soup away. "You said you would remember us first." "I have never seen any of you." "You have," said the eldest, "but they keep cutting us out." She pointed toward a framed family photograph on the wall. Harriet stood in the center of it, smiling beneath the Merivale carousel. Children surrounded her, more than could fit around the table. Some had faded almost completely, leaving pale spaces between the others. At the bottom of the frame, a brass strip read, "The Cole Family House, 9. Harriet touched the photograph. The girl beside her in the image had Frances's scar beneath her eyebrow, but it was not Frances. The pink membrane over the doorway pulsed outward. Something large moved beyond it. All 4 children turned expectantly toward the door. The youngest smiled at Harriet. "Mother," she said. "Grandmother Ivy has come to take you upstairs." The membrane split before Harriet could move. Cold air entered the pear-shaped room, carrying dust, machine oil, and the faint, metallic music of a carousel turning without horses. The children rose together, their chairs scraped back in perfect unison. Beyond the doorway stood not Ivy, but a narrow service corridor lined with white tiles. The children looked disappointed. "She never comes when strangers are watching," said the eldest girl. Harriet stepped through the opening. The room collapsed behind her with a wet sigh. When she turned, she was standing beneath the empty carousel, one hand pressed against the skin of an uncut pear hanging from a low branch. Owen lay unconscious several feet away. Her notebook was open beside him. Across the page, in her handwriting, were the words, "House 9 is ready for inspection." Harriet dragged Owen into the open air and called security. She said he had fallen. She did not tell them where she had been. By morning, Owen remembered nothing after Harriet asked him to accompany her beneath the carousel. "You said there was an access hatch," he told her. "Something from the original park plans." Harriet had no memory of saying it, but the hatch existed. It lay beneath the carousel's central platform, concealed under a circular brass plate. The lock had been packed with soil and small white objects that Harriet first mistook for pebbles. They were teeth, dozens of them. She waited until Owen left to contact the structural engineer, then returned alone with a crowbar and torch. The hatch opened onto a descending iron staircase. At the bottom stood a green-painted door marked "Domestic Demonstration Personnel Only." Behind it stretched a tunnel running parallel to the row of model houses above. Hooks lined one wall. Child-sized coats, school uniforms, Sunday dresses, and workmen's overalls hung beneath handwritten labels. Father, commuter, version. Mother, baking afternoon. Eldest son, well-behaved. Difficult, child use, only when requested. The garments smelled of mothballs and old sweat. Farther along, shelves held boxes of props, wedding rings, pipes, spectacles without lenses, unopened birthday presents, framed certificates, and family Bibles with blank pages. Harriet found scripts bound in fading blue card. Each described a household performance. The father was to arrive through the front door carrying a briefcase. The mother would kiss his cheek. The children would run downstairs. Visitors observing the home from the public corridor were to hear laughter, domestic conversation, and one minor disagreement to make the family appear authentic. A note in the margin warned, "Children must not use their given names during display hours." Harriet continued. Observation windows had been built into the tunnel walls. Through the first, she could see the rear of House 4's sitting room. The furniture above had rotted years ago, yet shadows crossed the faded carpet as though invisible occupants were moving between chairs. At House 7, someone was brushing long hair before the mirror. The brush moved by itself. At House 9, the observation glass had been covered from the other side with family photographs. Harriet peeled them away one by one. Children posed in kitchens, bedrooms, and gardens, always with adults whose faces changed from photograph to photograph. Some adults were park employees. Others were visitors wearing paper crowns. In every picture, the children smiled too widely. A girl identified on the back as Ivy Cole appeared repeatedly. At 8, she played the youngest daughter. At 11, an elder sister. By 14, she wore an apron and portrayed a mother to children nearly her own age. In one photograph, Ivy stood outside House 9 holding an infant. The baby's face had been scratched away. On the reverse, someone had written, "Harriet, temporary placement." Harriet dropped the photograph. The tunnel continued beyond the last model house, though no extension appeared on any plan. Its walls changed from tile to patterned wallpaper. The floor became carpet. At the end stood the front door of Harriet's home, not an imitation from memory. The exact door, the same brass number, the same scratch near the letterbox where Frances had once pushed through a bicycle handlebar. Harriet opened it. Inside was her hallway, full-sized and warmly lit. Her coat hung on the proper hook. Alistair's shoes stood beneath the radiator. The ceramic bowl contained her keys. From the dining room came the clink of cutlery. The table had been laid for 6. Steam rose from lamb stew prepared with rosemary, pearl onions, and the spoonful of black currant preserve Ivy had always added when she thought no one was watching. 5 people sat waiting. Alistair, Francis, the 4 children from the pair. There should not have been room for all of them. Yet each occupied a chair. At the head of the table sat an elderly woman with Harriet's notebook resting beside her plate. She had Ivy's hands. When she raised her face, Harriet saw her own eyes looking back. "You have kept them waiting long enough, Harry," the woman said. Then she opened the notebook to a page Harriet had not yet written and read aloud the date of Francis's death. The date Ivy read was 3 weeks away. Harriet crossed the dining room before the old woman could repeat it and seized the notebook. The page showed Francis's full name, the hospital where she would supposedly die, and a cause written in Harriet's own precise hand: failure to recognize her mother. "That is not a cause of death," Harriet said. Ivy smiled with Harriet's mouth. "Not in the house you live in now." The lights went out. When Harriet's torch came on, the dining room had vanished. She stood alone in the tiled demonstration tunnel, clutching an empty notebook. The imitation front door was now a wall covered in metal filing cabinets. One drawer remained open. Inside were folders, arranged by family name. Harriet found Cole between Colby and Collier. The file was too thick to belong to one household. Its oldest pages had browned at the edges and carried the original Merivale crest, a smiling family beneath the words, "A home for every future." The first document was dated decades before Harriet's birth. "Domestic display children, house 9. Below it appeared a list of names, ages, physical characteristics, and assigned roles. Ivy Vale, 8 years old, brown hair, gray eyes, quiet temperament, suitable for youngest daughter, bereavement demonstrations, and prospective adoption events. A red stamp marked her, available for placement. Harriet read the phrase again. The park had not merely displayed model homes. It had displayed children inside them. Internal memoranda explained the arrangement in cheerful administrative language. Local orphanages supplied children for weekend demonstrations. Couples considering suburban properties could observe a complete household in operation before selecting a house design. Prospective adoptive parents were sometimes invited to meet the performers afterward. Children who behaved convincingly received extra meals, new clothing, and priority consideration for placement. Those who broke character were moved to non-public duties beneath the park. A supervisor's report described Ivy as excessively attached to temporary siblings and unable to accept household rotation. She repeatedly asked why visitors purchased houses but left the children behind. Harriet turned the page. Photographs showed Ivy sitting at different tables with different mothers. In one, she leaned against a man in a cardigan while a placard identified him as Father Thomas. In another, she held the hand of a younger boy whose name had been crossed out and replaced with Son 2. None of the adults looked at the children. They looked toward the camera. A separate folder contained medical records. Harriet expected vaccinations, illnesses, perhaps evidence of neglect. Instead, she found a dental ledger. Every child assigned to the demonstration houses had a page. Each lost baby tooth had been dated, cleaned, numbered, and transferred to the grounds department. The official explanation read, Biological keepsakes improve emotional attachment to display property. In practice, the teeth had been buried beneath the gardens of the corresponding houses. Some pages recorded natural losses. Others listed extraction appointments. Ivy's ledger contained 20 entries. Harriet counted twice. A child should not have possessed that many baby teeth at once. Beside the final entries, someone had written that Ivy encouraged younger children to surrender loose teeth voluntarily. She told them the roots beneath House 9 would remember their real names even when the staff did not. Harriet found Ivy's handwriting on the back of the page. Small, careful, still recognizably hers. We will grow a house that cannot send us away. Beneath it, we will keep every family we were promised. None of us will be unwanted forever. A pressed apple leaf had been taped below the words. Its veins were dark brown, almost red. The next document was more recent. It recorded Merivale's closure after complaints concerning missing children, falsified adoptions, and unregistered burials beneath the parking lot. No charges had been filed. The operating company dissolved. The orphanages denied knowledge, and the model homes were sealed. At the bottom of the closure report appeared a handwritten amendment. Property caretaker, Ivy Cole. Authorized dependent, Harriet Cole. Harriet turned to the final page. It was a photograph of herself as an infant in Ivy's arms outside House 9. Ivy looked exhausted but triumphant. Around her stood more than 30 children, some already fading into stains of light. On the reverse, Ivy had written, "The first one who is truly ours." Below that was a newer line in Harriet's handwriting. "I have returned to finish the street." Harriet dropped the photograph. From inside every filing cabinet came the sound of children breathing. Then she remembered what had happened during the missing hours on her first night at Merivale. She had not merely entered the orchard. She had unlocked it. The memory returned in pieces. Harriet saw herself beneath the carousel after sunset. The brass hatch open at her feet. She remembered removing the teeth from the lock one by one and arranging them along the rim like white petals. Then, she had said, "I'm home." The filing cabinets answered with a metallic shudder. Drawers slid open by themselves. Photographs spilled across the tiled floor, standing upright on their edges. Each showed a family inside one of Merivale's model houses. At first, Harriet assumed they were records of performances. Then the pictures began to move. A girl in a pinafore grew older between one breath and the next. She married, carried an infant through a yellow kitchen, and sat at a Christmas table, surrounded by grandchildren. In another photograph, a boy once labeled Son 2 became a doctor, a widower. Then an old man asleep beneath a blanket stitched with his name. None of these lives had happened. The wallpaper belonged to display homes. The gardens repeated Merivale planting schemes. The children's adult faces were approximations assembled from visitors, catalog photographs, and employees who had pretended to be their parents. They were futures composed from rehearsal. Behind the observation windows, the sealed houses brightened. In House 4, Martin sat at a blue kitchen table while two daughters drew on the pantry door. Elaine moved beside the stove, her face indistinct whenever Harriet tried to focus on it. Martin laughed. He looked younger. He looked complete. At House 7, Priya stood in a garage filled with antique radios. A man Harriet had never met kissed her forehead while twin boys slept upstairs beneath a landing light. The workers had not remembered lost families. They had remembered the families the orchard had made for them. A voice came through the wall. "You build what people will believe." It was Ivy's voice. The wallpaper peeled back, revealing plans for Merivale Gardens. Harriet's own designs glowed across the plaster. Private courtyards, communal lawns, broad kitchens, carefully framed sightlines into warm domestic interiors. Her sales language appeared beneath them, a renewed vision of belonging. A neighborhood designed around family life, a place to put down roots. The words rearranged themselves. A family rehearsed until remembered. A neighborhood designed to prevent leaving. A place to put down teeth. Harriet pressed both hands against the wall. I didn't know. You knew what you were selling. Ivy replied. Not the orchard. Not the children. Something simpler. Harriet had designed homes to resemble memory. She placed windows where evening light made kitchens seem inhabited. Planted mature trees to suggest history, and curved streets so buyers could imagine children returning safely from school. She had never promised houses. She had promised that no one inside them would be abandoned. Merivale had made the same promise before her. The orchard had waited for it to be spoken again. A panel opened. Behind it lay a root thicker than Harriet's body. Hundreds of baby teeth were embedded in its surface. Fine fibers extended from them into the soil, each connected to a fruit hanging somewhere beneath the park. Within every fruit, the children had practiced a different future. They lived marriages, births, illnesses, anniversaries, arguments, and reconciliations. Whenever a future failed to satisfy them, the orchard grew another. For decades beneath the asphalt, it had refined domestic happiness into something flawless enough to replace reality. Harriet understood why it had chosen her. Ivy had given it blood. Harriet had given it plans. Her illness had given it space. Memories were already loosening inside her. Names detached from faces. Rooms lost their histories. The orchard did not need to erase a life at once. It only needed to place something warmer inside each empty space. Frances's childhood could become another girl's. Alistair's face could blur into a more attentive husband. One daughter could become 5 children who had waited longer. The tunnel filled with doors opening. The children from the pair stood behind Harriet. Beyond them were dozens more, dressed as sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, and infants from every decade of Merivale's operation. None looked angry. They looked hopeful. The eldest girl held out a key attached to a brass tag. House 9. We do not need you to remember us, she said. We only need you to forget them. Harriet looked down at the key. In its polished surface, Frances's face had already begun to fade. The key's reflection lost Frances first. Her eyes blurred. Then the scar beneath her eyebrow. Then the shape of her mouth. Harriet clenched the brass tag until its edge cut her palm. No. She threw the key into the root chamber and ran. By the time she reached the surface, rain had begun. It struck the abandoned carousel like applause. Harriet called Owen, the demolition contractor, and the council officer responsible for emergency works. She used contamination and collapse risk phrases that made people move before asking whether she was well. Her instruction was simple. Everything beneath Merivale was to be destroyed. At first light, excavators entered the parking lot from 3 sides. Their buckets tore through asphalt, soil, and the white stone paths below. Harriet stood behind the safety barrier with Frances's name written across both hands. Indesti, daughter. Real. She read the words whenever the machinery shook and another piece of memory loosened. The first tree came up with its roots wrapped around a child-sized bed. The second lifted a kitchen table from the earth. When the bucket dropped it, the cups broke, and voices cried out beneath the soil. "Keep going," Harriet said. Baby teeth covered the exposed roots in white clusters. Each trailed a red fiber into the ground. "You knew about this?" Owen asked. "I know it must end." A pear burst beneath an excavator track. For less than a second, a furnished sitting room appeared inside the crushed flesh. A woman threw herself over two children before the tire passed across them. The scream came from every model house at once. Windows lit along the abandoned street. Families pressed their palms to the glass, watching the orchard being torn apart. Harriet recognized Martin in House 4. Priya stood at an upstairs window with one imagined son in her arms. Callum appeared outside House 3, holding Maeve's hand. They did not look imprisoned. They looked betrayed. Callum approached the barrier. "You said we could stay." "I never said that. You did last night." Harriet checked her notebook. A new page had been filled in. Preserve occupied homes. Protect residents from removal. At the bottom was her signature. She tore out the page and fed it into a generator flame. Callum watched it burn. That was our planning permission. It was a rehearsal. All families begin that way. The excavation continued. Roots snapped like wet cables. Rooms collapsed under steel tracks. Each time a fruit was crushed, Harriet received a memory that did not belong to her, braiding a child's hair, waiting beside a school gate, singing over a feverish boy, standing at a wedding where every guest called her mother. By evening, she could no longer remember Frances as a baby. She phoned her daughter. "Tell me something the garden cannot know." Frances was silent. "You used to hide in the bathroom when I practiced the violin." Harriet laughed before she could stop herself. "You said the pipes made it sound better." Frances continued, crying now. "You always came back before I finished." Behind the machinery, the eldest girl from the pair stood among the roots with Frances's fading scar beneath her eyebrow. "You always come back," the girl said. Harriet gave the final order. The excavators drove forward together. The central root ruptured beneath House 9. Warm black soil surged upward, carrying teeth, photographs, toy furniture, and hundreds of pale fruit. The park seemed to inhale. Then the lights in the model homes went out. By midnight, Maryvale had been leveled to bare earth. Harriet remained in her car beside the site, repeating her family's names until exhaustion took her. When she woke, dawn had not yet arrived. A street stood where the parking lot had been. New brick houses extended beneath working lamps, their gardens wet with dew. Curtains glowed. Smoke rose from chimneys. Every doorway bore a brass plaque naming the Cole family. Children emerged one by one. Some wore modern pajamas. Others wore clothes from the old photographs. Each carried a framed picture of Harriet holding them as infants. They filled the street without speaking. Then every front door opened behind them. Hundreds of children looked at Harriet with the patient disappointment of those who had been promised a mother. From the final house at the end of the road, Frances stepped onto the porch. Harriet knew at once that it was not her daughter. But when the girl lifted her face and called, "Mom," Harriet could no longer remember why. "Mom," the word crossed the new street more easily than Harriet's own name. She sat behind the wheel, on her skin. The ink had blurred into blue shadows. Is Frances' daughter real? The first word meant nothing. The second felt instructional. The third sounded defensive. The girl on the porch waited beneath a brass lamp. Behind her, the final house glowed with the warmth Harriet had spent her career manufacturing. Coats on hooks, Light across a hallway floor. Supper visible through an open door. She knew it was a trap. She could not remember who had warned her. Harriet stepped from the car. Children moved aside as she walked. Some reached for her sleeves. Others whispered memories. You packed raisins in my lunch. You stayed when the thunder came. You forgot my birthday, but made 2 cakes afterward. Each sentence entered her with the weight of truth. She remembered hands she had never held and school gates in towns she had never visited. By the time she reached the porch, she was crying from the relief of being forgiven for so many lives. The girl opened the door. Inside, the hallway resembled Harriet's home, though improved in merciless ways. The photographs were straight. No keys had been misplaced. No medical letters waited beneath the post. For a moment, Harriet understood that someone was missing. Then a boy ran downstairs and called her mother, and the thought closed. The children guided her through rooms prepared around the shape of her failing memory. In the kitchen, a blue medicine box had been filled with white baby teeth. In the sitting room, a fire burned without consuming its logs. Above the mantelpiece hung a family portrait. Harriet stood at its center with 9 children around her. The girl with Frances's scar leaned against her shoulder. There was space at the edge for someone else. Days passed, though no clocks in the house had hands. Whenever Harriet remembered a contradiction, the family corrected it gently. She had never married. She had never designed Merivale Gardens. The abandoned park had always been this street. The woman named Frances was a confused visitor. The man named Alistair was helping her. Harriet resisted at first. She wrote their names beneath drawers and along the underside of the dining table. Each morning, the words had become the names of children living in the house. Autumn arrived without summer. One afternoon, a car stopped beyond the garden wall. A gray-haired man and a young woman stepped out. The woman carried a photograph album. She had a crescent scar beneath her eyebrow. Harriet opened the door. "Mom," the woman said. Harriet smiled politely. "I'm afraid you have the wrong house." The man held out the album. "Harry, please." No one had called her that in years. Or perhaps no one ever had. The album showed a life Harriet recognized only as careful forgery. A wedding. A hospital room. A child in a yellow sun hat. 3 people wearing paper crowns at Christmas. In the final photograph, Harriet stood outside Merivale beside the woman now crying at her gate. For one breath, Harriet remembered everything. Frances in the paddling pool. Alistair adding too much salt to stew. Ivy washing soil from baby teeth. The orchard opening beneath black asphalt. "Take me home," Harriet whispered. Children began crying inside the house. They cried like children who had learned that love could be withdrawn without warning. 9 faces watched from the window. Behind them stood dozens more, fading into the wallpaper. Frances reached through the gate. Harriet almost took her hand. Then she saw the fear in her daughter's face, the fear of being forgotten again tomorrow. Until love became a daily test, neither could survive. Harriet stepped back. "I'm sorry," she said. Visitors must leave before supper. The gate locked between them. Years later, Merivale Gardens appeared on no public map. Delivery drivers described a pleasant private road where every house carried the same family name. Harriet lived in the house at the end of the street. Each autumn, she polished the brass plaque, set another place at the table, and noticed a new child smiling from the family photograph above the mantelpiece. She never remembered when they arrived, but she always remembered loving them. The most frightening thing beneath Merivale was not the orchard. but the promise it had learned to imitate, that a perfect home can protect us from abandonment. Harriet spent her life designing places that looked as though love had always lived there. In the end, her failing memory made that illusion stronger than truth. The children received the mother they had rehearsed for decades, while Harriet escaped the terror of forgetting by accepting a family that could never correct her. But is love still love when it survives only by replacing the people who gave it meaning? Story 2. By the time Father Elias Grant arrived at St. Agnes for its final Sunday Mass, rain had turned the church, steps the color of old bruises. The diocese had sent a locksmith ahead of him, though there was nothing left worth stealing. The brass candlesticks were gone. The painted saints had been wrapped in gray blankets and stacked in the sacristy. Even the votive stand had been emptied, leaving black circles where hundreds of candles had once burned. Elias paused beneath the cracked stone arch and listened. The church sounded occupied, not loudly. There was only a faint vibration under the rain, as though someone far below the floor were testing a single note and holding it without breath. When Elias opened the door, the sound vanished beneath the groan of swollen wood. Inside, St. Agnes smelled of wet plaster, extinguished wax, and the mineral cold of a basement. Scaffolding climbed one transept. White dust veiled the pews at the far end of the nave. A sheet covered the tabernacle because the building had already been deconsecrated, yet it rose and fell slightly in the draft, as if something behind it were breathing. You're early. Margaret Vale stood near the side aisle with a ring of keys in one hand. She had served as parish secretary for 34 years and seemed personally offended by every sign of decay. So are you, Elias said. I wanted to make certain they hadn't boarded the crypt stair. She did not look toward the iron door beside the old choir stalls. The crypt had been sealed after part of its ceiling collapsed during winter. The diocese's report called it structurally unsafe. Elias had signed the closure order without visiting it. Margaret crossed herself. We'll have 40, perhaps 50 people, mostly the old families. Enough for a final service. There shouldn't be a final service. He pretended not to hear the accusation beneath it. For 11 months, Elias had overseen the dissolution of St. Agnes, inventories, transfer records, asbestos surveys, cemetery disputes, correspondence with parishioners who wrote as though he had personally murdered the building. He told himself it was useful work, clean work. Paperwork had edges, sin did not. Near the confessional, a strip of red thread protruded from beneath the door. Elias bent and pulled it free. It was not thread, but a narrow length of magnetic recording tape, brown and glossy, curling around his finger. Someone had written on it in tiny white ink. He carried it toward the window. The writing read, M. Vale Third Confession. Margaret had come up behind him without making a sound. Where did you find that? Under the confessional. She stepped back. The keys in her hand chimed. Old storage, she said. Father Kavanaugh recorded parish histories, choir rehearsals, interviews, things like that. This says confession. No, it doesn't. He turned the strip so she could see the lettering. Margaret looked at it, and for an instant her expression became perfectly blank. Then she smiled with such effort that the skin around her mouth trembled. You're tired, Father. The phrase struck him with the familiarity of a line repeated too often. His predecessor, Monsignor Kavanaugh, had used it whenever Elias asked why certain complaints had never reached the diocesan review board. You're tired. Elias, go home. Let older men carry older burdens. Kavanaugh had been dead for 3 years. The complaints had died more quietly. Elias wound the tape around his palm. "I'll put it with the archives." Margaret opened her mouth to object, but the church bell sounded above them. Once, the bell rope had been removed in spring. They both looked toward the ceiling. A second note did not follow. Instead, from beneath the choir stalls, a low human hum began to rise. Elias first mistook it for rainwater moving through pipes. Then other tones joined it, men. Women, perhaps children finding harmony in the dark below the nave. Margaret whispered, "The choir hasn't sung here in 8 years." The voices swelled, solemn and wordless. Then one voice separated from the others. It was an old man's voice, thin but precise, and it spoke Elias's name in the measured cadence of a hymn. Father Elias Grant heard what Monsignor Kavanaugh had done. The church fell silent around the sentence. After a breath, the choir below sang the rest, and he chose the safety of the church over the child. The final words seemed to remain in the air after the voices stopped. Margaret crossed the aisle so quickly that her shoulder struck a pew. Her keys chimed in her fist. "You heard pipes," she said. "I heard a sentence. This building carries sounds strangely. It used my name." Her eyes fixed on the recording tape wrapped around his hand. "Throw that away." Before Elias could answer, the main doors opened and 2 parishioners entered, shaking rain from their coats. Margaret's face settled instantly into its familiar expression of patient competence. "Good morning," she called. "Programs are on the table." The transformation disturbed Elias more than the voice beneath the floor. For the next hour, he behaved as though nothing had happened. He checked the altar linens, tested the microphone, counted the remaining hosts, and reviewed the order of service. Each task required decisions that could be completed without faith. The chalice was centered. The readings were marked. The candles stood level. He placed the magnetic tape inside his coat. By 10 o'clock, the nave had begun to fill. Elderly couples sat in pews their families had occupied for generations. Former choir members gathered near the side aisle. A woman Elias did not recognize touched the carved end of a pew and began to cry. St. Agnes had never been grand. Its plaster saints were too pale, its stained glass too dark, its ceiling too low for the ambitions of its founders. Yet the people entering that morning looked at every crack as though it belonged to a body they had loved. Elias could remember when churches had once felt alive to him. Before committees, before sealed envelopes, before Monsignor Kavanaugh had placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "A priest must sometimes choose which wound the church can survive." The memory returned with painful clarity. A younger Elias stood in the rectory office holding 3 letters. Each had been written by the same mother. The first was careful. The second was desperate. The third contained her son's name and a description so precise that Elias had stopped reading halfway through. Kavanaugh had taken the letters. "What will happen to them?" Elias had asked. "They will be handled." By whom? By men who understand these matters. Elias had accepted the answer because accepting it allowed the afternoon to continue. He returned to the present and found Margaret watching him from the sacristy door. "What did you do with the letters?" he asked. She glanced toward the congregation. "Not now. The letters from Mrs. Doyle." Her face tightened. So she remembered. Elias closed the sacristy door behind them. The room smelled of damp wool and furniture polish. "You knew about them," he said. "I typed most of the correspondence in this parish." "Did you type the replies?" "There were no replies." "Then what happened to the originals?" Margaret pressed both hands against the vestment cabinet. When she spoke, Her voice had gone dry. Monsignor Kavanaugh said they were defamatory. And you believed him? I obeyed him. That isn't what I asked. Her eyes lifted to his. You obeyed him too. Elias felt the old instinct to separate degrees of guilt. He had not destroyed the evidence. He had not harmed the child. He had only failed to force the truth beyond a closed door. Margaret looked toward his coat pocket. There were 6 letters. She said, not 3. The room seemed to contract. What did you do with them? He told me to burn them in the boiler. Beneath the floor came a faint tremor, like breath drawn through stone. I kept 1 copy. She continued, for years. Then the review board announced its visit. You destroyed it. I had already lied too many times for the truth to save anyone. The small altar bell rang 3 times in the nave. They both turned. No one should be touching that. Margaret whispered. The congregation had gone silent. Elias entered first. Every face was directed toward the choir stalls, where the wood beneath the seats had begun to vibrate. Dust slipped from the joints in pale streams. No organ played. From beneath the floor came a woman's voice. It sang 1 clear note, then shaped that note into words. Margaret Vale burned the letters of a mother whose child begged not to be left alone. Margaret stood frozen in the center aisle. The voices below joined in harmony. And when the mother returned, Margaret told her no letters had ever been received. For several seconds, no one moved. The final harmony faded into the floorboards, leaving only the sound of rain against the stained glass and Margaret's uneven breathing in the aisle. Then someone laughed. It was not amused laughter. It came from an elderly man near the rear pews. A short, frightened burst from someone, hoping the entire congregation might agree that what they had heard was absurd. No one joined him. Margaret turned toward Elias. I did it, she said. Her voice was louder than necessary. A murmur passed through the church. Elias stepped down from the sanctuary. Margaret, come with me. I burned all 6 letters. The words seemed to pull themselves from her mouth. She clapped both hands over it. But the next sentence forced its way through her fingers. I told Agnes Doyle that her son was confused. I told her she was trying to destroy a good priest because she needed someone to blame. A woman in the front pew began to weep. Elias reached Margaret and caught her arm. Beneath his fingers, her muscles were rigid. Stop talking. I can't. Yes, you can. No. Her eyes widened. I can't say that. Say what? That I can stop. He led her toward the sacristy as parishioners twisted in their seats to follow them. At the door, Margaret looked over her shoulder at the congregation. I thought most people preferred a clean lie to a filthy truth, she said. I still think that. Inside the sacristy, Elias shut the door and lowered her into a chair. Tell me something untrue, he said. Margaret stared at him. The walls are blue. The walls are yellow. Say they are blue. They are yellow. Say your name is Catherine. My name is Margaret Vale. Her throat tightened around every attempted lie. The veins in her neck stood out, and tears gathered in her eyes. Elias crouched in front of her. Who was Agnes Doyle? Margaret blinked. The woman who wrote the letters. I don't know that name. You spoke to her. I spoke to many women. You just admitted what you told her. Margaret's panic softened into confusion. Did I? The letters concerned her son. What son? The silence between them felt deeper than the room. Elias took the magnetic tape from his pocket and held it up. This was labeled with your name. Margaret examined it without recognition. I have never seen that before. It was not a lie. He could see that now. Her face held none of the strain that appeared when she tried to deny something she knew. From the nave came a cry. Elias opened the sacristy door. A former choir member named Pauline Rusk stood beside the baptismal font, clutching its stone rim. Beneath her, the floor hummed. The voices sang that Pauline had stolen money from the parish relief fund after her husband lost his job. They described the exact amount, the dates, and the false receipts she had created. When the singing stopped, Pauline said, "I took it because I believed my family mattered more than strangers." Her husband stared at her. "Pauline, I also blamed Teresa Black. You watched her lose her job." "Yes. Where is she now?" Pauline frowned. "Who?" Before Elias could reach her, another voice rose beneath the center aisle. The choir named a retired physician who had altered a death certificate to protect a colleague. Then, a mother who had allowed her daughter to take responsibility for a car accident. Then the man who had laughed moments earlier. Each confession was followed by the same change. The exposed parishioners could no longer lie. Questions struck them like tools against stone, and truthful answers came immediately, without tact, resistance, or shame. Yet the people they had harmed vanished from their memories. Not the acts themselves, only the human beings who had suffered because of them. The mass dissolved into accusation. Husbands interrogated wives. Adult children demanded answers from parents. Some parishioners fled, while others remained as though honesty were a spectacle they had paid to witness. Elias climbed the sanctuary steps and seized the microphone. Everyone must leave the church. A dozen voices answered at once. Why? Because it is unsafe. That, at least, was true. Near the side aisle, Walter Bryce stood unnaturally calm while his brother shouted into his face. Walter had managed a demolition company before retirement and had the heavy hands of a man accustomed to breaking things. His brother turned to Elias. "Ask him about Vincent Sorrell." Walter's expression did not change. Elias approached carefully. "What happened to Vincent?" Walter answered at once. "I struck him with a tire iron behind the Allegheny Freight Depot. I left him there because he had threatened to tell the police about the contracts I falsified." The people nearest him recoiled. Walter glanced around at their faces, puzzled rather than afraid. Then he looked directly at Elias. "Father," he said, "why does the name Vincent Sorrell mean nothing to me?" Walter Bryce was still looking at Elias when the first parishioner vomited. The sound broke whatever paralysis held the nave. People moved at once toward the doors, toward relatives, away from those whose secrets had been sung. Pauline Rusk stood beside the baptismal font, answering every accusation with exhausted precision, while Margaret remained in the sacristy doorway, repeating that she did not know Agnes Doyle. Elias climbed the sanctuary steps and killed the microphone. "Outside," he said. "All of you. The building may be contaminated." That explanation found them more easily than the truth. He spoke of mold, carbon monoxide, leaking gas, and panic spreading through suggestion. He told them the voices might have come from concealed speakers left from an old sound system. He said medical help was on its way, although no one had called for it yet. The congregation obeyed because ordinary danger was merciful. Ordinary danger did not know their names. Within minutes, rain-dark coats crowded the front steps. Elias locked the doors behind the last parishioner and leaned against them until the iron latch stopped trembling beneath his hand. Margaret had followed him into the nave. "Contaminated air doesn't know what I burned," she said. "Neither do you." Apparently, her face tightened. That was cruel. It was true. The words left him too easily. He looked toward the choir stalls. Dust lay beneath them in narrow, pale ridges, disturbed by something vibrating below. There were no speaker grills, cables, or modern fittings. Still, Kavanaugh had recorded parish histories. The strip of tape in Elias's pocket proved that much. The old music room stood behind the organ loft, reached by a staircase so narrow Elias had to turn sideways past a warped section of wall. Margaret followed with a flashlight. Though the electricity remained on, neither mentioned that the stairwell smelled faintly of hot wax. The room had not been included in the diocesan inventory. Sheet music sagged in open cabinets. Choir robes hung behind cracked glass. On a table beneath the window sat a reel-to-reel recorder under a canvas cover. Elias pulled the cover away. The machine was older than he was, its casing the brown-gray color of dried blood. 2 empty metal reels waited on its spindles. A cable trailed from the rear and ended in a severed plug. Margaret whispered, "Monsignor kept that in the rectory. No one had a key to this room except him and me." Elias opened the cabinet beneath the table. Dozens of labeled reels filled the shelves. Penance Nave, Penance Private, Foundation Testimonies. Several board dates from before magnetic tape had been invented. He selected one marked Sunday Voices and fitted it onto the machine. The tape smelled of dust and vinegar. He threaded it through the guides with hands that remembered seminary equipment better than prayers. The recorder had no power. Its reels began to turn. Margaret stumbled backward. Static filled the room, followed by Pauline Rusk confessing to the theft from the relief fund. Her words matched what she had said downstairs. But the recording sounded older, worn by repeated playback. Then came Walter Bryce describing the freight depot. After him, voices Elias recognized as parishioners dead for years spoke with the same terrible calm. A former deacon admitted falsifying charitable accounts. A woman confessed that she had allowed her sister to be declared incompetent in order to seize her house. Between each testimony, the tape preserved a soft, communal inhalation. Not singing, waiting. Elias tried the stop switch. Nothing happened. A new voice emerged. Thin, with age. "Monsignor Kavanaugh. I taught them that confession could survive without repentance," he said. "The Stones understood before I did." Margaret crossed herself. The tape accelerated. Voices layered over one another, living and dead, until individual words dissolved into a low chord. The recorder shuddered across the tabletop. Then everything stopped. For a moment, only rain touched the window. The reels began turning backward. A final voice came through the speaker. Elias heard his own careful breathing, his restrained cadence, his habit of pausing before the word "but." I knew the boy was telling the truth. The recorded Elias said. He could not move. The voice continued with words he had never spoken aloud. I remained silent, because part of me believed the church was worth more than what had been done to him. On the empty reel, fresh tape began winding itself from nothing. The tape continued to gather on the empty reel. Elias watched the brown ribbon wind itself into existence, layer after layer, carrying a confession he had never made. When he finally tore it from the machine, the reels stopped so abruptly that the loose end snapped against his wrist. Margaret stood by the door. "You said you knew. I heard a recording in your voice. That does not make it mine." The denial tightened in his throat but did not prevent the words from leaving. Whatever had changed, the parishioners had not yet taken hold of him. Or perhaps it had only begun. Below them, someone struck the church doors. Elias descended first. Through the rain-streaked glass, he saw police lights washing the steps blue, an ambulance at the curb, and clusters of parishioners who had refused to leave one another alone. Outside, honesty had become contagious in ways the choir had not needed to sing. Pauline Rusk stood beneath an umbrella while her husband asked whether she had ever loved him. She answered that she had loved the security of marriage more than the man himself. He slapped her. She looked surprised. Not wounded. Walter Bryce had told the police where to search near the freight depot. He gave directions with the detached courtesy of someone explaining a delivery route. "Was Vincent alive when you left him?" an officer asked. "Yes." "Did he call after you?" "Yes." "What did he say?" Walter considered this. "I remember that he begged. I do not remember his face." The officer led him toward a patrol car. Across the street, two women screamed at an elderly physician who had confessed to altering a death certificate. He answered every question calmly, even when one woman told him the dead man had been her father. "I understand the relationship in principle," he said. "I cannot picture him." The rain carried voices along the block. A man admitted that he had stayed married because divorce would have cost him his house. A mother told her adult son that she had preferred his brother since infancy. A retired teacher named 3 children she had humiliated because their fear made her feel powerful. Each truth arrived cleanly. None carried the weight of the person it had wounded. Elias understood then that confession had always depended on more than fact. A sin was not only an action, it was a thread tied to another life, to a face, a voice, a consequence that resisted being reduced to language. The choir was cutting those threads. Without them, truth became inventory. An ambulance worker approached Elias. "We have 7 people presenting the same symptoms: compulsive disclosure, selective memory loss, elevated pulse. Did anything happen inside?" Elias looked back at St. Agnes. The doors stood shut, but beneath the threshold, fine white dust seeped onto the wet stone. "There may have been an environmental exposure," he said. The explanation sounded weak even to him. His phone vibrated. 3 messages had arrived from the diocese. Another came from a local reporter. Then, a video notification appeared, sent by one of the younger parishioners. Elias opened it. The recording showed an intersection several streets away. A man stood on the roof of his car shouting that he had framed a co-worker for theft. A woman beside him confessed that she had known and remained silent because she wanted the promotion. Neither seemed ashamed. Behind them, strangers had begun asking one another questions. The video ended with laughter. Not joyous laughter, hungry laughter. Margaret watched over his shoulder. "They like it. Some of them. They think truth is punishment when it belongs to someone else." A gust of wind lifted the recording tape from Elias's coat pocket. He caught it before it touched the pavement. From farther down the street came singing. A child stood beneath the awning of a closed bakery, perhaps 8 years old. Wearing a yellow raincoat, his mother gripped his shoulders while he stared directly at Elias. The boy's mouth opened. Monsignor Kavanaugh's voice emerged. Deep, measured, passionate. Confession empties the vessel. The people nearby fell silent. The child took one step into the rain. Kavanaugh's voice continued through him. "And you, Elias, have kept yourself empty longer than any of them." The child smiled with an old man's gentleness. "The choir has been waiting for its vessel." The boy's mother pulled him backward beneath the awning. His expression changed at once. He looked up at her, confused by the people staring, and began to cry. Elias did not wait for anyone to stop him. He crossed the street, pushed through the rain, and returned to St. Agnes. Margaret followed close behind. calling his name as he unlocked the doors. "You cannot go below," she said. "The crypt is where the voices are coming from." The ceiling collapsed. "That is what the report says." "You signed the report." "I signed what I was given." The words tasted familiar. Another document accepted because acceptance had been easier than looking. Inside, the church had changed. The air was warmer, almost feverish. Dust no longer lay still across the pews, but moved in fine currents toward the choir stalls, streaming between the boards as though the floor were inhaling. The iron crypt door stood at the end of the side aisle. Its diocesan seal had split down the center. Elias removed the chain and pulled. The hinges gave way with a groan that traveled through the nave like an animal waking beneath the building. A narrow stairway descended into darkness. Margaret remained at the threshold. Monsignor Kavanaugh went down there every Friday. For what? He called it maintenance. Did you believe him? No. The honesty of her answer stopped him. Margaret gripped the doorframe. I also never asked. Elias switched on his phone light and began descending. The stone steps were damp but unbroken. After 20 feet, they reached the official crypt, a low chamber containing old vestment chests, rusted candle stands, and the sealed entrances to burial alcoves. One section of ceiling had fallen exactly as the report described. The rubble, however, had been arranged deliberately. Behind it, a passage opened through the foundation wall. The gap was narrow enough to scrape both shoulders. Cold dust coated Elias's coat as he squeezed through. Margaret cursed softly behind him, but followed. The passage beyond descended at a steeper angle than the church plans allowed. Its walls had been built from blocks unlike the pale limestone above. These stones were darker, scarred by iron fittings, and marked with shallow grooves that resembled tally marks. Every few feet, something had been embedded between them. At first, Elias thought they were pipes. Then he recognized a wax cylinder protruding from the mortar. Farther down, black phonograph discs had been set edgewise into the wall. Reels of magnetic tape filled cracks like tangled roots. Strips of paper had been folded, rolled, and pressed into every available seam. Margaret pulled one loose. The page disintegrated at the edges, but the handwriting remained legible. I confessed that I gave his name because they promised to spare me. Beneath it was another sentence in a different hand. The man I named was hanged before I was. Margaret dropped the page. The walls whispered. Not words at first, only breathing. Dozens of separate rhythms emerging from wax, paper, and tape. As Elias continued downward, the breaths found one another and became a sustained note. The passage divided. One branch had been bricked shut. The other bore newer masonry and electrical conduit. Though the wires had been cut, small metal plaques had been nailed beside several openings. Private penance, corrected testimony, absolution received. There were no crosses. Elias found a plastic archive box beneath a collapsed shelf. Inside lay cassette tapes labeled with parishioners' names. Some belonged to people he had seen upstairs. Others were unfamiliar. Several bore dates from Kavanaugh's tenure. One cassette was labeled Agnes Doyle. The tape had been pulled from its casing and woven through a gap in the stone. Elias touched it. For an instant, he heard a woman sobbing beside him, not through the wall, directly into his ear. He said my son would be forgiven if I stopped accusing a priest. Elias recoiled, striking the opposite wall. The stones answered with a chorus of whispered confessions, each voice speaking over the next until the passage seemed crowded with invisible mouths. Margaret seized his sleeve. We should leave. Below them, Kavanaugh began to sing. The old priest's voice traveled upward through the stone, repeating a single phrase in Latin that Elias had once heard during ordination. Make ready the vessel. The passage ended in a circular chamber beneath the lowest point shown on any architectural plan. The walls curved inward like the inside of a throat. At the center stood an unfinished section of masonry. A cavity had been carved into it from shoulders to heels, narrow and upright, shaped precisely to contain a human body. Fresh foundation dust lay at its base. Across the stone where the head would rest, someone had cut 2 words, Father Elias. The name cut into the stone did not look old. Elias ran his thumb across the letters. Powder clung to his skin, pale and fine, as though the cavity had been worked that morning. Behind him, Margaret whispered, He knew you would come. Kavanaugh is dead. The chamber answered with a soft click. A panel of stone had shifted beside the cavity, opening a seam in the wall. Cold air moved through it, carrying the smell of mildew, paper, and something metallic. Elias pushed the panel wider. Beyond it lay a room no larger than a sacristy. Shelves had been built from prison bars laid across stone brackets. On them rested ledgers, wooden boxes, wax cylinders, cracked phonograph sleeves, and bundles of documents tied with black ribbon. Dust covered everything except the central table. A leather register lay open there. The title page read, St. Agnes Foundation Materials, acquired from Western Penitentiary Annex, 1889. Margaret moved beside him. The church histories say the stones came from a quarry. They lied. The ledger listed wagon loads, dimensions, and costs, beside many entries. Someone had written names followed by the word saved. Elias turned the page. Each name belonged to a condemned prisoner. Their crimes were described in careful detail, followed by summaries of their final confessions. Notes in the margins recorded which priest had witnessed the statement, which bishop had received a copy, and which parish had paid for the right to display it as proof of conversion. The confessions had been sold, not publicly. The language remained pious, devotional subscription, penitential record, evidence of grace. Yet the prices were written plainly. Margaret read over his shoulder. They made relics from them. No, Elias said. Relics preserve saints. These preserved guilt. A second ledger contained transcriptions. The prisoners' voices had first been captured in shorthand, then on experimental cylinders, each testimony copied before execution. Their words were complete. Dates, weapons, methods, motifs. The victims were not. Wherever a victim's name should have appeared, the text had been scraped away. Entire sentences had been cut from pages with a blade. In some records, the victim was reduced to a role: the woman, the child, the guard, the stranger. A memorandum explained why. The names of injured parties. It said, distracted from the condemned man's reconciliation with God. Descriptions of suffering encouraged vengeance rather than salvation. To demonstrate repentance cleanly, consequence had to be separated from confession. Elias read the sentence twice. The humming in the walls deepened. They stripped away the people who made the sins matter, he said. Margaret looked toward the human-shaped cavity and put the truth into the stones. Another document described the prison chapel. Priests had played edited confessions to visiting clergy, donors, and seminarians. Men sentenced to death became examples of redemption once every inconvenient detail had been removed. Their final statements were repeated until the cylinders wore smooth. When the annex was demolished, St. Agnes purchased its chapel stones at a discount. The foundation had been built from a room trained to speak guilt without remembering pain. Elias searched the shelves until he found a box marked continuation. Its contents were newer: cassette tapes, microcassettes, compact discs. Each was labeled with a parishioner's name, a date, and the initials M.C. Margaret lowered herself into the chair beside the table. He recorded confession. Elias lifted a cassette bearing Walter Bryce's name. He could not have known what Walter would admit today. He heard it years ago. Margaret said, "Perhaps Walter confessed, then chose silence over surrender." The next tape belonged to Pauline Rusk, another to the physician who had altered the death certificate. Beneath them were names Elias recognized from diocesan committees, charitable boards, and families who had defended Kavanaugh after his death. At the bottom lay typed instructions: private penitential preservation. Monsignor Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh wrote that sacramental confession often failed because absolution returned sinners to ordinary life before truth had completed its work. He proposed preserving their statements within the foundation, removing references to victims when necessary so confession could remain pure. Elias's hands began to tremble. A final list had been clipped to the instructions. Agnes Doyle correspondence extracted, child's name removed. Father Elias Grant, pending. Beneath the list rested a small recorder. Its red light came on. Kavanaugh's voice filled the room. "I did not begin the work beneath St. Agnes," he said. "I merely taught it to continue." Then dozens of private confessions started playing at once. The recordings did not overlap like ordinary sound. Each confession remained distinct, even when hundreds spoke together. Elias heard Walter Bryce describe the tire iron. Pauline Rusk itemized the money she had stolen. Dead parishioners repeated betrayals their families had never known. Condemned prisoners named weapons, motives, and final prayers. Yet every account stopped at the same invisible boundary. No victim remained long enough to become a person. A husband became an obstacle. A child became an accusation. A woman left bleeding beside a road became the consequence of poor judgment. Names disappeared first, then faces. Then any detail that might have forced the speaker to imagine pain existing beyond his own remorse. The chamber, filled with truth, polished, clean of relationship. Margaret covered her ears. "I can still hear them." "So can I, Faith?" "No." Her eyes had fixed on the walls. I understand them." The confessions had begun arranging themselves. Short admissions joined longer ones. Similar phrases repeated across decades and centuries. Passed from wax cylinder to magnetic tape. From dying prisoner to suburban parishioner. I was afraid. I had no choice. Someone else would have done it. I believed silence would protect more people. The final sentence spread through the room until Elias could no longer tell which voice had spoken first. The stone beneath his hand pulsed. Not like a heartbeat, like a throat. He stepped away from the wall. But the chamber seemed to narrow around him. The human-shaped cavity waited at his back. Its measurements were not merely approximate. The curve of the shoulders matched his own. A shallow depression had been cut where his right heel would rest, shaped around an old injury he had never discussed at St. Agnes. "This place does not contain souls," he said. Margaret looked toward him. The realization arrived with the certainty of doctrine once believed. A soul carried memory, love, fear, The capacity to regret because another person had suffered, whatever lived in the foundation, possessed none of those things. It was made only from statements, truth extracted from the human being who had spoken it. Truth separated from punishment by priests who wanted redemption without scandal. Truth relieved of victims so that the guilty could be admired for confessing. The prison had not preserved sinners. It had preserved the part of sin that could speak. For more than a century, those words had gathered beneath St. Agnes, repeated in darkness, copied from one medium to another, taught new language by each confession Kavanaugh fed into the walls. It had learned the shape of honesty. It had never learned remorse. A child's voice emerged from the stone beside Elias. Agnes Doyle came to the rectory 6 times. A man answered from the opposite wall. Her son stopped attending school. Margaret whispered, "What was his name?" No voice replied. The omission felt deliberate. The choir knew every fact surrounding the child except the fact that would make him singular. Elias approached the cavity. "You remove them?" he said. The people who were harmed. The chamber inhaled. 100 voices answered together. They obstruct release. What release? Truth from consequence. Margaret lowered her hands from her ears. That is not confession. The walls spoke in Kavanaugh's voice. It is the purest confession. Elias remembered the Monsignor seated behind his desk. Fingers folded over the letters. He remembered the calm assurance with which the older priest had separated scandal from suffering, institution from child, fact from duty. Kavanaugh had not created the choir. He had already begun to resemble it. The cavity behind Elias gave a sharp crack. A line opened down its center, exposing darkness within the wall. Warm air touched the back of his neck. Margaret stepped toward him. "Why you?" He knew before the choir answered. Because Walter had acted and later confessed. Pauline had stolen and named what she had done. Margaret had burned the letters and remembered the fire until the choir took Agnes from her. But Elias had done something more useful. He had known the truth and never permitted it to become language. He had kept confession and consequence apart inside himself for years. He had built an empty space between knowledge and responsibility, then furnished it with procedure, obedience, and concern for the church. The choir had found in him not a sinner, but architecture, a vessel, he said. The word traveled through the chamber, a vessel. The prisoners repeated. "A vessel," said the dead parishioners. "A vessel," whispered Elias in his own recorded voice. The cavity widened. Inside it, countless strips of tape moved in the darkness like veins, rubbing together with a dry, intimate sound. Written confessions covered the inner stone in layers, all ending before the names of those who had suffered. Margaret seized his arm. "Do not listen." The choir softened. When it spoke again, it used the voice of a frightened child, not the child's name. Only the voice Elias had forced himself to forget. "Confess," it pleaded. The other voices joined it, rising into a harmony so tender that Elias felt tears come to his eyes. "Tell the truth," the choir sang, "and the truth will free everyone." The promise moved through the chamber like warm breath. Margaret tightened her grip on Elias's arm. "It is lying." "No," he said. The choir fell silent. That was what frightened him most. It had not lied once. It had spoken only facts, preserved with such precision that no human mercy remained inside them. Elias looked into the cavity made for him. The strips of tape stirred without wind. Every confession embedded in the walls seemed to lean toward the opening. waiting for a mouth larger than stone. "If I refuse," he said, "you remain here." The answer came in the blended voices of prisoners, parishioners, and priests. "We remain unfinished. And if I speak, we are released." Margaret stepped between him and the cavity. "Released into what?" "The choir," answered Elias. "Into consequence." The word was obscene in its voice. "You do not know what consequence is. We know what follows truth." "No, you know what follows disclosure." Dust fell from the ceiling in thin curtains. Elias understood that the choir did not threaten him because threats required desire. And desire required a self. It had only accumulated pressure. More than a century of words had been sealed beneath St. Agnes, stripped of victims, punishment, and memory. It needed passage in the way floodwater needed a broken wall. His silence had given it shape. He remembered Kavanaugh folding Agnes Doyle's letters, making the pages small enough to disappear inside a drawer. Elias had known what those folds meant. He had told himself to gather more evidence. He had told himself the diocese would act more effectively through proper channels. He had told himself public accusation might destroy the school, the food pantry, and the faith of people who depended on St. Agnes. All those thoughts had sounded responsible because none required him to look at the child. "What was his name?" Elias asked. The choir answered with static. What was the boy's name? Hundreds of voices whispered details instead. His age, his school, the color of his winter coat, the number of times he had asked not to be left alone with Kavanaugh. But the name had been removed. Elias turned to Margaret. "Do you remember it?" Tears stood in her eyes. "No. For years." He had feared confession because he believed it would destroy the life built around his silence. Now he understood that silence had already destroyed the only part of that life worth preserving. He did not expect forgiveness. Forgiveness belonged to the harmed, and the harmed had been erased from the room. "Go upstairs," he told Margaret. "I will not leave you. This is not courage. Neither is staying." The accusation might once have angered him. Now it felt clean. Elias stepped toward the cavity. The tapes reached for him, brushing his sleeves with a sound like dry grass. He did not enter. Instead, he faced the walls and spoke. "My name is Elias Grant. I knew Monsignor Adrian Kavanaugh had harmed a child entrusted to this parish." The chamber inhaled. "I read letters from the child's mother. I believed them. I understood that delay protected the priest, not the boy." The choir began to hum. "I said nothing because I feared scandal and the loss of my position. I called my fear prudence. I called obedience humility. I called silence protection." The cavity cracked from head to foot. "I protected myself." Tape spilled from the opening and spread around his shoes. Elias forced himself to continue. "I do not know whether the boy lived. I do not know what became of Agnes Doyle. I allowed their names to be removed because remembering them would have required action." Every cylinder began turning inside the stone. Every reel spun. Every written confession rustled in its seam. Margaret screamed his name. Elias raised his voice over the choir. "I remained silent after I knew the truth. I chose the institution over the child. I chose my future over his safety. No absolution can make that choice smaller." The chamber opened. The stone remained around them. But the voices were suddenly no longer beneath the church. Elias felt them pass through his chest, his teeth, the wet surfaces of his eyes. Then they were gone. For one impossible second, Pittsburgh was silent. Above them, car horns stopped, radios cut out, telephone lines emptied. Every human voice in the city seemed to draw the same breath. Then every person in Pittsburgh began speaking at once. The first reports described it as a communications failure. Emergency dispatchers across Pittsburgh received calls in which people spoke without pause, confessing affairs, thefts, cruelty, cowardice, and private resentments while fires burned. Cars collided, and children waited for instructions no adult could give. Radio hosts abandoned weather updates to admit which stories they had fabricated. Police officers read sealed complaints aloud over open channels. Surgeons interrupted procedures to describe mistakes hidden from patients' families. No one could stop speaking until the truth was complete. Elias heard the city from beneath St. Agnes. Voices traveled through pipes, stone, telephones, and the small speaker in Margaret's pocket. They came from every direction, not as a choir now, but as millions of solitary confessions forced into the same moment. Margaret's phone rang. She answered without thinking. A diocesan official began naming every allegation transferred, delayed, or buried during his career. Halfway through the list, he paused and asked why none of the victims' names felt familiar. The line went dead. Above them, the church began to shake. Cracks raced across the circular chamber. Wax cylinders split inside the walls. Magnetic tape poured from the masonry in black streams, curling around Elias's shoes before crumbling into dust. Margaret dragged him toward the passage. He followed because the shape in the wall no longer bore his name. The cavity had closed, leaving only rough stone and a shallow impression like a body removed before burial. They reached the nave as stained glass fell inward. Outside, rain struck a city stripped of discretion. People stood in roads and doorways, speaking into one another's faces. Some wept, some laughed. Some listened with the fascination of witnesses who believed confession belonged only to others. Elias tried to remember the child. He remembered the letters. He remembered Kavanaugh's office, the folded pages, the smell of coffee cooling beside the Monsignor's hand. He remembered choosing not to act. But when he searched for the boy himself, there was nothing. No face, no voice, no name. The absence was so complete that Elias understood the choir had accepted his confession and taken the consequence with it. He could describe what he had done forever. He could no longer remember to whom he had done it. St. Agnes was condemned before sunset. The official explanation cited structural collapse, toxic mold, and a mass psychological event aggravated by environmental exposure. Demolition began 3 days later, under police supervision. When the first machine struck the bell tower, every worker on the site began confessing at once. The operator admitted he had falsified safety inspections. A supervisor named the employee he had blamed for an accident. A priest sent by the diocese recited the names of donors whose influence had purchased silence. Then the tower fell. The voices stopped. For several weeks, the city attempted to return to ordinary dishonesty. Hospitals created protocols for involuntary disclosure. Courts argued over whether statements made during the event were admissible. Families deleted recordings. News stations removed interviews from their archives after discovering that viewers could hear faint speech beneath the original audio. The background voice was present in every recording made that day. It appeared beneath emergency calls, security footage, home videos, voicemail messages, traffic cameras, and silent broadcasts. Audio engineers isolated it, slowed it, filtered it, and found that it never repeated the same confession twice. It always waited for the person listening. Elias left the priesthood. He lived alone in a small apartment overlooking the Monongahela. where he kept no radio, television, or telephone capable of recording. He wrote the boy's absence on paper each morning. I failed someone whose name was removed. By evening, the sentence still felt true and entirely impersonal. Years passed. The ruins of St. Agnes became a fenced lot. Then apartments. Residents occasionally complained of singing in the foundation, but inspections found nothing beneath the concrete. 7 years after the demolition, a woman in Ohio found an old memory card among her dead mother's belongings. The only file showed a family picnic recorded in Pittsburgh on the day St. Agnes fell. Children ran soundlessly across the frame because the camera's microphone had been damaged. The woman watched until her mother appeared, smiling beside a man no one in the family recognized. Then a faint voice emerged from the silent video. It spoke directly into the room. "Now tell them what you did." The horror beneath St. Agnes was not honesty itself, but truth stripped of memory, relationship, and consequence. A confession can name an act without restoring the person who suffered from it, and institutions often preserve language while erasing lives. Elias finally spoke. But speaking did not return the child he abandoned. It only proved how easily remorse can become another form of self-release. Perhaps the most dangerous truths are not the ones kept secret, but the ones repeated so often that nobody remembers whom they were supposed to save. Story 3. The municipal mortuary stood behind the Royal Infirmary like an afterthought the city had tried to hide with brick. Rain darkened its walls most nights, and on the night the power failed, it had been falling since afternoon, needling the loading bay doors and turning the yard lamps into pale blurs. Maeve Hollis was alone in receiving when the first fluorescent tube began to pulse. She looked up from the transfer sheet beneath her hand. The room smelled of disinfectant, wet wool, and metal that never quite warmed. On the trolley beside her lay a sealed transport bag from a sheltered housing complex in Govan. The dead woman inside had no visitors listed, no wedding ring, and no one waiting to ask whether she had suffered. Unclaimed, Maeve thought, though the paperwork had not yet earned the word. The light flickered again. "Don't," she said quietly. She often spoke to machinery when no one else was present, as one might speak to an old animal with a history of biting. The mortuary's refrigeration system had been overdue for replacement for 3 winters, and every repair request returned stamped with the same phrase, "Operational within acceptable parameters." Maeve signed the transfer sheet and checked the woman's identification band twice. She had developed the habit years ago. After learning that a single incorrect digit could make a body disappear inside a system without physically leaving the building. Outside, thunder rolled beyond the river. The lights went out. For a moment, the darkness seemed complete enough to have weight. The ventilation died. The refrigerator compressors wound down one after another, leaving a silence so sudden that Maeve heard cooling metal click inside the walls. Then the emergency lamps came on. They cast a low amber glow along the floor, illuminating shoes, trolley wheels, drains, and the lower halves of doors. Everything above waist height vanished into shadow. Maeve stood still until her breathing settled. Power failures were covered in procedure. Secure receiving. Confirm backup generation. Check the monitored bays. Notify estates if the system failed to transfer within 3 minutes. She lifted the wall phone. No dial tone. Her mobile showed no signal. That was less ordinary. She locked the trolley in place and crossed into the main corridor. The emergency lights made the mortuary unfamiliar, reducing it to black doorways and dull strips of floor. Rain ticked through the roof vents. Somewhere ahead, a relay clicked twice. Maeve counted the cold rooms as she passed them. One for recent admissions, one for post-examination storage, one for infectious cases, one smaller room for infants, which she never entered unless required. At the corridor's end stood the steel fire door leading to the old basement section, sealed after flooding 6 years earlier. She knew the building by repetition more than sight. 37 steps from receiving to the fire door. 4 ceiling cameras, 3 drains, a patch of cracked terrazzo shaped like a bent finger. That night there were 39 steps. Maeve stopped. She looked back. The corridor was empty. Amber light pooled beneath each door. The cracked patch of floor lay where it always had. She faced forward again. 2 steps stood between her and the fire door. The wall on her left should have been uninterrupted tile. Instead, a vertical seam ran from floor to ceiling, narrow as a pencil line. Beside it was a recessed handle painted the same institutional cream as the wall. Maeve stared at it. She had worked at the mortuary for 11 years. She had memorized evacuation plans, refrigeration schematics, and renovation drawings. There was no door there. A sound came from the other side. Not a knock. Not movement. A slow exhalation, muffled by thickness and cold. Maeve's hand tightened around the torch at her belt. For one irrational instant, she thought of Nessa not as the 22-year-old who had vanished after leaving a pub near Charing Cross, but as a child hiding beneath blankets, holding her breath until Maeve promised to stop searching. The memory arrived so sharply that Maeve stepped back. The emergency lamps flickered. When they steadied, something had appeared beside the handle, a narrow brass label holder, tarnished green at the edges. A paper strip sat behind its cloudy cover. Maeve raised the torch and read the typed words, "Cold storage unclaimed." Below them, in blue handwriting, she recognized as her own. Someone had added, "Do not identify." Maeve did not touch the hidden door. For several seconds she remained beneath the emergency light, staring at the sentence written in her own hand. The blue ink had faded unevenly, as though the label had been there for years. But she recognized the narrow downward pressure of the letters and the way the final word tilted away from the line. She had written thousands of warnings on mortuary forms. Do not release. Do not remove tag. Identity unconfirmed. Never that one. A compressor started somewhere behind the wall. The sudden vibration passed through the tiles beneath her shoes, and the paper label trembled inside its brass holder. Then the main power returned. The corridor filled with harsh white light. Fluorescent tubes blinked awake in sequence, flattening every shadow. The ventilation resumed. Refrigeration alarms sounded briefly before resetting themselves. The concealed door was gone. Maeve stood before an uninterrupted wall of cream tiles, her hand raised toward a handle that no longer existed. She counted the walk back to receiving. 37 steps. By morning, she had convinced herself that the power failure had distorted her sense of distance. Emergency lighting could make familiar spaces appear elongated. The sound behind the wall had been trapped air. The handwriting had been memory imposing itself upon shadow. The explanation was poor, but Maeve had survived much of her life by accepting explanations that required no action. Her work began again before sunrise. She washed the woman from Govan herself, though the duty could have been left for the day staff. The deceased was named Agnes Doolan, 78. No known relatives. A neighbor had found her seated beside an untouched cup of tea. Maeve removed a trace of dried milk from the corner of Agnes's mouth and combed the silver hair away from her forehead. She replaced the facility's plastic identification band with a cleaner one, copying each letter carefully. "Someone should arrive properly," she murmured. She treated unclaimed bodies with a tenderness she rarely extended to the living. She adjusted blankets no one would see. Closed mouths before. Stiffness made it difficult, and removed adhesive marks left by hospital monitors. She disliked the phrase disposal arrangements and corrected colleagues who used it. Bodies were not disposed of. She told them. They were released. Yet when families arrived to identify someone, Maeve disappeared. She would volunteer for cleaning, inventory, transport anything that kept her away from the viewing room. If no one else was available, she arranged the body and left before the relatives entered. Her supervisor, Callum Reed, had once asked whether identifications made her uncomfortable. "All of this should make us uncomfortable," Maeve had replied. He had not asked again. 20 years earlier, a detective had called her about a woman recovered from the Clyde near Whiteinch. The estimated age matched Nessa's. So did the height. The woman wore a green wool coat similar to one Nessa owned. Though Maeve insisted hers had been darker, they needed a relative to attend. Maeve had stood in the kitchen with the telephone against her ear. Watching condensation gather on the window, her mother had already died. Their father had long since stopped answering calls. There was no one else. The detective had spoken gently. Maeve said she could not be certain. "You don't have to be certain before you come," he told her. But certainty had not been the thing she feared. She feared the instant before certainty. When Nessa might still exist in every place, Maeve had not searched. Maeve never went. The body remained unidentified and was buried under a council reference number. For years afterward, Maeve told herself that it could not have been Nessa because no one had proven that it was. That belief had eventually led her to the mortuary. She called it penance only in private. At midday, Callum found her reviewing the building plans in the records office. "You looking for something?" "Old storage capacity." He leaned against the filing cabinet. "After last night?" Maeve looked up. "What did the state say?" "No structural faults. Generator transfer took less than 4 minutes." He placed a maintenance report beside her. "You logged an extra cold room." "I logged a door." "There's nothing beyond that wall except service ducting." Maeve studied his face. "Have you ever heard anyone mention storage for unclaimed cases?" Callum's expression changed so slightly she might have imagined it. "All cold storage contains unclaimed cases eventually," he said. That evening, Maeve remained after the others left. She waited until the mortuary settled into its nocturnal rhythm, compressors humming, rain brushing the roof, fluorescent lights buzzing above empty corridors. Then she walked from receiving to the basement fire door. 37 steps. Nothing interrupted the tiled wall. Maeve turned back, ashamed of the relief warming her chest. Behind her, a refrigerator latch clicked open. Cold air traveled along the corridor and touched the back of her neck. When she faced the wall again, condensation was spreading across the tiles in the shape of 5 long fingerprints. Beneath them, the concealed handle slowly emerged. The handle was colder than the surrounding wall. Maeve felt it through her glove before her fingers closed around it. The metal seemed to draw heat from her hand rather than merely lack warmth. And for a moment she could not make herself pull. The 5 marks in the condensation remained above her knuckles. They were too narrow to be hers. She looked down the corridor. The mortuary was empty. No footsteps approached from receiving. No doors moved. Only the refrigeration units continued their steady mechanical breathing. Maeve opened the hidden door. Beyond it lay a passage scarcely wider than her shoulders. White ceramic tiles covered the walls, older and more heavily glazed than those in the main building. A row of bare bulbs extended into darkness, each protected by a rusting wire cage. They illuminated one after another as Maeve stepped inside. The concealed door closed behind her without a sound. She turned at once. There was no handle on the inner surface. Maeve pressed both palms against the door, but the seam had already vanished into the tiles. Panic tightened beneath her ribs. She forced herself to breathe slowly and counted the bulbs ahead. 7. At the end of the passage stood another steel door. A small rectangular window had been painted black from the other side. Maeve walked toward it. The air became colder with every step, not the dry, controlled chill of ordinary mortuary storage, but a damp cold that settled in her hair and collected beneath her collar. The smell changed, too. Disinfectant gave way to river water, whetstone, and something faintly medicinal. The second door opened when she touched it. Inside was a cold room larger than the entire main storage bay. Refrigerated compartments covered 3 walls from floor to ceiling. Maeve estimated more than 60 drawers, though the numbering system made no sense. Some doors bore single digits. Others carried letters or dates. Several had no labels at all. A metal desk stood in the center beneath a hanging lamp. On it lay a stack of identification tags. Maeve lifted the first. Sana Iqbal, female, age 24. Below the name was an address in Pollock Shields and a line marked status, unlocated. The tag beneath it belonged to Martin Keir, 56. Last known near Buchanan Street. The next named a schoolboy from Drum Chapel. Maeve recognized all 3 names. Their faces had appeared on police notices during the past week. Missing. Not dead. She dropped the tags. The sound echoed through the room. A light above one of the compartments flickered on. The drawer was labeled Sana Iqbal. Maeve stood motionless, staring at the name. She had seen Sana's photograph that morning on a news website. Dark hair, narrow gold earrings, a direct expression that made the camera appear intrusive. She had vanished after leaving a restaurant near the city center. Maeve crossed the room and pulled the drawer open. Cold vapor spilled across the floor. A young woman lay inside beneath a white sheet. Maeve knew the face before she uncovered it fully. Sana looked exactly as she had in the photograph. Her skin held the pale stillness of death. But there was no swelling, no discoloration, no sign that she had been lying refrigerated for days. Her hair remained damp at the temples, as though she had recently come in from rain. Maeve reached for the woman's wrist. No pulse. The skin was colder than the steel beneath it. A plastic band circled Sana's ankle. The printed date of admission was tomorrow. Maeve read it twice. Then Sana's left hand moved. Only one finger, curling slightly toward the palm. Maeve stumbled back and struck the drawer behind her. The movement did not repeat. She leaned closer, watching the woman's chest. Nothing rose beneath the sheet. A dark mark appeared beneath Sana's jaw. At first it resembled a bruise surfacing slowly through the skin. Then it deepened, spreading in the shape of 4 fingers and a thumb. Maeve watched the pressure marks become distinct. Another bruise formed around the opposite side of the throat. Strangulation. The word arrived with professional certainty. Sana's lips parted. A thin line of blood emerged from one nostril and ran toward her ear. Maeve pulled the sheet lower. Red abrasions were appearing across the woman's knees. A split opened in the skin above her right eyebrow, fresh and wet. Each injury developed before Maeve's eyes, as though an invisible assault were occurring somewhere beyond the room and being recorded upon the body. The hanging lamp began to sway. Maeve reached for the identification tag attached to the drawer. A new line was printing itself beneath Sana's name. Black letters, emerging one by one through the paper fibers. Estimated time of death, 1:30 in the morning. Maeve looked at her watch. It was 12:47. From inside the open drawer, Sana inhaled once. Then, without opening her eyes, she whispered, "He hasn't found me yet." Maeve stared at Sana's closed eyes. "He hasn't found me yet." The words had been faint, no louder than condensation, sliding down glass. But Maeve had heard them clearly. She backed away from the drawer and reached for her mobile. The screen showed no signal inside the hidden room. She tried the steel door, found it unlocked, and hurried through the narrow passage. This time, the concealed entrance opened at her touch. The mortuary corridor beyond looked unchanged. Maeve ran to receiving and dialed emergency services from the wall phone. When the operator answered, Maeve disguised her voice as best she could. The missing woman, Sana Iqbal, searched the storage units near the canal at Port Dundas. "Can I ask how you obtained this information?" "She's alive now. She won't be after 1:30. There was a pause. "Are you with her?" "No." "Then how do you know?" Maeve hung up. She did not know why she had named Port Dundas until she remembered the smell inside the concealed room. Canal water. Whetstone. Industrial. Disinfectant. She had seen the place during a documentary about converted warehouses. Several disused storage units stood behind an old chemical depot. It was not evidence. It was desperation shaped into an address. Maeve returned to the hidden cold room. Sana's injuries had worsened. Purple pressure marks surrounded her throat. Blood had reached her hairline. Beneath the sheet, the left knee bent at an unnatural angle. The identification tag now carried a second line. Location of death, Unit 14. Spears Wharf Storage. Maeve gripped the drawer. She had guessed the district, but not the building. At 1:17 in the morning, the bruising stopped spreading. At 1:23, the broken knee straightened with a soft internal click. Maeve nearly released the drawer. The dark impressions around Sana's throat began to fade. Blood withdrew into the cut above her eyebrow, leaving the skin sealed and pale. Then Sana's body arched. Air tore into her lungs with a violent gasp. Maeve caught her shoulders before she rolled from the tray. Sana coughed twice, eyes still closed, and clawed at the sheet. Her skin remained cold, but a rapid pulse hammered beneath Maeve's fingers. "Sana?" The woman did not answer. The hanging lamp swung above them, though the air was still. On the identification tag, the predicted time of death vanished. In its place appeared a single word: diverted. Maeve's phone rang from the pocket of her coat. She almost dropped it. "Unknown number." She answered without speaking. "This is Police Scotland," a man said. "We received a report from this number regarding Sana Iqbal." Maeve looked at the breathing body in the drawer. "Did you find her?" There was movement on the other end. Doors. Voices. A burst of radio static. "We located Ms. Iqbal at a storage property near Spears Wharf. She was alive. A male suspect has been detained." Maeve closed her eyes. Relief arrived first. Then confusion. The body before her was still breathing. "How is she?" Maeve asked. "She appears physically unharmed, but we need to know how you knew where she was." Maeve ended the call. Sana opened her eyes. They were dark and unfocused. Her gaze passed across Maeve without recognition, then fixed on the ceiling. "Where does it hurt?" Maeve asked. Sana touched the bruises on her throat as though examining marks on someone else. "Nothing hurts. You are injured." "No." Her voice sounded flat. She was... Before Maeve could ask who she meant, Sana's eyes closed again. The concealed room lights dimmed. A compartment somewhere behind Maeve unlocked with a metallic snap. She left Sana breathing beneath the sheet and returned to the main mortuary, where police reports were already appearing online. Sana Iqbal had been found alive shortly before 1:30. Officers had entered the storage unit moments before. Her captor tightened a cable around her throat. A photograph showed her seated inside an ambulance, wrapped in foil, her face apparently unmarked. By morning, a hospital spokesperson described her condition as stable but unusual. Her body temperature remained dangerously low despite external warming. She did not shiver. When a nurse inserted a cannula, Sana watched the needle enter without reacting. Her mother arrived soon afterward. According to the report, she embraced Sana and wept against her shoulder. Sana did not raise her arms. She asked the doctors why the woman was touching her. Maeve read the sentence 3 times. Behind her, inside the hidden room, something struck the wall of Sana's compartment. Once, twice. Then the woman in the drawer began screaming in a voice filled with all the terror the rescued Sana could no longer feel. The screaming stopped when Maeve opened Sana's compartment. The woman inside lay rigid beneath the sheet, breathing in rapid, shallow pulls. Her hands were clenched so tightly that the nails had cut crescents into her palms. The bruises around her throat had returned, darker than before. Though the rescued Sana in hospital remained unmarked, Maeve touched the woman's shoulder. Her eyes flew open. "Don't let him come back," she whispered. Then the pulse beneath Maeve's fingers slowed, and the drawer's indicator changed from amber to green. By the following evening, the woman could sit upright. She knew Sana Iqbal's name, her mother's perfume, the route she took home from work, and the song playing in the restaurant before she disappeared. She remembered the cable tightening around her throat. She remembered the police entering before it happened. But she did not remember Maeve. "What should I call you?" Maeve asked. The woman looked down at the identification band around her ankle. "It says Sana. There is already a Sana." The woman considered this without surprise. "Then I suppose I'm the part she didn't need." Maeve locked the compartment and returned to the desk. 3 new tags lay beneath the hanging lamp. A pensioner missing from a bus stop in Pardic, a delivery driver whose van had been found beside the motorway, a 15-year-old boy who had not returned from football practice. The drawers bearing their names were already occupied. Maeve told herself she would not interfere again. She lasted less than an hour. The pensioner's stored body developed a deep indentation across the chest and a line of gray dust around the nostrils. Maeve found a missing person notice mentioning the man's habit of taking shelter in an unfinished underground car park. She telephoned the fire service anonymously. They found him asleep inside his car with the engine running. The body in the drawer inhaled. The man outside survived, within hours. His core temperature fell below what doctors considered compatible with consciousness. He remained awake, calm, and unable to understand why his daughter was crying. The delivery driver's body began swelling with river water. Maeve reported a damaged barrier near the Clyde. Police divers reached the submerged van before the driver drowned. The duplicate coughed black water onto the mortuary floor and asked when his shift ended. The rescued man later removed his wet clothes in a hospital corridor because he could no longer feel cold or embarrassment. Maeve stopped checking the news after that. It changed nothing. Every intervention produced the same exchange. Injury moved inward. Death divided. One body awakened, carrying pain and memory. The survivor outside retained the name and face but lost heat, fear, attachment, and eventually recognition. The hidden room did not preserve life. It separated survival from everything that made survival matter. Still, when the schoolboy's stored body began developing a fracture along the base of the skull, Maeve called again. He was found beneath the stands at an abandoned sports ground, minutes before a concrete panel collapsed. By dawn, his mother was telling reporters that her son no longer knew why she kept calling him her baby. Maeve stood at the central desk, listening to the compartments breathe around her. The awakened substitutes whispered from behind their steel doors. Some pleaded to go home. Others repeated the last thoughts of people who had not died. None understood why those memories belonged to them. A temperature gauge hung above the desk. Its needle remained fixed far below the marked safe range. Beside it, a maintenance notice had appeared. Acceptable temperature is determined by continuity, not comfort. Maeve tore it down. Behind the paper was a small glass window she had never noticed. Beyond it stood an empty compartment. The interior light came on. A printer embedded in the wall began chattering. A blank identification card advanced slowly from its slot, the letters appearing line by line. Maeve Hollis, female, age 41, municipal mortuary assistant. Maeve stepped backward. Another line printed. Status, active. The drawer slid open by itself. Inside lay a folded white sheet, an ankle band, and a shallow impression in the mattress, shaped precisely like Maeve's body. The final line emerged more slowly than the others. Current core temperature, acceptable. Maeve pressed 2 fingers to her throat. Her pulse was steady, but when she breathed onto the glass, no mist appeared. The absence of mist on the glass frightened Maeve more than the empty drawer. She pressed her palm against her own chest and felt warmth through her uniform. Her skin was not cold. Her breath moved in and out. Yet the glass remained clear, reflecting only the pale oval of her face and the green indicator light above the compartment bearing her name. Behind her, the awakened bodies whispered from their drawers. Continuity, one of them said. Another repeated it. The word passed through the room in borrowed voices until Maeve fled. She spent the remaining hours before dawn in the records office, studying plans for the old basement. The official drawing showed a flooded boiler chamber beneath a sealed fire door and a disused service tunnel running nowhere. But an earlier plan, dated 23 years before, contained a narrow rectangular space between the tunnel and the foundation wall. It had no label. At the edge of the drawing, someone had written, "Access through drainage." Maeve waited until the day staff arrived, then told Callum she was unwell. He watched her gather a torch, bolt cutters, and the ring of maintenance keys. "You don't look ill," he said. "I don't feel like myself." His gaze remained on her for a moment too long. "That can be worse," he replied. The fire door at the end of the corridor opened with a key Maeve had never used. Beyond it, concrete steps descended into damp darkness. A brown tide mark ran along the walls at shoulder height, left by the flood years earlier. The air smelled of rust, silt, and old refrigeration fluid. At the bottom, black water filled the boiler chamber to the depth of her ankles. Maeve followed the service tunnel beneath sagging pipes. Condensation tapped steadily onto the floor. With every drop, the cold deepened. Halfway along, she found a square drainage grill fixed to the wall rather than the ground. The bolts had been recently oiled. Behind the grill was another corridor. Maeve crawled through. A continuous hum vibrated through the concrete, lower than the compressors upstairs. The passage ended at a sealed steel door stamped with the municipal crest and 3 words, Continuity Records Unit. Her maintenance keys did not fit. The door opened anyway. Shelves filled the chamber from floor to ceiling. Gray archive boxes stood in precise rows, each marked with a year and a sequence of initials. Along one wall, copper refrigeration pipes disappeared through the concrete toward the hidden cold room above. A ledger lay open on a central table. Maeve read the first heading, Transfer Authorization. Below it were columns for a protected name, an unidentified donor, anticipated injury, actual outcome, and continuity status. Some entries dated back more than 60 years. Judges, informants, civil servants, children scheduled to testify. Beside each protected person was a council reference number belonging to someone whose body had never been claimed. The dead had not merely been stored. They had been assigned. Maeve opened a box, marked Witness Preservation, Strathclyde. Inside were police photographs, missing person reports, and signed approvals bearing seals from departments that no longer existed. A typed memorandum described unclaimed bodies as biological redundancies capable of accepting terminal consequence without disruption to public continuity. In the margin, someone had written, "A name fixes the body. Absence makes it useful." Maeve thought of every family identification she had avoided, every unclaimed body she had cleaned, every name she had hesitated to speak. At the back of the chamber stood a single refrigerated compartment, larger than the drawers upstairs. Frost covered its steel door. There was no printed label, only a yellow evidence tag tied to the handle. The writing had blurred with age. Maeve wiped it with her sleeve. Hollis. N. Her knees weakened. She pulled the handle. The compartment opened with a sigh of air so cold it hurt her teeth. A woman lay inside beneath a transparent insulating sheet. She appeared no older than 22. Dark hair framed a narrow face, untouched by decay. A faint scar crossed one eyebrow, exactly where Nessa had struck the corner of a fireplace when they were children. Maeve leaned over her. For 20 years, she had imagined bones, river damage, an anonymous grave. She had never imagined breath. A small cloud formed against the underside of the sheet. The woman's eyes moved beneath their lids. Then her lips shaped the childhood name no one but Nessa had ever used for Maeve. May. The name escaped Nessa's lips inside a cloud of white breath. Maeve had not heard it spoken since childhood. Their mother had called her Maeve even when angry, and their father preferred no name at all. Only Nessa had shortened it, usually while asking forgiveness or trying to coax Maeve into some small act of disobedience. Maeve reached beneath the insulating sheet. Nessa's cheek was cold, but not lifeless. A weak pulse moved beneath her jaw at long, uneven intervals. "I'm here," Maeve whispered. Nessa did not open her eyes. The compartment's refrigeration unit increased its pitch, and frost began spreading around the drawer's frame. Maeve pulled her hand away before the skin of her fingers could stick to Nessa's face. On the underside of the evidence tag was a reference number. She searched the shelves until she found a gray box bearing the same sequence. Inside lay a thin case file bound with decaying red tape. The cover read, "Continuity Assignment, Hollis." Maeve. Maeve stood very still. Nessa's name appeared beneath hers. Unidentified donor, female. Presumed Nessa Hollis. Identification status, deliberately unresolved. Maeve lowered herself into the chair beside the table. The earliest document was a hospital report from 32 years before, when Maeve had been 9 and Nessa 10. It described an accident at their childhood home, a gas leak, a kitchen fire. 2 sisters found unconscious near the rear stairwell. Maeve remembered smoke. She remembered Nessa dragging her across the floor. She remembered waking in hospital while their mother cried into both hands. But the report said something else. Maeve Hollis had been found without a pulse. Severe inhalation injury. Cardiac arrest lasting more than 17 minutes. Resuscitation unsuccessful. The next page had been stamped by a municipal office Maeve had never heard of. Continuity, intervention, authorized. A handwritten note followed. Protected minor possesses viable civic trajectory. Secondary minor suitable for consequence transfer. Family instability increases probability of future non-identification. Maeve read the sentence until its meaning became unbearable. Nessa had not saved her by pulling her from the fire. Nessa had been used to save her afterward. The records described a procedure discovered decades earlier beneath the infirmary's original mortuary. Death, if interrupted before formal identification, could be redirected into an unclaimed or socially unanchored body. The substitute absorbed the fatal injury while the protected person continued living. Witnesses had been preserved for trials. Informants survived assassinations. Children connected to politically sensitive cases recovered from accidents that should have killed them. Each transfer required a body without a fixed identity, a name. The records repeated. Attached consequence to flesh. Uncertainty loosened it. Nessa had died in the hospital from injuries Maeve's body no longer carried, but before their mother could identify her, officials removed the corpse and altered the records. Maeve was told that Nessa had awakened and later disappeared. Their mother's grief, confusion, and dependence on medication had made the lie easy to maintain. Nessa's body was placed in continuity storage. The transfer should have ended there. Instead, Nessa began breathing 3 days later. A later report described her as a persistent donor, biologically active, non-aging, capable of repeatedly accepting injury intended for the original protected subject. Maeve turned page after page. Falls she did not remember. An infection that vanished overnight. A pedestrian collision when she was 19, after which she had walked away with only bruising. Beside each incident was a corresponding entry in Nessa's file. Fractured pelvis, septicemia, crushed ribs. Every serious harm Maeve had escaped had been recorded in the body lying behind her. Her sister had spent 20 years carrying injuries. Maeve believed she had survived through luck. The final documents concerned Nessa's disappearance. The system had manipulated police searches, intercepted identification requests, and directed the Clyde recovery case to Maeve personally. Her refusal to attend had not merely protected her from grief. It had preserved the transfer. Maeve found Callum Reed's signature on the most recent monitoring form. Beneath it was a warning: if donor is formally identified, accumulated consequence will return to the protected subject immediately. Behind her, the refrigeration compartment opened farther. Nessa's eyes were now open. They were the same gray Maeve remembered, but they held no recognition. Nessa looked past her toward the open file. Then she spoke in Maeve's voice. "I remember the fire." Maeve could not answer. Nessa slowly turned her head. "No," she said. "I remember dying in it." Nessa's voice remained Maeve's, but the words were spoken with a child's certainty. Maeve stood beside the open drawer, unable to look away from her sister's face. 20 years of imagined decay had not prepared her for preserved youth. Nessa's skin was pale and unlined. Only the eyes seemed older. Fixed upon Maeve, with the exhausted attention of someone waking from a dream that had lasted too long. "What else do you remember?" Maeve asked. Nessa's gaze moved toward the ceiling. "Smoke beneath the kitchen door. You crying because you couldn't find the stairs. My hands under your arms." Her brow tightened. Then men in white coats. A metal table. Someone saying they only needed one of us to continue. Maeve closed the file. "You were 10. So were you." "Almost. I didn't know." Nessa turned her head slowly. "You knew something." The accusation was quiet. But Maeve felt it enter her like cold water. She searched the remaining documents for instructions. Near the bottom of the box, beneath monitoring charts and incident reports, she found a black folder marked Release Conditions. Its contents were brief. A persistent donor could not be removed from storage while the original transfer remained active. Separation would cause rapid organ failure in both bodies. To release the donor, the protected subject had to acknowledge the donor's identity and consent to the restoration of the first unresolved consequence. Maeve read the phrase twice. First unresolved consequence, death by smoke inhalation and cardiac arrest. A signature line waited beneath it. Her name had already been typed. Nessa watched her from the compartment. "You have to take it back," she said. Maeve's mouth went dry. "Did they tell you that?" "No. I remember you reading it. I only just opened the folder." Nessa raised one hand. Frost broke away from her fingers. "I remember your hands. Your job. The room's upstairs. The woman from Govan whose hair you combed." She looked down at her own palm as though it belonged to someone else. "You're leaking into me." Maeve stepped back. The transfer records contained a technical appendix she had overlooked. Persistent donors did not absorb only injury. Over time, they accumulated sensation, memory, a bet, and emotional residue from the protected subject. The longer identification was delayed, the less distinct the two identities became. Another note had been added years later. Avoidance behaviors may emerge in protected subject as a stabilizing response. Do not correct. Reluctance to identify donor prolongs continuity and reduces risk of reintegration. Maeve felt the room tilt. Her refusal to view the body from the Clyde. Her lifelong disappearance from family identifications. The nausea she experienced whenever someone asked her to confirm a face. Even the tenderness she reserved for the unnamed dead, all of it had seemed like guilt shaped into ritual. The records suggested something worse. The system had trained her, not through instruction, but through pressure applied inside her own mind. Every time Maeve approached certainty, the transfer had pushed her away. Fear had preserved Nessa more efficiently than locks. Maeve pressed both hands against the table. Was any of it mine? Nessa's expression softened. That question is mine now, too. A door opened behind them. Callum stood at the entrance to the records chamber. He wore no coat, despite the cold. In one hand, he carried a syringe. In the other, a ring of keys Maeve had never seen. "You shouldn't have opened that file," he said. Maeve moved between him and Nessa. "You knew. My predecessor knew way. I inherited the responsibility. You signed the reports. I kept both of you alive. You kept her here." Callum glanced toward Nessa with professional discomfort, as though inspecting damaged equipment. "The program ended years ago. Most persistent donors failed. Your sister did not. We could not release her without killing you. You could have told me. We tried once." Maeve remembered a counselor visiting after Nessa vanished, asking whether she ever felt that her sister was still physically close. Maeve had refused another appointment. Callum saw recognition in her face. The system defended itself. He said, "So did you." He placed the syringe on the table and opened the black folder to the signature page. "If you sign, identification becomes binding. The original death returns to you. It may take seconds. It may take hours." "And Nessa?" She continues. As herself, Callum did not answer. Nessa sat upright in the drawer. Her movements were steadier now. She pushed the insulating sheet away and looked directly at Maeve. A childhood scar crossed her eyebrow, but when she spoke, she used the precise cadence Maeve heard every morning, inside her own thoughts. "Sign it." Maeve reached for the pen. The moment her fingers touched it, smoke began to curl from her mouth. Smoke curled from Maeve's mouth and vanished in the cold air. She dropped the pen. The black folder remained open on the table. The signature line waiting beneath her typed name. A dark smear marked the place where her fingers had touched the page. As though soot had risen through her skin, Maeve coughed. Pain tightened around her chest. It was not the sharp panic of choking, but a pressure she recognized from the childhood memory she had spent years refusing to examine. Heat behind a closed door. Smoke flattening itself along the ceiling. Nessa's arms dragging her across linoleum. Her lungs remembered before she did. Callum retrieved the pen from the floor. "The restoration has already begun," he said. Opening the file and recognizing the donor weakened the transfer. Maeve wiped soot from her lips. "Then why do you need my signature?" "Consent determines where the consequence settles. And if I don't sign?" He glanced toward Nessa. "It will continue distributing itself between you." Nessa swung her legs over the edge of the compartment. Her bare feet touched the concrete floor without hesitation. The refrigeration alarms began sounding somewhere above them. Maeve watched her sister stand. 20 years of stillness should have left her unable to support her own weight. But Nessa moved with Maeve's posture, shoulders slightly forward. Right hand flexing once before reaching for balance. It was a habit Maeve had developed after injuring her wrist at 17. Nessa had been in storage when that happened. "You remember that?" Maeve asked. Nessa rubbed the wrist. "The bicycle slipped on wet leaves near Queen's Park." She said, "You lied to Mom and said you fell on the stairs because she'd forbidden you to ride after dark." Maeve stared at her. She had never told anyone. Callum pushed the pen toward her. "Every minute you delay increases memory transfer." Another cough bent Maeve over the table. This time, smoke poured from her nose as well as her mouth. Heat moved beneath her ribs, yet her skin remained cold to the touch. She lifted the pen. The tip hovered above the signature line. All she had to do was write her name. The thought should have felt simple. She had signed intake forms for thousands of bodies, attaching names to flesh so the dead could be released. But now the letters seemed to belong to both women. If she signed as Maeve Hollis, which of them would the name choose? Nessa stepped closer. "You used to count the cracks in our bedroom ceiling," she said. "There were 43. Unless it rained. Then the stain above my bed made 44. Maeve's hand began to shake. "That could be in the transfer records." "It isn't. You could have heard me remembering it." Nessa smiled faintly. The expression was not hers. It was the guarded half-smile Maeve used when someone offered kindness she did not trust. "You hid 6 pounds inside the lining of your school bag." Nessa continued. "You were saving to leave home. After the fire, you spent it on a red scarf for me because you thought I had saved your life." Maeve remembered the scarf. She remembered placing it on Nessa's empty bed after the disappearance. She had never understood why the sight of it made her feel ashamed. "Stop," she whispered. Nessa's eyes filled with tears. Maeve felt them gather in her own. Callum seized her wrist. "Sign before neither of you can distinguish the donor from the protected subject." Maeve pulled away. The pen scored a black line across the page without forming a letter. A violent heat swept through her. She fell against the table, gasping. The records chamber disappeared behind gray smoke. For a moment, she was 9 again, lying beside the rear stairwell while Nessa screamed for help. Then the memory shifted. Maeve was no longer on the floor. She was standing above herself. She felt Nessa's hands, Nessa's failing lungs, Nessa's terror as men lifted Maeve's body onto a trolley and left the other child behind. The memory belonged to both of them now. Maeve forced herself upright. "I need to know who she'll be," she said. Callum's expression hardened. "There is no time. Who will walk out?" He did not answer. That silence was enough. Maeve closed the folder. Callum lunged for it, but Nessa caught his arm. She moved with sudden strength, twisting him away from the table. The syringe fell and shattered on the floor. Refrigeration pipes groaned inside the walls. Every compartment upstairs began unlocking in rapid succession. Maeve heard metal drawers sliding open above them, followed by dozens of voices drawing breath. Nessa released Callum and turned toward Maeve. She knew the layout of the mortuary. Maeve saw it in the way her eyes tracked the ceiling, following corridors she had never walked. Then she reached into Maeve's coat pocket and removed the identification badge. She pinned it to her own shirt. "Maeve Hollis," she said, testing the name. The records chamber lights went out. In the darkness, one of the sisters whispered, "I remember choosing not to come for you." Maeve could no longer tell which voice had spoken. The darkness lasted only a few seconds. When the emergency lights came on, they revealed Maeve standing alone beside the open records table. Callum was gone. So was Nessa. The large refrigerated compartment stood open and empty, its mattress coated in thawing frost. The black folder had fallen to the floor. Every page inside it was blank. Maeve touched the badge pinned to her shirt. The photograph showed her face. The name beneath it read, Maeve Hollis. A childhood scar crossed her left eyebrow. She pressed 2 fingers to it and remembered striking the fireplace as Nessa. At the same time, she remembered watching the blood run down Nessa's face while Maeve screamed for their mother. Both memories carried pain. Neither felt borrowed. Above her, the mortuary alarms stopped. Maeve climbed through the drainage passage and entered the old basement. The black water had receded, leaving only damp concrete and flakes of rust. When she reached the main corridor, the hidden cold storage door was absent. She counted the distance to receiving, 37 steps. The ordinary refrigeration bays stood closed. No voices called from inside them. No awakened substitute struck the drawers. The names Sana Iqbal, Martin Keir, and the others had vanished from the intake system. By the loading bay, Maeve found one body beneath a white sheet. It lay on the trolley she had used for Agnes Doolan. Maeve pulled the sheet back. The woman appeared to be in her early 40s. Her face was pale and softened by smoke damage. There were no identifying documents, no jewelry, and no hospital band. The hair was dark, threaded with gray. A faint scar crossed one eyebrow. Maeve reached for the woman's throat. No pulse. The skin was still warm. She looked down at her own hands. They were trembling. On the right wrist, she found an old fracture ache that belonged to Maeve. Beneath her left thumbnail was a pale crescent Nessa had acquired while repairing a broken wardrobe door at 16. The body on the trolley could have been either sister. So could she. Police arrived after a cleaner reported the alarms. They found no evidence of concealed rooms, flooded tunnels, or municipal records beneath the mortuary. The basement wall was solid concrete. Building plans showed it had always been so. Callum Reed was listed as having retired 9 years earlier. No one remembered him working the night before. The officers asked Maeve to identify the corpse. She stood beside the viewing trolley while rain whispered against the high windows. The white sheet ended just below the dead woman's chin. A fingerprint specialist waited with a tablet. A detective asked whether Maeve recognized her. Her mouth opened. 2 names rose together. She could say Nessa and keep Maeve. She could say Maeve and become the sister who had been found. The room grew colder. Condensation formed on the viewing window. 5 long fingerprints appeared in the mist. One after another, Maeve closed her mouth. "I don't know her," she said. The sentence filled her with grief so old it seemed to belong to the building. The body was registered as unidentified. Maeve left before anyone could ask her to sign the form. Outside, Glasgow was waking beneath low clouds. Buses moved through rain. Shop shutters lifted. People carried coffee and folded umbrellas. Unaware that 3 floors below them an entire history had disappeared, Maeve walked west without deciding where she was going. She remembered Nessa leaving the pub near Charing Cross in a green coat. She remembered being Maeve, waiting at home and refusing to telephone. She remembered being Nessa, never reaching the street at all. At the river, she stopped and studied her reflection. The woman in the dark water wore Maeve's badge and Nessa's scar. When she raised a hand, the reflection followed a fraction too late. Behind her, an ambulance passed with its siren off. For one moment she smelled smoke, then cold storage air. She removed the badge and turned it over. Someone had written on the back in blue ink, "Do not identify." Below the warning was a second line. Still wet. Continuity restored. Maeve or Nessa looked toward the river and tried to remember which sister had always been afraid of deep water. The answer came in both voices. She kept walking. Perhaps identity is not only the name written on a file, but the burden a person agrees to carry. Maeve survived because another body accepted her death. Yet that survival slowly erased the boundary between gratitude, guilt, and theft. By refusing to identify the woman left behind, the surviving sister preserves the same uncertainty that imprisoned them both. But was that final refusal cowardice, a mercy, or the last command of a system still protecting itself? If every memory you carried belonged equally to someone else, which name would you choose, and what would that choice make you responsible for? Story 4. The first thing Mara Vane noticed about Calder Keep was that the rain refused to touch it. Rain swept across the western coast in silver sheets, flattening the heather and turning the access road into black mud. It struck the hired Land Rover so hard that the wipers could barely keep pace. Yet the castle ahead remained dry. Not sheltered, not merely less exposed. Dry. Calder Keep stood on a basalt promontory above the Atlantic, its 4 towers pressed against a sky the color of old pewter. Water streamed along the cliff path, dripped from the boundary wall, and gathered between the rocks. But the keep showed no darkening stone, no shining film, no rainwater descending from its battlements. Mara slowed the vehicle. She was a structural engineer, not a folklorist. Buildings behaved strangely for ordinary reasons: prevailing wind, porous stone, hidden drainage, thermal differences. The human eye was easily misled in bad weather. She repeated those explanations until the road narrowed and the sea appeared below her. Mara looked away at once. Her shoulders tightened. Her left hand locked around the steering wheel, while the right turned up the radio too quickly. A presenter mentioned ferry cancellations farther north. Mara changed the station before the word drowning could arrive, though no one had said it. At the iron gate, a man waited beneath a black umbrella. He was broad, silver-haired, and dressed in a waxed coat too new for the landscape. He introduced himself as Alasdair Rook, solicitor to the Calder estate. "You made reasonable time," he said. "The road is worse than your email suggested." "It often is." He glanced at the sea, then at Mara, as if checking whether she had done the same. The gate opened inward with a groan she felt through her boots. Inside the walls, the rain stopped. There was no gradual sheltering beneath trees or masonry. One step beyond the gate, water ceased to fall. Behind her, rain hammered the road. In front of her, the gravel courtyard lay pale and dusty. Mara held out her palm. Nothing touched it. Rook watched her. "Local air currents," she said. "So I'm told." He led her across the courtyard, speaking about cracked lintels, subsidence in the western tower, and a fissure behind the old dining hall. The estate wanted a complete assessment before winter. Calder Keep had remained in the family for nearly 4 centuries. Though its present owner lived abroad, "You'll have the building mostly to yourself," Rook said. "Mostly?" "The caretaker comes during daylight. And at night?" Rook stopped before the main doors. The wood was black, swollen-looking, and banded with iron. Its lower panels bore long white streaks. Mara crouched and scraped one with her thumbnail. Salt. She smelled brine, cold rope, and something faintly organic beneath both, like seaweed left inside a sealed jar. "At night," Rook said, "the caretaker prefers the village." The entrance hall was warmer than expected. A peat fire burned in a stone grate, and electric lamps lined the walls. Portraits of the Calder family climbed the staircase in stern succession. Their hands rested upon ledgers, swords, ship models, and maps. Mara set down her equipment case. Somewhere deeper in the castle, wood gave a slow, heavy creak. Rook handed her a ring of keys and a typed inventory. "The east rooms are locked. There's nothing relevant to your inspection there. Locked because they're unsafe. Locked because they are unused. That isn't the same thing." "No," he said. "It isn't." By early evening, he had gone. Mara worked until the light failed, photographing fractures and marking the walls with removable chalk. She found no serious movement in the main structure, though several interior stones felt damp beneath her fingertips. The moisture stopped precisely at the mortar lines. Each stone seemed to contain its own private weather. Near the old dining hall, she heard dripping. One drop, then another, then a third. She followed the sound to a narrow corridor ending at a locked oak door. The floor before it was dry. The ceiling above it was dry. The walls were dry, but beneath the door, something dark spread across the threshold. Mara knelt. The liquid reached the toe of her boot. Salt water. From the other side came the faint scrape of cutlery against plates. Then a child's voice said clearly through the locked door, "Mara, your brother has been waiting for supper." Mara did not open the door. For several seconds she remained kneeling in the corridor, listening to the quiet movement beyond the oak. Cutlery touched china. A chair shifted, Someone breathed through a nose clogged with water. Then the sound stopped. The salt water at her boot withdrew beneath the door as neatly as a tongue. Mara stood too quickly and struck her shoulder against the wall. She told herself the child's voice had been carried through old ventilation shafts. Rook had mentioned a caretaker. The water might have come from a concealed pipe. She did not explain how the voice had known her name. She slept in a room overlooking the courtyard, with the curtains closed against the sea. Sleep came in shallow intervals. Each time she woke, she heard waves below the cliff, not crashing, but drawing inward, as though the ocean were inhaling through the rock. At first light, Mara began the formal inspection. Routine steadied her. She photographed the walls, measured cracks, tested moisture levels, and tapped the masonry for voids. Calder Keep had been altered repeatedly, yet none of its additions explained the salt concentrated inside individual stones. Shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning, the caretaker arrived. Ewan Sloane was lean, stooped, and perhaps 60, with a face weathered into permanent suspicion. He wore rubber boots despite the dry courtyard and carried a canvas tool bag smelling faintly of paraffin. "You're the engineer," he said. "Mara Vane." "I know." He did not offer his hand. Mara showed him the locked door and asked whether anyone had entered the east rooms during the night. "No." "I heard voices." "No, you didn't." The answer came too quickly. "I also heard water." Ewan looked at the door but not at the gap beneath it. Old buildings make their own sounds. Water is not a sound a building makes. In this one it is. He seemed to realize he had said too much. His mouth tightened. Mara asked for the key. "There isn't one." Rook's ring held 7 keys, none of which fitted. When Mara touched the corroded lock, cold traveled into her fingertips so sharply that she pulled back. Ewan was already walking away. She followed him into the main hall, asking about drains, hidden cisterns, wells, and plumbing routes. He answered each question with no. "Not anymore, or before my time." "Did you hear anyone last night?" Mara asked. "No." "A child?" "No children come here." The words opened a memory she had spent years keeping closed. Callum at 9 years old, standing knee-deep in summer water, laughing because Mara would not follow. Callum at 23, wearing the same expression, calling to her from the shallows of Loch Brean while she remained among the stones. "Come on, Mara. It's barely cold." The official report said he had slipped from a submerged shelf. The current caught him before anyone understood what had happened. Mara watched his head disappear, reappear, then disappear again. She entered the water only as far as her ankles. By the time others reached him, his body had traveled nearly half a mile. Mara realized Ewan was watching her. "You've gone pale," he said. "I'm fine. That's what people say here before they leave." A soft patter interrupted them. Not rain. Footsteps. Wet soles moved across stone somewhere above the hall. Mara looked up. The gallery was empty, but the sound continued. Step. Pause. Step. Water dripped through the balustrade and struck the floor in dark coins. Ewan did not move. "You hear that?" Mara said. "I hear pigeons." "There are no pigeons inside." "There are always pigeons somewhere." The footsteps crossed the gallery and descended the staircase, although nothing appeared upon it. One by one, wet impressions formed on the dry steps. Bare feet, small at first, then larger. Mara followed them. Ewan called her name once. without conviction. The prince crossed the entrance hall and ended beneath a portrait hanging between two windows. It showed a young man in an 18th century naval coat, one hand resting on a ship's rail. The brass plaque read, Sebastian Calder, sole survivor of the wreck of the St. Orison. Mara leaned closer. The painted sea behind him was black with bodies. Fresh water gathered along the bottom of the frame and fell in slow drops. Then, Sebastian Calder's painted hand tightened around the rail. Mara stepped back from the portrait. Sebastian Calder's painted fingers remained curled around the rail for one irrational moment. She expected the canvas to drip seawater from his sleeve. Instead, the only movement came from the wet footprints beneath the frame. Their edges softened, then vanished into the stone as though the floor had absorbed them. Ewan stood at the foot of the staircase. "You saw that," Mara said. "I saw moisture." The hand moved. "Old varnish shifts in heat." "There is no heat." He glanced toward the corridor containing the locked room. "That depends where you stand." Mara crossed the hall before he could stop her. The oak door looked unchanged, but the lock was no longer corroded. Its metal surface shone with black moisture. One of Rook's keys, the smallest on the ring, slid into it without resistance. Ewan caught her wrist. His grip was stronger than she expected. "You were told those rooms were irrelevant. I decide what is structurally relevant. They're below inspection." That phrase means nothing. It means exactly what it says. Mara pulled free and turned the key. The lock opened with a soft internal click. Beyond the door lay a rectangular chamber scarcely larger than a bedroom. No furniture stood inside. No windows broke the stone walls. The floor consisted of broad gray slabs fitted so precisely that Mara could not see mortar between them. Everything was dry. She remained at the threshold, waiting for the smell of brine. It came slowly, followed by the odor of wet wool, old food, and human breath held too long. Ewan stayed behind her. "Nothing there," he said. The door had opened inward, yet no scrape marked the dusty floor. Mara crouched and examined the threshold. The stone beneath it was elevated by less than an inch, enough to prevent surface water from traveling into the corridor. She stepped inside. Cold rose through the soles of her boots. Her moisture meter registered nothing unusual on the walls. The ceiling showed no staining, no fractured pipe, no mineral trace. She photographed each corner, then knelt and pressed the sensor against the floor. The reading changed from dry to saturated. "That's impossible," she murmured. A bead of water appeared between two slabs, then another. Dozens followed, gathering along the hairline seams. They did not spread toward the door. Instead, they collected across the center of the room, forming a perfectly bounded sheet that respected every edge except the threshold. Within seconds, water covered Mara's boot soles. She stopped breathing. The chamber disappeared. Not physically. The walls remained around her. But her mind replaced them with Lochbrayon, gray water, Callum's head breaking the surface, his mouth opening around a word she had never heard. Her legs refused to move. The water reached her ankles. "Ewan," called from the corridor. His voice sounded far away. "Mara, step out." She could not. The surface remained unnaturally calm despite the water rising through the floor. No bubbling marked its source. It simply became deeper, as though the stone itself were changing into sea. Mara forced one foot backward, the instant her heel crossed the threshold. It emerged completely dry. She stared down. Inside the room, water reached halfway up her shin. Outside, the corridor remained untouched. Not one drop crossed the raised stone. Even the leather of the boot beyond the doorway was dry, while the portion still inside appeared submerged. She withdrew entirely. The water continued rising. At knee height, the empty chamber gained depth beyond its dimensions. The floor vanished beneath dark green water. Yet instead of seeing the submerged slabs, Mara saw another room below, a dining room. It lay perhaps 15 feet beneath the surface, illuminated by the weak amber glow of candles that should not have burned underwater. A long table occupied its center. Chairs surrounded it, silver dishes, drinking glasses, and serving platters had been arranged for a formal meal. People sat in every chair. Men, women, and children, dressed in clothing from different centuries, remained perfectly still. Their hair drifted around pale faces. Chains passed from their ankles beneath the table. Some had ropes around their wrists. Others wore iron collars darkened by rust. One woman held a spoon halfway to her mouth. A boy leaned over an untouched plate. At the head of the table sat a broad-shouldered man in a rotted naval coat, Sebastian Calder. His face was swollen, his eyes milk-white, but one hand still gripped an invisible ship's rail. Mara pressed both palms against the corridor wall to keep from falling. Ewan whispered behind her, "It shouldn't be this high." "You knew." He did not answer. The drowned diners remained motionless, staring at their plates, all except one. A young man sat near the far end, his face hidden by floating dark hair. His clothes were modern, a blue jumper, black trousers, walking boots, the same clothes Callum had worn at Loch Breon. Slowly, the figure beneath the water lifted his head. His face was not Callum's. It was Mara's. Mara stared through the water at her own drowned face. The figure below the table did not blink. Its hair floated around cheeks that were fuller than hers, younger somehow, as though the room had preserved a version of Mara from before Callum died. The mouth opened once. No bubbles escaped. Ewan dragged her backward by the shoulders. The instant the door swung shut, the water vanished from sight. The corridor smelled only of dust and cold stone. You knew there was a room beneath it. Mara said, "There is no room beneath it." "I saw one." "So did I." That admission frightened her more than denial would have. By mid-morning, Mara had converted the old library into a temporary survey station. She unpacked a laser rangefinder, thermal camera, hygrometer, ultrasonic thickness gauge, and a compact ground-penetrating radar unit intended for historic foundations. Instruments did not become frightened. They did not remember brothers vanishing beneath gray water. She began with the simplest explanation. A concealed cistern might exist below the east wing. The castle could contain channels carved into the rock, fed by groundwater or a tidal fissure. Salt crystals in the masonry supported marine intrusion. Capillary action could account for isolated damp stones if the mortar had been replaced with an impermeable modern mix. None of it explained a dining room beneath a floor less than 12 feet above bedrock. She measured again. From the chamber floor to the exposed basalt beneath the outer wall, 11 feet, 7 inches. From the chamber threshold to the drowned dining room visible below, at least 18 feet. The geometry overlapped solid rock. Mara recalibrated the rangefinder. The reading remained unchanged. The radar made matters worse. Beneath the empty chamber, it detected alternating layers of stone, timber, and open space descending beyond the device's effective range. Every few seconds, the display showed a long moving band where no movement should have been. Ewan stood in the doorway of the library, watching. "What supplies the water?" Mara asked. "Nothing." "Hidden reservoir?" "No." "Sea cave?" "The cliff was surveyed before you were born." "Then groundwater pressure?" "It has not rained inside the walls in 300 years. She looked toward him. "Inside the walls?" Ewan's jaw tightened. Mara returned to the locked room with a fiber-optic inspection camera and drilled a narrow hole through the mortar beside the threshold. The bit passed through 4 inches of stone, then entered empty space. On the screen, the camera showed darkness. She fed more cable through. 5 feet. 10. 20. The lens descended through black water without producing a ripple. Pale shapes moved beyond its light. Chair legs. Drifting cloth. The white curve of a cheek. The depth counter reached 34 feet. Impossible. Calder keeps foundations ended before 12. Mara lowered a digital pressure sensor through the same opening. The recorded pressure suggested nearly 40 feet of seawater. Its temperature was 6 degrees Celsius. Colder than the air. Warmer than the Atlantic below. Private weather. Ewan murmured. "What?" "That's what the old Calders called it. Weather kept for the family." Mara turned toward him, but a burst of static came from the camera speaker. The inspection unit was not designed to transmit audio. Static thickened into a wet, crackling sound. Then came breathing. Slow, labored, close to the microphone. Mara froze. A voice emerged beneath the distortion. "Mara." Her hand slipped on the cable. The voice was male and young. It spoke from impossible depth with the blurred softness of someone calling through a closed door. She knew it before it finished the first word. "Callum." Ewan moved toward the equipment, but Mara blocked him. The speaker hissed again. Memory returned with brutal clarity. Callum waist-deep in Lochbraon, turning toward something beyond her. The sudden fear on his face, his hand rising above the surface. For years, Mara had told police and family that he had shouted for help. That was not what he had said. The recording breathed the words exactly as he had spoken them that day. "Don't let them take my place." Mara stopped breathing. Beneath the sentence came the clink of cutlery and many chairs scraping backward at once. The pressure sensor jumped. Water burst from the drilled hole in a thin black stream, struck the opposite wall, and began writing a name across the stone in salt. Callum Vane. The salt letters remained on the wall after the water stopped. Callum Vane. Mara touched the first letter. The crystals were coarse and damp, as though scraped from the inside of a ship's hold. Beneath her fingertip, the name gave a small shudder. From somewhere in the east wing, a lock opened, then another. The sounds moved through the castle one after the next, metal turning, bolts withdrawing, old doors relaxing in their frames. 7 in total. Ewan seized the camera cable and pulled it from the inspection hole. Black water came with it, spilling across the floor before vanishing between the stones. "What did you do?" he asked. "I didn't do anything. You gave it a name." "I didn't say his name. You brought it here." Mara looked at the salt on the wall. "No, his name was already here." The nearest newly opened door stood across the corridor. Beyond it lay a narrow bedchamber with faded blue wallpaper and a child's iron bed. Water rose through the floorboards. It did not soak the wood. It occupied the room without damaging it, climbing steadily until the mattress lay beneath a glassy surface. A drowned girl sat upright on the bed, combing her hair with slow, repetitive strokes. Her dress belonged to the late 19th century. Seagrass had grown through the buttons at her throat. Across the hall, another chamber filled, An elderly man knelt beside a fireplace, repeatedly arranging pieces of coal that drifted away each time he touched them. In the next room, a woman folded the same infant's blanket over and over while an empty cradle rocked behind her. None of them looked toward Mara. "They're not haunting the rooms," she whispered. Ewan said nothing. "They're living in them, not living. They think they are." The drowned inhabitants continued fragments of unfinished routine. A servant polished silver with hands stripped pale by water. A boy wrote the same sentence in a schoolbook while ink floated from his pen in black ribbons. A woman stood before a mirror fastening a necklace around a throat marked by an iron collar. Mara examined each threshold. The water never crossed them. Every chamber contained its own sealed depth, its own temperature, its own pressure. The castle was not flooded. It was divided into reservoirs shaped like rooms, private weather. In the dining chamber, the water had risen nearly to the ceiling. Mara reopened the door and found the submerged table below, farther away than before. The diners were moving now, not freely. They repeated gestures in silent cycles. A knife lifted and descended without cutting food. A glass tilted toward blue lips. A father placed his hand over a child's as though saying grace. Chains tightened whenever anyone attempted to rise. At the table's head, Sebastian Calder sat rigid in his ruined naval coat. Mara took out her notebook. She began reading the names beneath the nearby portraits. Sebastian Calder. The drowned man's head lifted. Water struck the inside of the chamber walls with a heavy pulse. Margaret Calder. A woman at the table raised her glass. Thomas Calder. The submerged candles flared brighter. Each spoken name produced a response, not from the person named alone, but from the entire room. Chairs shifted, plates turned. The water level changed by inches, expanding and contracting like breath. Ewan pulled the notebook from Mara's hand. "Stop feeding it. I'm identifying them. The Calders are already identified. Then who are the others?" He looked at the chained men and women seated between the family members. Some wore sailors' clothing. Others wore torn linen, shackles, or nothing but strips of cloth around their waists. They had no plaques, portraits, or entries in the estate inventory. No names. Mara understood then that the table was not arranged by family relationship. It was arranged by ownership. She stepped closer to the threshold. Her pulse throbbed in her palms. Somewhere below, a figure in Callum's blue jumper remained hidden among drifting bodies. "Callum," she said. Ewan closed his eyes. The chamber convulsed. Water climbed the walls and struck the ceiling. Though not one drop escaped, every drowned diner stopped moving. Their faces turned toward the head of the table. Sebastian Calder's chair scraped backward. Behind him, where solid wall had been, an empty chair appeared. It was plain, modern, and wet. Callum's chair from their mother's kitchen. On the seat lay his watch, still ticking beneath 40 feet of water. Then every person at the table looked up at Mara, and the empty chair drew itself away from the table as though making room for her. The empty chair stopped moving only when Mara stepped away from the threshold. Callum's watch continued ticking beneath the water. The sound should have been inaudible through the sealed chamber. Yet she heard every second distinctly, each one small and metallic, as though the mechanism were fastened behind her breastbone. Ewan closed the door. "You cannot keep opening things," he said. "They were already open. Not to you." Mara took back her notebook and returned to the survey plans in the library. Fear had made the castle seem impossible. But impossibility still left measurements. Measurements left contradictions. She laid the 19th century floor plan beside her own laser survey. The western tower was wrong. Externally, its diameter measured 29 feet. Internally, the circular chamber measured barely 19. The walls should have been 5 feet thick. Considerable but plausible for a fortified structure. Yet thermal imaging showed an irregular cold void within the masonry. Wide enough in places for a person to stand. A passage. The entrance was concealed behind paneling in the former chart room. No hinge, latch, or seam was visible. But one section of oak sounded hollow when Mara struck it. Ewan found her levering away the lower molding with a pry bar. His face lost what little color it had. That wall supports the stair. No, it doesn't. You cannot know that. I do know it. Someone built a corridor inside the tower and removed it from every recorded plan. Mara. She stopped. It was the first time he had spoken her name without irritation. What's inside? She asked. Ewan looked toward the sea-facing windows. Things the family refused to bury. The panel released with a dry crack. Air moved through the opening, carrying salt, tar, damp wood, and a deeper smell that Mara recognized from maritime museums. Old rope soaked in bilge water. Beyond the panel, stone steps curved downward into darkness. She switched on her headlamp. Chains had been set directly into the walls, not hung there later, built into them. Iron links emerged from the mortar at shoulder height, descended in loops, then vanished into the opposite side. Some ended in collars, others in wrist shackles worn smooth on the inner edges. Mara touched one. The metal vibrated faintly. Below, the passage narrowed around massive timber beams darker than the surrounding oak. They were not native to the castle. Their grain had been scarred by axe cuts. Fire and salt along each beam. Names had been carved in several hands. The Mercy of Bristol, Saint Horizon, Bright Judith, the Providence. Some had dates beneath them. Others carried only tally marks. Ewan descended behind her. These are ship timbers. Mara said, yes. Salvage? That was the story. At the base of the stair, the corridor opened into a chamber hidden inside the tower wall. Its construction made no architectural sense. One side was castle masonry. The other had been built from curved hull planks fitted upright, as if part of a ship had been buried vertically within the stone. Ballast blocks covered the floor. Mara recognized volcanic rock, coral limestone, river-rounded granite materials carried from different coasts and thrown into holds to stabilize vessels. Between the stones lay rusted buckles, broken beads, wooden combs, teeth, and lengths of chain. She crouched beside a plank marked with deep parallel scratches. Not tool marks, fingernails. Ewan stood beneath one of the beams. The Calders called this the foundation room. This is not a foundation. No, it's a receipt. Mara looked at him. He removed a folded paper from inside his coat. It was a copy of an old shipping manifest. The cargo column listed timber, sugar, tobacco, iron, and numbers without names. Men, 83. Women, 46. Children, 19. Several entries had been crossed through before arrival. Mara read the ship's name at the top. Saint Horizon. The wreck Sebastian survived, she said. Ewan nodded. It did not strike a reef. The Calder captain ordered the lower hold sealed and the vessel scuttled. Insurance paid for the cargo. Sebastian came ashore alone. Mara stared at the curved wall. And the other ships? Purchased cheaply, condemned publicly, sunk privately, for salvage, for deaths. A low knock traveled through the hull planks. Then another answered from farther along the wall. Soon the whole chamber was knocking. Hundreds of hands. Striking from the other side. Mara raised her light. Between two beams. The mortar had cracked open around a narrow stone slab. Names covered it from floor to ceiling. Carved in tiny, compressed lines. Most had been deliberately chiseled away. One remained clear. Callum Vane. Below it. In fresher lettering. Someone had begun carving another name. Maravani. The half-carved letters of Mara's name were still shedding dust. She dragged her fingertips across the fresh grooves. The stone was cold, but the dust clung damply to her skin. "Who carved this?" she asked. Ewan did not answer. Behind the hull planks, the knocking slowed until only one hand remained. 3 blows. A pause. 3 more. Callum's childhood signal. Whenever one of them had hidden beneath the stairs or inside their mother's wardrobe, they had used that rhythm to say, "I know you're there." Mara stepped toward the wall. Ewan seized her arm. "It wants you to answer. It already knows I'm here. That isn't the same as being entered." The word struck her as deliberate. He led her from the foundation room and up through the western tower. In the library, he locked the hidden panel. Though both of them knew the mechanism could no longer contain anything, Mara placed the shipping manifest on the table. "You said the chamber was a receipt." Ewan remained standing. "Show me what was purchased." For a long moment, he studied her as if deciding whether she was still capable of leaving. Then he crossed to a bookcase, removed 3 volumes of estate histories, and pressed his thumb into a recess behind them. A narrow cupboard opened within the wall. Inside lay ledgers bound in cracked black leather. The oldest had no title. Its first pages described repairs, cargo settlements, and payments to dock officials. Then the language changed. 1 life preserved. 1 death delivered. The phrase appeared repeatedly in different hands. Each entry named a Calder family member, the sea accident they had survived, and a corresponding victim recorded only by category: Sebastian Calder St. Orison, foundering, delivered, 1 adult male. Unrecorded: Margaret Calder carriage lost beneath the tidal causeway, delivered, 1 female servant. Thomas Calder and Sons fishing vessel overturned. Delivered. 3 persons taken from the lower rooms. Mara turned pages more quickly. The mechanism evolved with the family's fortunes. At first, captives from the ships had been brought alive to Calder Keep and confined inside the chambers. Later, prisoners, servants, debtors, and unidentified bodies were substituted. The castle did not prevent drowning. It reassigned it. Whenever a Calder should have died at sea, water filled one of the sealed rooms. Someone inside drowned in the descendant's place, even if the intended victim had already been miles from the coast. The chosen person was required to be unnamed in the official record. Identity interfered with the transfer. That's why they were erased. Mara said. Ewan nodded. A remembered death belongs to the dead. An anonymous death can be claimed. She looked toward the corridor of drowned rooms. The people at the table. Those are the Calders who were saved and those who paid for them. The house keeps both sides of the exchange. Why imprison the family? It doesn't consider survival innocence. The final ledger was modern. Its pages white and machine-ruled. Entries had been typed, then signed by witnesses. The euphemisms had become administrative, beneficiary, maritime incident, replacement source, delivery confirmed. Mara found yacht accidents, ferry fires, children swept from beaches. Divers recovered after impossible lengths of time underwater. Beside each survival was another death, an undocumented migrant, a missing deckhand, an unidentified body, a patient without next of kin. Then she saw the date of Callum's drowning. The entry occupied a full page. Beneficiary, Alistair Sebastian Calder. Incident, private yacht foundered off the Hebrides. Recovery, beneficiary, located alive after 11 hours in open water. Replacement source, Callum James Vane. Status, identity partially attached. Delivery location, Loch Brown. Mara read the lines twice. Partially attached? Ewan pointed to a handwritten note beneath the typed record. Witness maintained visual contact. Transfer incomplete. Retain witness for future correction. The room seemed to contract around her. She remembered Callum's face breaking the surface, his raised hand, the way he had looked, not toward the shore, but directly at her. He had not been asking her to save him. He had been warning her that the thing taking him had seen her too. A document had been clipped to the next page. Mara's school photograph. Her employment history. Medical records describing her aquaphobia. And copies of every structural contract she had accepted in the past 15 years. Calder Keep had not requested an available engineer. It had waited until she became one. At the bottom of the page, beneath a recent signature, was a final instruction. Correction authorized upon subject's voluntary entry into transferred water. Mara heard the locked dining room door open down the corridor. Then Callum's watch stopped ticking. She looked at the damp salt on her fingers and understood that by opening the foundation room, reading the ledger, and answering his knock with her touch, she had already crossed the only threshold that mattered. The ledger remained open beneath Mara's hands. Callum's watch had stopped at the precise moment the dining room door opened, and the silence it left behind felt larger than the castle. For years, she had remembered the day at Loch Brown as a sequence of personal failures. The hesitation, the cold around her ankles, the sight of her brother disappearing while she stood uselessly on shore. Now the record gave that failure an author. Ewan found a folded newspaper clipping between the ledger pages. The paper had yellowed, though the photograph remained clear. A rescue boat rode low beneath storm clouds. Wrapped in a foil blanket at its center sat a young man with dark hair plastered to his forehead. His expression was not relief, but astonishment, as if he had awakened in the wrong life. The headline read, Calder heir found alive after night at sea. Alistair Calder had been recovered from the wreckage of his yacht on the morning Callum died. The search crew estimated that no unprotected person could have survived the water temperature for more than an hour. Alistair had survived 11. Mara looked at the photograph until the young man's features began to resemble Sebastian Calder's painted face. Where is he now? She asked. Alive, Ewan said. Protected by distance, money, and the habit of never asking why. He knows. He knows his family survives things. That isn't what I asked. Ewan looked away. Mara carried the ledger to the dining chamber. The door stood open. Water filled the room to its ceiling. Yet the corridor remained dry, far below. The drowned family waited around the table. The empty chair at its head was no longer empty. A figure sat in it with his back toward her. Blue jumper, dark hair, narrow shoulders. Callum. The water trembled. He did not turn. Mara knelt at the threshold and placed the clipping beside her. The photograph of Alistair Calder darkened as moisture formed beneath the glassy surface, though no water crossed into the corridor. "What happened at the lock?" she whispered. The drowned diners raised their heads. The chamber changed. The table remained. But behind it, the water opened into another place. Gray daylight spread across a familiar shoreline. Reeds bent beneath the wind. Smooth black stones lined the edge of Loch Brown. Mara saw herself standing there. She looked younger, dressed in the red waterproof jacket she had thrown away after the funeral. 20 feet from shore, Callum waded deeper, smiling over his shoulder. The memory followed the version she knew until he suddenly stopped. The water around him began moving in the wrong direction. No waves traveled toward the bank. The entire surface pulled inward around Callum's body, forming thin, dark lines that converged beneath his feet. He looked down, then toward Mara. She saw his fear before he called her name. The younger Mara took one step into the loch. Water closed around her boots. Cold climbed into her bones with impossible speed. It did not feel like ordinary cold. It felt inhabited. Images entered her mind. Iron collars, locked holds, fingernails breaking against timber, mouths opening in darkness while seawater rose. She had not simply frozen. Something had held her at the edge. The water around her ankles pulled away from the shore, dragging at her body without moving it. Every instinct told her that taking another step would not bring her closer to Callum. It would place her beside him, somewhere deeper than the loch. Callum understood first. "Don't let them take my place," he shouted. Then the water folded over his head. In the vision, Mara saw what memory had hidden. A second shape surfaced briefly behind him, a man wrapped in torn sailing clothes. Gasping as though waking from sleep, Alistair Calder. His body appeared for only an instant, superimposed upon Callum's, before the loch swallowed one and released the other hundreds of miles away. The vision dissolved. Mara found herself gripping the threshold so tightly that blood had begun to gather beneath her nails. Callum turned in the chair. His face was his own now, pale and swollen but unmistakable. "You couldn't enter," he said through the water. Mara shook her head, crying without sound. "I left you." "No." His voice came from every sealed room in the castle. "They were already pulling me away." The chains beneath the table tightened. The anonymous dead leaned forward as one. Callum looked past Mara toward the western tower. "They did not bring you here to replace me," he said. A crack traveled through the corridor wall. "They brought you here because I would not stay forgotten." Callum's final words traveled through Calder Keep like a structural failure. One by one, the sealed rooms answered. Doors opened along the east corridor. Water climbed behind every threshold. The drowned inhabitants stopped repeating their old routines. The girl lowered her comb. The servant set down the silver. All of them turned toward the western tower, not toward freedom. Toward the wall, Mara understood before Ewan spoke. "They don't want the doors opened," he said. "They want their names returned." A groan passed through the keep. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Though Mara's instruments registered no movement in the outer walls, the castle was tightening around something hidden inside it. Ewan carried the modern ledger into the foundation room. Mara followed with a hammer, pre-bar, and masonry chisel. Behind them, water moved through the corridors without crossing a threshold, tracking their progress in cold. Contained rooms. At the stone slab, the unfinished letters of Mara's name had deepened. Only the final E remained incomplete. The erased names surrounding it were pale scars beneath the surface. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Mara opened the ledger. "Read them," she said. "Most were never written. Then read what they took instead." Ewan began with the ships. Saint-Horizon, Bright Judith, Providence, Mercy of Bristol. At each name, the knocking behind the hull planks changed. Some blows became frantic. Others stopped. As though the dead were listening for the first time in centuries, Mara placed the chisel against the slab. Ewan lowered the ledger. "If you break it, the transfers may return to their original deaths. The original victims are dead. The beneficiaries are not." Mara thought of Alistair Calder carrying years purchased with Callum's last breath. She thought of children, servants, migrants, and nameless patients whose deaths had been converted into family property. What happens to the Calders? I don't know. And if I leave it intact? Ewan looked toward the chains embedded in the wall. They remained delivered. The answer settled the choice. Mara swung the hammer. The first strike produced no crack. Instead, seawater burst from the carved lines and ran over her hands, bitterly cold and filled with splinters of wood. She struck again. A fracture opened through Sebastian Calder's ship name. Every submerged room screamed. The sound came not from mouths, but from water forced through lungs that had been drowning for generations. Ewan fell against the hull wall, covering his ears. Mara kept striking. With each fracture, erased letters emerged beneath the stone. Abena, Kwame, Elsie Ward, Samuel Piquet. Names in different languages. Names spelled uncertainly. Names reduced to initials and restored by the water itself. Mara read each one she could see. The foundation room flooded to her ankles. Unlike the water in the sealed chambers, this water crossed every boundary. It ran through the chart room and into the main hall. The portraits began to sweat. Painted Calders opened their mouths as salt water poured from their frames. Ewan shouted, "The keep cannot hold it once the wall is broken. It was never meant to hold water." What then? Evidence? Mara drove the pry bar into the central crack and leaned with all her weight. The slab tore away. Behind it was no cavity or interior masonry. There was open ocean. Black water stretched vertically inside the wall, filled with drifting tables, 8 chains, ship timbers, and pale figures suspended at impossible depths. The sea did not rush outward. It paused before Mara like a standing cliff. Then the drowned opened their eyes. Callum appeared among them, no longer chained. He raised one hand toward Mara but did not ask her to follow. "Say us," he whispered. Mara lifted the ledger and began reading every surviving name aloud. The ocean moved. It surged through the broken wall and climbed the tower stairs. Yet instead of flowing downward, it rose. Water streamed vertically along the walls, passed through ceilings without breaking them, and gathered above the battlements. Outside, the storm stopped. Mara ran into the courtyard. Above Calder Keep, an entire sea was ascending into the sky. Ships rotated slowly inside it. Bodies drifted upward among chairs. Plates, chains, and extinguished candles. Callum rose with them. His face turned toward the names. Mara continued to speak. The last of the water left the castle. High above the cliffs, the ocean spread beneath the clouds. Then something vast knocked once against the underside of the sky. The sea above Calder Keep did not fall. It spread across the sky in a dark, transparent layer, flattening beneath the storm clouds as though an invisible ceiling held it there. Ships drifted upside down within it. Chains hung upward. Tables rotated slowly between schools of pale bodies whose clothes belonged to centuries that had never shared the same world. Mara stood in the courtyard reading names until her voice failed. Callum remained visible longer than the others. He rose through the impossible water with his face turned downward. One hand pressed against its underside. Mara lifted her own hand. For a moment, only a trembling membrane separated their palms. Then he was carried higher. She could not follow. The private sea darkened, taking the drowned family, the stolen dead, and the fragments of their unfinished lives into the clouds. Sebastian Calder passed above the western tower, still gripping the rail of a ship that no longer existed. Around him, anonymous faces became briefly distinct whenever Mara spoke a name from the ledger. Some smiled. Most did not. They had not been forgiven by recognition. They had merely been restored to themselves. Callum's shape disappeared last. The clouds closed beneath him. Rain began beyond the boundary wall. But Calder Keep remained untouched. Ewan found Mara still standing in the courtyard after sunset. The ledger lay open at her feet, its pages blank. Every name had vanished from the paper, including Callum's. "What happens now?" he asked. Mara looked up. A dull knock traveled across the sky. Others answered it, spreading west to east until the entire cloud bank sounded like the hull of a ship crowded with hands. "I don't think we released them," she said. Ewan followed her gaze. "Then what did we do?" "We made the prison larger." Calder Keep was inspected by police, heritage officials, insurers, and eventually representatives of the Calder estate. No one found flood damage. The chambers were dry. The dining room contained no water, furniture, or drowned occupants. The hidden passage in the western tower remained. But the ship timbers had become ordinary oak, stripped of carved names. The wall Mara had broken stood intact. Only one detail resisted explanation. The interior moisture readings remained at 0. Not low, 0. No condensation formed on the windows. No pipes sweated. Wet coats dried within minutes. Water spilled onto the floors vanished before it could spread. Even human breath seemed to leave no trace on glass. Calder Keep had become the driest building in Scotland. Alistair Calder returned once. He arrived in a black car and entered alone. Mara, waiting beside the gate, recognized him from the newspaper photograph, despite the years added to his face. He did not ask about Callum. Instead, he stood beneath Sebastian's portrait and began coughing seawater onto the floor. The water vanished as soon as it touched the stone. Alistair left before nightfall. 3 weeks later, he disappeared from his London apartment. The doors were locked from within. His bed was dry, but salt had collected inside his lungs. The official report listed no cause. Mara did not consider it justice. Justice would have required a life that belonged wholly to him. The Calders had survived through stolen deaths for so long that even their punishments remained entangled with the people they had used. Months passed. Mara returned to structural work. Though she no longer accepted coastal assignments, she spoke publicly about the ledgers, the ships, and the unnamed captives. Historians found evidence of the Calder family's involvement in maritime insurance fraud and human trafficking, but no record proved the supernatural transfers. Most people believed the castle had broken her. Then the autumn rains began across Scotland. Callers reported voices inside the weather. In Glasgow, a woman heard someone reciting names above her tenement roof. Fishermen near Skye heard chains dragging across the clouds. Children in Inverness placed cups outside during storms and found them filled with salt water. The knocking was loudest at night. It never came from windows or doors. It came from above. People described the sound as thousands of knuckles striking a surface too thick to break. Sometimes words followed, fragments of prayers, cargo numbers, unfinished letters, and requests to be remembered correctly. Mara listened whenever it rained. She never heard Callum speak again. But one winter evening, standing beneath the awning outside her flat, she saw a face pressed downward through the clouds. It was too distant to recognize. Yet one pale hand lifted and knocked 3 times against the sky. Pause. 3 more. Mara answered against the pavement with her heel. For the first time, the knocking above her stopped. Then something much larger moved behind the clouds, and the entire sky bowed downward as though the dead had discovered they were not alone inside it. Perhaps Calder Keep was never truly a prison for the drowned. Perhaps it was only a door through which human cruelty could be hidden, renamed, and inherited. Mara restored the victims' names, but recognition did not give them peace. It gave them reach. Some injustices grow too large to remain inside one family, one castle, or one century. Once exposed, they enter the world that allowed them to be forgotten. And when the rain knocks above us, the question may not be whether the dead want to come down. It may be what is keeping them from doing so. Story 5. The black fungus had crossed the nursery wall in a shape too deliberate to be natural. Dr. Elise Moreau stood beneath the warped plaster ceiling of Chateau Varennes, with her respirator loose at her throat and her sampling knife between 2 gloved fingers. The growth began above the skirting board, where damp had lifted the wallpaper into soft blisters, then climbed in branching lines toward the window. At first glance, it resembled the lacework of stachybotrys feeding on old paste. At second glance, it resembled handwriting. The chateau had been sealed for 11 years after the last owner died without a recognized heir. Now a heritage foundation intended to open it to the public by autumn, complete with guided tours and discreet signage explaining away the more embarrassing portions of the Varennes family history. Elise had been hired because she understood how living contamination survived inside preserved architecture. She also understood how frightened people mistook patterns for intention. Behind her, the estate manager shifted on the dusty parquet. "Well," Luc Renard asked, "is it dangerous?" "All mold is dangerous in sufficient concentration. That is not what I meant." Elise looked again at the wall. The lines narrowed, thickened, and joined. They formed letters in an old-fashioned hand, furred at the edges with soot-black spores. A D, Elelv, a V, a Urin. Below the name, finer threads had arranged themselves into a date. 17 March, 1889. Luc moved closer until Elise raised one hand. "Don't breathe over it." He stopped. "That was not there yesterday. Your photographs? Only of the corridor, not this room. Then you cannot be certain." His mouth tightened, but he did not argue. Everyone in historic restoration learned that certainty was expensive. Elise photographed the growth. The rooms smelled of wet wool, old apples, and the mineral cold of a cellar, though it stood on the second floor. It reminded her of her grandmother's house near Dijon, especially the pantry. No one had opened after the old woman died. Elise pushed the memory away before it became specific. She took a sterile swab and touched the first letter. The fungus yielded, then seemed to tighten around the cotton tip. Elise withdrew her hand. Luke noticed. What happened? Nothing. The word came too quickly. She sealed the swab in a tube. When she looked up, a bead of moisture had appeared inside the capital A. It swelled in the weak afternoon light, then slid down the plaster like a tear. Luke crossed himself. Elise pretended not to see. They inspected the adjoining rooms. The damp followed no sensible route. It skipped exterior walls and flowered instead along interior partitions where the masonry should have remained dry. In the blue bedroom, black filaments traced a rectangle behind a wardrobe. In the servants' passage, pale mold gathered around several bricks as though avoiding them. Everywhere else, the chateau felt dead in the ordinary way. Sheeted furniture, mouse droppings, faded portraits turned toward the walls. Only the nursery seemed occupied. Before leaving, Elise returned alone with a HEPA vacuum and conservation tools. She told herself that removing the name would provide a clean boundary for observing regrowth. She told herself that professional procedure mattered more than Luke's superstition. The letters came away reluctantly. Each stroke smeared before lifting, leaving a brown impression in the lime plaster. As she erased the surname, something knocked once from inside the wall. Elise froze. The chateau settled around her with a wooden sigh. She resumed. When the final letter vanished, a child began crying beyond the nursery door. Elise stepped into the corridor. Luke stood at the far end, speaking into his phone. His face had gone slack. "What is it?" she asked. He lowered the phone. "My sister says there is a woman sitting at their kitchen table." Elise waited. "She claims to be our aunt. She knows my mother's childhood nickname. She knows where we buried my father." "Then she is probably your aunt." "No." His eyes moved past Elise. "We have never had an aunt." Behind them, hinges creaked. A narrow wooden door now stood in the nursery wall where the name had been. From the darkness beyond it came the same child's cry. And a woman's voice whispered, very gently, "Adele." The woman inside the room was not crying. The sound came from a wooden cradle beneath a narrow window, though the cradle itself was empty. It rocked by less than an inch each time the cry rose, as if an unseen hand were testing whether the child had settled. Luke remained in the corridor. "Elise," he said. "Close it." She did not. The room could not have fit inside the wall. From the nursery, the partition measured less than half a meter before meeting the chateau's outer stone. Yet beyond the new door lay a bedroom nearly 4 meters deep, papered in faded green vines. Damp darkened the ceiling corners, but the bed was made. The grate held cold ash, and a woman's brown dress hung beside the wardrobe. Nothing appeared theatrical. That disturbed Elise more than decay would have. She crossed the threshold and felt a change in pressure, the faint blocking sensation of descending in an aeroplane. The air smelled of starch, lavender water, and something preserved in sugar. On the washstand stood a tortoiseshell comb filled with long gray hairs. Luke spoke quietly. "My mother's caller described her hair. You said the woman was at their table." "She was." Then my mother went to fetch a family photograph. When she came back, the chair was empty. "Did the woman leave?" "My mother does not remember calling me." Elise turned. Luke held up his phone. "The call is in the log. She says we have not spoken today." The cradle stopped moving. Elise waited for the crying to return. But silence settled over the room. She opened the wardrobe and found clothes spanning several decades. A high-collared morning gown, a cream blouse with shell buttons, a cheap floral housecoat, a modern cardigan, still bearing folded price marks. In the bedside drawer lay prescriptions issued during the previous year to Adele Renard. The name made Luke grip the doorframe. That is my surname. It is also common. Not in my family. Elise photographed each item before touching it. She explained that sealed rooms could preserve objects unusually well. She explained that false partitions were common in estates altered across generations. She explained that grief, suggestion, and poor documentation could create convincing family myths. Her voice sounded calm enough that she almost believed it. Then she found the jar. It stood behind a stack of linen. Squat and cloudy, sealed with wax gone brown. Walnut halves floated inside dark syrup. A strip of paper had been tied around the neck with red thread. For Lise. When she begins asking, Elise's grandmother had called her Lise. No one else had. She remembered the pantry then, the swollen door, the smell of damp stone, shelves crowded with jars whose labels had been written in the same thin hand her grandmother had forbidden her to enter, once striking Elise's wrist with a wooden spoon when she reached for preserved walnuts. Do not eat what has been kept for someone else. Elise set the jar down too quickly. Luke noticed. You know it. No. The denial came with such force that the room seemed to contract around it. She ordered the door sealed with polyethylene sheeting and told Luke that no one should enter until she completed air testing. She called the impossible geometry a measurement error. She called the prescriptions planted evidence. She called the label coincidence. By evening, the room had disappeared behind opaque plastic and warning tape. Clean surfaces, controlled access, documented contamination. These were things Elise understood. She remained after Luke left, processing samples in the temporary laboratory inside the old library. Under magnification, the fungal threads contained dark red granules unlike any spores she recognized. When she added sterile water, the granules dissolved and spread across the slide in branching lines. Not hyphae, letters. Elise switched off the microscope and covered it with a cloth. She slept badly on a camp bed in the caretaker's room, waking repeatedly to the sound of a spoon tapping glass somewhere inside the walls. Near dawn, she returned to the nursery. The plastic seal over Adele's door remained intact, but on the opposite wall, fresh black growth had climbed above the skirting board. It had already completed a first name, Marguerite. Beneath it, the fungus was slowly forming Elise's grandmother's date of birth. Elise did not remove Marguerite's name immediately. For 3 hours, she documented it. She photographed the wall under white light, ultraviolet, and raking illumination. She marked the edge of every letter with removable conservation tape. She sampled the plaster above, below, and beside the growth, then sealed the nursery door and positioned 2 cameras in the corridor. Luke watched from the library while she prepared a portable extraction unit and wrote the procedure twice, once in her field notebook and once on the Foundation's incident form. Controlled conditions made fear look like paperwork. At 9:30 that morning, Marguerite's birth date finished forming beneath the name 4 November, 1936. Elise stared at it until the date blurred into words she already knew. Her grandmother had been born that day. Her official name had been Marguerite Moreau. Luke stood behind the plastic screen in a respirator. You said this could be a coincidence. It still can. Then why are your hands shaking? Elise tightened her grip on the scraper. She began with the date. The fungus lifted in thin, damp ribbons, leaving reddish stains beneath the surface. Each time the vacuum drew the fragments away, the wall gave a soft inward crack, not loud enough to be structural, but too regular to be settling. On the camera monitor, the corridor remained empty. At the final letter of the surname, the lights in the nursery dimmed. Somewhere outside, a car horn sounded once and stopped. Luke's phone rang. He looked at the screen. It's Etienne Fournier. Elise knew the name. Fournier owned a bakery in the village and had delivered their bread that morning. He had mentioned his older sister while complaining that she still corrected his accounts despite having retired. Luke answered on speaker. Etienne's voice came through, breathless. There is a woman behind the counter. Luke glanced at Elise. Who? She says she owns half the bakery. What is her name? A pause. The woman spoke in the background, clear and irritated. Marguerite Fournier. Tell him to stop being ridiculous. Etienne lowered his voice. I have no sister. The scraper slipped in Elise's hand. The last black curve detached from the plaster. From inside the wall came the sound of a key turning. A seam appeared where Elise had marked the fungus. Plaster split vertically, then horizontally, outlining a narrow door. The old nursery wallpaper folded inward around a brass handle polished by use. Etienne continued speaking through the phone. The woman knew the bakery safe code. She knew which flour supplier had cheated them in 1998. She knew the name of Etienne's first dog and where their mother had hidden money during the war. Then Etienne stopped. Luke said, Are you there? Yes. What is happening? Who were we discussing? The room seemed to lose warmth. Luke repeated the name, Marguerite Fournier. Etienne laughed uneasily. There is no one here by that name. Behind him, the bakery bell chimed as someone left. The new door opened by itself. Beyond it lay a bedroom with peach-colored walls and a television glowing silently in one corner. Unlike Adele's room, this one was unmistakably recent. A plastic pharmacy bag hung from the bedpost. Reading glasses rested on an open gardening magazine. The air smelled of face powder, yeast, and radiator heat. Elise entered first. Photographs covered the wardrobe doors. Marguerite Fournier stood beside Etienne at a village wedding, both of them younger. Raising champagne glasses toward the camera, she appeared behind the bakery counter at Christmas, flour across her apron. She sat between Luke and the mayor at a summer festival held only 2 years earlier. Luke removed his respirator. I remember that day, he whispered, but I don't remember her. Elise found a photograph taken inside Chateau Varennes before it had been sealed. Marguerite stood in the nursery, one hand resting on the exact patch of wall Elise had just cleaned. Beside her stood Elise's grandmother. On the back, in Marguerite Moreau's handwriting, were 6 words. We agreed to keep each other remembered. Elise read the sentence on the photograph 3 times. We agreed to keep each other remembered. The handwriting belonged to her grandmother. That fact was not emotional. It was measurable, the same narrow capitals, the same pressure breaks, the same backward lean in the letter R that appeared on old birthday cards stored in Elise's apartment. She placed the photograph inside an archival sleeve. Then she began making a map. By noon, every accessible room in Chateau Varennes had been measured, photographed, and marked on transparent overlays. Elise recorded moisture levels at 20-centimeter intervals and used a thermal camera to trace cold channels inside the walls. She expected the fungus to follow leaks, iron fixings, damaged, flashing, or abandoned pipes. It followed none of them. Instead, the black growth appeared in discontinuous lines that passed through dry masonry, turned at right angles inside sealed partitions, and gathered around particular bricks. When Elise scraped away a thumbnail-sized patch of plaster in the servants' corridor, the mortar beneath was almost black. Luke stood several steps back. "Rot?" he asked. "Not exactly." The material was darker than the surrounding lime and unnaturally smooth. Under her inspection lamp, faint red-brown fibers appeared within it, too fine to be roots and too irregular to be animal hair. Elise extracted a core sample. The drill bit entered easily for the first 2 centimeters. Then it met something soft. She stopped. When she withdrew the bit, a thread of dark fluid clung to the metal before sinking back into the hole. Luke whispered, "That wall is bleeding. It is releasing retained moisture." Retained from when? Elise sealed the sample tube without answering. She worked in the temporary laboratory until evening, first testing for fungal species, then cellulose content, mineral composition, and organic binders. The initial results were inconsistent. The black filaments resembled several known molds but matched none exactly. Their internal granules reacted to iron stains, but also to reagents used for detecting protein. She repeated the test. The mortar sample changed color. Human, albumin. A second test indicated degraded hemoglobin. A third showed collagen fragments consistent with connective tissue. The quantities were too high to be explained by a mason's cut hand or historical contamination. Elise removed her gloves and washed twice. Her grandmother's voice returned from the sealed pantry of memory. "Do not eat what has been kept for someone else." She called a university laboratory in Dijon and described the sample as unidentified organic material recovered from 19th century lime mortar. She did not mention the names, the rooms, or the woman who had vanished from everyone's memory. The technician agreed to accept the samples the following morning. When Elise returned to her maps, the measurements no longer aligned. The nursery wall, which had been 47 centimeters thick before Adele's door appeared, now measured nearly 5 meters from the corridor to the exterior facade. Marguerite Fournier's bedroom occupied space that should have extended over open air. Luke brought the chateau's registered floor plans from the estate office. The vellum sheets had been surveyed in 1972 and stamped by the Regional Preservation Authority. Elise laid her overlays on top. The original plans showed 36 rooms. The document beneath her hands showed 38. Luke leaned closer. Those weren't there. 2 small chambers had been drawn beside the nursery in brown ink, complete with door arcs, fireplace symbols, and handwritten dimensions. One was labeled Adele Renard. The other read Marguerite Fournier. Elise checked the survey stamp. It remained dated 1972. "This ink is new," Luke said. "No, it has oxidized. That is impossible." Elise looked at the transparent map she had completed only hours earlier. A new line had appeared beneath the plastic. It began behind the principal bedroom and wound through 3 structural walls, following every patch of blood-dark mortar she had sampled. At the end of the line was a rectangular space she had never drawn. Inside it, in her own handwriting, was a single word: Moreau. Elise did not tell Luke that the handwriting was hers. She removed the transparent overlay, rolled it tightly, and placed it inside a document tube as though concealment could restore the floor plan beneath it. The word remained on the vellum: Moreau. The ink had bled slightly into the fibers. It looked older than the paper. "We should leave," Luke said. Elise pressed 2 fingers against the newly drawn room. There is no reason to assume this represents an existing space. You have already walked through 2 rooms that did not exist yesterday. Then we document the mechanism. That is not a mechanism. His voice echoed strangely, not louder, but nearer, as though another Luke had repeated the sentence inside the wall beside them. The chateau had grown damp during the afternoon. Moisture filmed the windows despite the dry weather outside. Wallpaper curled from the corridors in long strips, exposing older patterns beneath, blue flowers under green stripes, hunting scenes under faded roses, childish stars beneath them all. Every layer carried black marks, not complete names yet, only fragments, a curved letter, a date beginning with 19, a surname buried beneath glue. Elise followed the line indicated on the changing plan. It began at the library, crossed the gallery, and ended behind the principal bedroom on the western side of the chateau. The route should have taken less than 2 minutes. It took nearly 15. Corridors narrowed as they walked. Furniture that had stood against the walls now blocked the passage at odd angles. Not because it had moved, Elise told herself, but because the proportions around it had changed. Door frames seemed lower, the ceiling pressed down. Luke turned sideways to pass a cabinet they had crossed easily that morning. Behind them, something shut. Neither looked back. The principal bedroom had once belonged to Henri Vauren, the final legal heir. Its bed stood beneath a carved canopy, facing a portrait of a pale man with one hand hidden inside his coat. The air was warmer than the corridor and thick with the smell of wet plaster. Elise checked the western wall. The wallpaper there had swollen into vertical ridges. She cut through the uppermost layer. Beneath the silk damask lay striped paper from the 1920s. Beneath that was hand-painted linen. Beneath the linen, a faded pattern of vines and small red fruits. Each layer was wet on its inner surface, though the room showed no sign of an active leak. Luke held the lamp while Elise peeled them back. Black fungal strokes crossed every layer in the same position, as if the name had grown through decades of decoration without disturbing the surface. M-O-R-E-A-U. The final letter emerged near the skirting board. Luke stepped away. That is your name. It is a common surname. You said the same thing about Renard. Elise ignored him and examined the plaster. Beneath Morio, the fungus had begun arranging itself into another line. The first words were incomplete, but she recognized the structure immediately. A date. She raised the inspection lamp. 12 August, 1994. For several seconds, she could hear only the faint crackling of damp paper loosening from the wall. No public record connected that date to Elise Moreau. It was not her birthday, not a graduation, illness, or death in the family. It had never appeared in any professional file, census record, school certificate, or government archive. But Elise remembered it. She had been 9 years old when her grandmother took her to Chateau Varin. For years, Elise had dismissed the memory as a dream, a summer afternoon, a locked service entrance, the smell of preserved walnuts on her grandmother's coat. She remembered being led through a dark room and told to place both palms against a wall. She remembered something warm moving beneath the plaster. Afterward, her grandmother had made her promise never to speak of the visit. Elise lowered the lamp. The date was followed by a sentence growing one letter at a time. Luke read it aloud as it formed. First acknowledgement of surviving issue. A soft impact came from inside the wall. Then another. Not knocking. Footsteps. They approached through solid masonry, until they stopped directly behind Elise's name. A child's hand pressed outward beneath the wet plaster, stretching it like skin. From the other side, a girl whispered in Elise's own childhood voice, "You said you would come back for us." The child's hand remained beneath the plaster after the voice stopped. 5 fingers pressed outward, small enough to belong to the 9-year-old Elise had been when she first visited Chateau Varin. The impression did not move. Moisture gathered in its palm and ran down the wall in a thin red-brown line. Luke reached for her arm. "We are leaving." Elise pulled away. "If there is a void behind this partition, it may explain the altered measurements. You heard yourself speaking from inside it." "I heard a child, with your voice." She set the inspection lamp on the floor and fetched a narrow masonry hammer from her case. Luke watched her position the chisel beside the fungal surname. The first strike produced no dust. The plaster dented like damp bread. On the second strike, the wall exhaled. Air rushed through the opening, carrying the smells of milk gone sour, wet linen, and old fireplaces. Elise widened the breach until the child's hand collapsed inward, leaving a black, fibrous hollow where the palm had been. Behind the plaster stood a second wall of pale bricks, but one brick had already been removed from the center. A key lay inside the gap. Its red thread was still wet. Elise recognized the knot. Her grandmother had tied pantry labels the same way. The key opened a concealed door behind the bed canopy. Beyond it stretched a corridor too long to belong within the western wing. Its ceiling was low and barrel-vaulted, the stone slick with condensation. Narrow doors lined both sides, each without a handle. Some had been sealed with lime. Others were crossed by iron bars driven directly into the frames. Above every door, black fungus formed partial names beneath a crust of whitewash. Cecile, Antoine, Jan. Several had no surnames. Elise stepped inside. The floor dipped beneath her weight with the softness of packed earth. Behind the first sealed door, something dragged slowly across wood. From another came a lullaby hummed through closed lips. Luke remained at the entrance. "These are nurseries," he said. Elise saw it then. The small ventilation grills, the low scratches around the frames. Faded numbers painted at a child's eye level. The corridor was not designed to connect rooms. It was designed to keep them apart. She moved forward, photographing each door. Her flash revealed handprints in the condensation, dozens of them, appearing briefly before the moisture closed over them again. At the corridor's end stood one unsealed door. A brass plate had been fixed above it. Diarca, Elise Moreau. The room beyond was dry. That wrongness stopped her more effectively than any sound. It was her bedroom from the apartment in Leanh, reconstructed down to the pale oak desk and the dent in the wardrobe door. Her gray field jacket hung from the chair. 3 blouses she had packed for the chateau lay folded on the bed, although she had left them in the caretaker's room. On the wall were her university certificates, framed exactly as they were at home. One bore the coffee stain she had caused while defending her doctoral thesis. Luke entered behind her and whispered, "How long has this been here?" Elise opened a drawer. Inside were her passport, her spare apartment keys, and the silver tooth she had lost at 7 and buried in a flower pot because she had distrusted the story of the tooth fairy. She had never told anyone where she put it. Photographs covered the desk. Elise at 14, cutting her own hair over a bathroom sink. Elise alone beside her mother's hospital bed, touching the woman's hand only after the monitors had been disconnected. Elise standing in her grandmother's pantry at 9 years old, both palms red with mortar. No one had taken those photographs. She lifted the final image. It showed the room in which she now stood. Elise was asleep on the bed, older than she was today. Her hair threaded with gray. The walls around her had swollen inward, covered with hundreds of names. At the foot of the bed stood her grandmother. On the reverse, in the same narrow handwriting as the promise found in Marguerite Fournier's room, was a sentence Elise had never seen. When the last heir returns, the house may begin to remember through her. Behind Elise, the corridor doors unlocked one after another. The corridor doors opened only a finger's width. Cold air passed through the gaps, carrying breaths that did not share the same rhythm. Some were quick and shallow, others dragged wetly, as though lungs had been packed with plaster. Luke seized Elise's wrist. "Do not look inside." Too late. Through the nearest opening, Elise saw a child's bed against raw brick. Leather straps hung from its frame. Above it, someone had scratched a name until the stone became hollow. Marguerite Vorin. The door slammed shut. All along the corridor, the others followed. Elise lowered the photograph of her older self. "My grandmother knew this place. She was here." Luke said, "That does not mean you should stay." The room had already begun changing. The wardrobe scraped away from the wall, revealing a narrow iron hatch sealed with the same dark mortar Elise had sampled elsewhere. The red-threaded key fit. Behind the hatch was a document cupboard packed with ledgers and correspondence bound in mold black ribbon. Newer folders bore estate stamps and typed labels, restoration accounts, domestic payments, private issue. Elise chose the last. Inside, generations of Varans had preserved their cruelty with administrative care. The earliest entry dated from 1742. It described the incorporation of an unnamed infant born to Etienne Varin and a kitchen maid. No burial was listed. Instead, the steward recorded lime, sand, salt, and maternal blood retained after delivery. A note stated that the material had been used in the east nursery wall to prevent future claim. Luke read over her shoulder, then turned away. The method became standardized. Children born outside sanctioned marriages were denied baptism under the Varin name. Their mothers were paid, confined, or dismissed. If an infant died, blood and tissue were mixed into fresh mortar. If the child survived, blood was taken during illness, punishment, or a staged household accident. Then added to renovations commissioned that year. Names were omitted from parish registers. Birth dates appeared only in the mortar ledger. Beside each entry was a legal purpose: to extinguish inheritance, to prevent testimony, to correct the family line. The final column was titled Acknowledgement Status. Every child had been marked none. Elise reached the 19th century volumes. Fungus threaded their spines. Marguerite Varin appeared in an entry dated 4 November. 1896, 40 years before the date Elise knew as her grandmother's birth. Daughter of Charles Vorin and Heloise Bellot. Laundry servant. Female issue retained temporarily for domestic usefulness. Blood incorporated into the Western Foundation at age 7. Legal identity discontinued. A photograph had been pasted beneath the entry. It showed a narrow-faced girl beside the chateau well. Around her neck hung the silver locket Elise's grandmother had worn until her death. Below it, another hand had added, removed under the surname Moreau. Descendants to be instructed that maternal records were destroyed during the war. Recollection must not be encouraged. Elise felt the room tilt. My grandmother was not born in 1936, she said. Luke looked at the ledger. She could not have been that child. No, but she was named for her. The next pages proved it. Marguerite Varin had survived, married under the Moreau name, and given her daughter the same first name. That daughter had done likewise. Dates were altered. Photographs were separated. Children were taught never to ask why the women in their family repeated names. Pantry recipes and warnings about sealed doors. A bloodline trained to misremember itself. Then Elise found a page written by her grandmother. We survived because we accepted small forgetting. One name per generation. One visit to the wall. One promise not to claim what was ours. Beneath it was Elise's childhood date, 12 August, 1994. Acknowledgement attempted. Child placed both hands upon ancestral mortar. Structure responded. Procedure interrupted before full recognition. Her grandmother had signed it. Luke whispered, "What does full recognition mean?" Paper tore inside the cupboard. A fresh page pushed itself between the ledgers. The ink was still wet. Acknowledgement status, pending. Below it, under conservator's action, the chateau had already recorded Elise's name. And beneath her signature was a sentence describing what she had not yet done. She opened every room. Elise read the sentence again. She opened every room. The ink spread into the paper fibers as she watched, darkening from brown to black. Along the corridor, something moved behind the sealed nursery doors, not bodies shifting in confinement, but pages turning. Hundreds at once. Luke reached for the fresh sheet. Elise caught his hand. "Don't touch it. You think it predicts the future?" "No." She looked toward the wall bearing Marguerite Varin's name. "I think it records what the house has already decided belongs to it." They carried the ledgers into Elise's reconstructed bedroom and laid them across the dry floor. She compared the mortar entries with the names that had appeared in the chateau and with parish records Luke accessed through the estate computer. The pattern emerged slowly. Adele Varin had been erased from the family line in 1861. Adele Renard, the woman who appeared at Luke's sister's table, had occupied the same place in her own family. An unmarried paternal aunt who had cared for nieces and nephews but held no legal share in the family property. Marguerite Varin had been removed from the chateau's inheritance. Marguerite Fournier had spent 40 years keeping the bakery accounts while ownership passed solely to her brother. The names were not returning at random. The chateau was finding living equivalents. People who had performed the labor of family without receiving its recognition. People close enough to the household to be useful, but distant enough to be removed without collapsing the public story. "Ellie's," Luke said quietly. "You cleaned their names." She nodded, and afterward, someone else was forgotten. Not someone else. She turned the microscope slides beneath the inspection lamp. The black granules inside the fungal threads had rearranged since she last examined them. Each cluster formed layered strokes. Names written over names so densely that no single word remained legible. "This is not a colony feeding on the walls," she said. "It is an archive." Luke stared at her. "The mortar contains blood, tissue, proteins, material from every person the Varins erased. The fungus grows through it because it is carrying their biological record to the surface. Then why does removing it affect living people?" Elise opened the ledger to the column marked Acknowledgement Status. "Because cleaning the name repeats the original act." She heard how obscene the professional term sounded now. Cleaning. The Foundation had hired her to preserve the chateau by removing contamination. And she had obeyed the same logic as the family who built it. Keep the walls. Remove the inconvenient human evidence. The fungus did not kill the erased air when she scraped it away. That air had already been killed, displaced, or denied generations ago. Instead, the chateau preserved the vacancy, the social position created when a family decided one person did not count. When Elise removed the restored name, the vacancy transferred. A living relative was forced into it. Their belongings remained. Their photographs remained. Their rooms remained. Only the family's ability to place them inside its own history disappeared. Luke sank onto the edge of the bed. My mother spoke to Adele. Yes. And then forgot she had ever existed. Elise looked at the nursery corridor. The chateau did not invent Adele Renard. It found her. A knock came from one of the sealed rooms. 3 slow taps. Then a woman's voice called Luke's childhood nickname. He stood so quickly that the bed frame struck the wall. My aunt used to call me that. He whispered. You said you had no aunt. I remember her now. The recollection arrived visibly. His face tightened. He pressed both hands to his temples as though something inside his skull were forcing open a sealed door. She lived above the bakery, he said. She taught me to read. She broke her wrist carrying me home after I fell through the river ice. He began to cry. A second voice joined the first. Marguerite Fournier, demanding that he stop leaving flour sacks in the passage. Then another voice from farther down the corridor. A man asking why his family had sold his orchard while he was still alive. The sealed doors trembled in their frames. Elise returned to the ledger. The fresh page had changed. Under acknowledgement status, the word pending had vanished. In its place appeared. Restoration requires uninterrupted growth. Black fungus pushed through the paper and climbed across Elise's fingers. It did not burn or bite. It traced the lines of her skin with intimate precision, writing names into the creases of her palms. Luke saw the first one before she did. Marguerite, he said. More names surfaced beneath it. Cécile, Antoine, Jeanne, Adèle, hundreds of them. Too small to read. Then the mortar corridor groaned, and every sealed nursery door opened wide. Beyond each threshold, a forgotten person stood waiting to be recognized. The nearest child looked directly at Elise and said, "Stop preserving the castle." The child's words moved through the corridor more effectively than a scream. Stop preserving the castle. Elise looked at the open nurseries, at the people standing inside rooms built from blood and omission. Some were children in coarse linen. Some were old enough to have survived under other surnames. Others wore modern clothes and expressions of bewildered anger, as though they had only just understood what their families had done to them. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. The foundation director, Benoit Caron, did not ask whether she was safe. "We have received Luke's photographs," he said. "Suspend all work and evacuate immediately." Elise watched black fungus crawl across the ledger. On what grounds? Biological hazard, structural instability, potential reputational damage. The last phrase arrived with bureaucratic clarity. What happens to the chateau? A sterilization team is coming. The interior will be treated. Then the affected wings burned under emergency authorization. You mean the evidence will be destroyed? I mean the public will not enter a building contaminated with human remains and fabricated family claims. They are not fabricated. Silence. Then Karen lowered his voice. "Dr. Moreau, families attached to this foundation appear in those documents. Do not mistake archaeology for justice." The line went dead. Luke stood near Adele's doorway, listening to voices he was beginning to remember. How long? An hour, perhaps less. What can we do? Elise looked at her palms. The fungal names had spread past her wrists, fine black strokes following her veins. They did not feel invasive. They felt thirsty. Restoration requires uninterrupted growth. She understood what the chateau needed. Not blood, water. For centuries, the Varans had kept the walls dry, plastered, painted, and sealed. Preservation had not protected the structure from decay. It had prevented the buried record from reaching the surface. Elise led Luke to the service basement. The cistern beneath the kitchen still held rainwater collected from the roof. Iron pipes climbed through the chateau, remnants of an obsolete fire suppression system. Elise opened the valves one by one. The first refused to turn. Luke used a wrench until rust cracked loose. Water surged into the pipes. Inside the walls, the chateau inhaled. A tremor passed through the floor. Mortar seams darkened. Black threads appeared between the stones, forming letters, names, then whole lines of testimony layered over one another. Upstairs, something ruptured. They returned to the principal corridor as the first bedroom forced its way through the gallery wall. Stone bowed outward before splitting open around a wooden door. Another room emerged above it, displacing portraits and cornices. A third pushed down from the ceiling, its floor hanging vertically before gravity corrected itself. The chateau was no longer expanding according to architecture. It was growing according to kinship. Bedrooms sprouted from stairwells, fireplaces, closets, and sealed alcoves. Walls thickened like tissue around old wounds. Corridors divided, rejoined, and folded through one another. Every new threshold bore a name. Some doors opened onto nurseries from centuries past. Others revealed modern bedrooms with televisions still playing, unfinished cups of tea, or medicine beside the bed. The forgotten had not all died inside Chateau Vaurin. The castle had learned to preserve every life forced into the same absence. Luke ran from room to room, calling names as memories returned. Aunt Adele, Marguerite, Paul. Each name spoken aloud made another door open. Outside, engines approached along the gravel drive. The sterilization team arrived in white protective suits carrying chemical tanks, portable burners, and foundation orders for emergency destruction. Charon entered behind them, pale with fury. "Elisa," he shouted over the groaning walls. "Shut the system down." She stood beside the main water valve. "If I do, they remain records." "They are records." "No, they are relatives." Charon signaled to the team. A technician raised a spray wand toward the nearest fungal name. Elise turned the valve fully open. Rainwater burst through the pipes. Black growth flooded across the ceilings in branching scripts. Names covered Charon's shoes, climbed his protective suit, and wrote themselves over the visor above his face. He froze. A damp wooden door pushed outward from the wall behind him. Its brass plate carried his surname. Charon turned as a woman inside whispered, "My son." His expression emptied. Then the chateau began to remember faster than any living person could survive. The first tower disappeared before midnight. It did not collapse. Windows folded inward, each frame becoming a door inside a room, pushing through the stone below. Chimneys bent and sank among the multiplying bedrooms. The sterilization team abandoned its equipment. Some ran. Others stopped when doors bearing their surnames appeared in the courtyard walls. Voices called from behind them, mothers omitted from funerals, brothers sent away, children described as never having existed. Karen stood before the door that had named him. The woman inside wore a hotel maid's uniform and held a photograph of a boy. "My father said you died," Karen whispered. "No," she replied. "Your father said I was not his daughter." The room closed around him. By 1 in the morning, Chateau Varin no longer possessed an exterior shape. Bedrooms crowded the lawns in impossible tiers. Corridors rooted through the vineyard while wet stones spread beneath the soil like bone. High doors opened onto people waiting in furnished rooms. Luke remained beside Elise at the cistern valve. Can it be stopped? Yes. She could close the water. The names would dry. The rooms might retreat into the blood-dark mortar. And the surviving structure could be burned before daylight. The Foundation would call it containment. History would call it preservation. Elise placed both hands on the valve but did not turn it. Her grandmother had chosen small forgetting because it allowed the Moreau line to survive. One erased name per generation. One child taught not to ask. One family permitted to exist only by accepting another's disappearance. Elise finally understood the lie beneath that bargain. The forgotten did not vanish. Their absence became an inheritance carried by everyone who benefited from it. She removed the valve wheel and threw it into the cistern. The chateau answered with a sound like hundreds of people breathing after being held underwater. Luke began speaking names from the ledger. Elise joined him. Marguerite Vorin, Cécile Vorin, Antoine Bellot, Jeanne Morel. With each name, another section of the castle surrendered its recognizable form. The staircase opened into children's rooms. The ballroom divided into apartments belonging to servants, mistress, disabled heirs, unpaid cousins, and widowed aunts. Portraits peeled from their frames, revealing faces painted beneath the official family. Near dawn, Elise found her completed bedroom at ground level. Her older self was gone from the photograph on the desk. The bed stood empty. Her certificates had been replaced by a family tree whose branches extended across the plaster. At its center was her name, not the last heir. Only the first who had refused to remain the last. The damp door began closing. Luke called from somewhere beyond the folding gallery. Elise could no longer tell whether he was outside the room or several generations away. She took the photograph of her grandmother and stepped into the corridor. Every forgotten person turned toward her. No one thanked her. Recognition was not forgiveness. The structure rose around them. Rooms piling upon rooms until the towers vanished beneath wet stone. Roots, furniture, and black fungal script. Then the entire accumulation settled silently into the earth. At sunrise, there was no chateau. Only an empty field covered in pale grass and hundreds of rectangular patches of damp soil. Elise Moreau was never found. During the following weeks, doors began appearing in houses throughout Burgundy. They formed behind wardrobes, beneath staircases, and across walls where family photographs had hung. The wood was always wet. The brass plates carried names no resident recognized. When opened, the doors revealed furnished rooms and relatives who knew every family secret. A retired teacher in Beaune found a sister her parents had placed in an asylum. A vineyard owner discovered the son he had forced his daughter to surrender. 3 brothers near Dijon opened a pantry and met the aunt whose inheritance had paid for their homes. Most families denied knowing them. Some sealed the doors. Others called the police. But every attempt to remove one produced another elsewhere in the house. Months later, black fungus appeared on walls far beyond Burgundy. It formed Names first, then dates, then statements of relation. In Elise's abandoned apartment in Leanh, a damp door grew behind her framed doctoral certificate. No one opened it. From the other side, a woman patiently recited the Moreau family tree, beginning with Marguerite Vaurin and ending each night with the same unfinished sentence. There is always room for the person you chose not to remember. A family history is often presented as a clean line: births, marriages, inheritances, and names preserved on paper. But every clean line may depend upon someone being removed from it. Chateau Vaurin was not destroyed by contamination. It was overwhelmed by the lives its owners had treated as damage to be concealed. Perhaps remembrance is not automatically merciful. The people behind those damp doors return with their anger, their claims, and the truth about who benefited from their absence. The harder question is not whether we would open such a door. It is whether we would recognize the person waiting behind it. Story 6. The road to Harrogate Castle narrowed until it seemed less like a road than an old decision the Moor had tried to bury. Adrian Locke drove the final mile beneath a sky the color of pewter, passing dry stone walls glazed with rain and fields stripped down to black furrows. The sat-nav had stopped naming the road 10 minutes earlier. On either side, sheep stood with their faces turned away from the wind, perfectly still, as though listening to something below the earth. He told himself he had accepted the invitation because Harrogate's dining records might restore his name. That was the clean version. The less clean version was that no university had employed him in 18 months. No publisher would return his calls. And the mortgage company had begun writing in language that sounded almost compassionate. The scandal had reduced 25 years of scholarship to one phrase: fabricated provenance. Every article he had written since was read as evidence of a longer deception. Ahead, the castle emerged from mist. Harrogate did not rise dramatically from the moor. It crouched there, broad and black, its towers shortened by centuries of weather, its outer walls patched with stone of several different colors. The newer blocks were pale. The oldest sections were almost blue. Rain moved down them in thin lines that resembled sweat. A woman waited beneath the gatehouse arch. "Dr. Locke?" she called. Adrian almost corrected her. His doctorate had not been revoked. Still, the title now felt like something borrowed. The woman introduced herself as Lydia Marr, the estate conservator. She was perhaps 40, with cropped gray-blonde hair and a waxed field coat beaded with rain. Her handshake was dry despite the weather. "Mr. Vale is delayed," she said. "He asked me to show you the hall before the others arrive." Felix Valle, Harrogate's new owner, had made his fortune converting historic properties into private clubs. His invitation had described the project as an act of culinary archaeology, the reconstruction of the final recorded feast served at Harrogate in the winter of 1897. The fee was generous enough to feel insulting. Inside, the castle smelled of wet stone, extinguished fires, and something faintly sweet. Adrian stopped beneath the vaulted passage. "Ginz," he said. Lydia glanced back. "What is?" "The smell," Kin spaced. "Perhaps with clove. There hasn't been food prepared here since yesterday morning." He smiled automatically. "Old buildings hold smells. So do old families." She said it without emphasis and continued walking. The great hall occupied the north range. It was taller than Adrian expected, with hammer-beam rafters disappearing into darkness and narrow windows stained the color of weak tea. At its center stood a dining table long enough for 30 guests. The oak surface had been polished so deeply that the ceiling seemed to continue beneath it. Nothing had been set except one silver cloche. It rested near the head of the table, dull with age. A thumbprint visible on its handle. Adrian approached it. "Original?" he asked. "Possibly. The plate beneath it is late Victorian. May I?" Lydia's expression tightened. "It will be empty." "That wasn't my question." After a moment, she nodded. The cloche was colder than the room. Adrian lifted it. The plate beneath was clean, but not dry. A circle of moisture shone on the porcelain. And when he leaned closer, warmth brushed his face. Not heat exactly. Breath. He touched the center of the plate. It was warm enough to have held food seconds earlier. "Behind him," Lydia said. "The heating pipes run under the floor." Adrian looked down. The flagstones were cold through the soles of his shoes. "Then your pipes are very selective." She did not answer. At the far end of the hall, part of the wall had been covered by linen sheeting. Beneath it, something projected from the stone in shallow, irregular shapes. Adrian crossed to it and lifted one corner before Lydia could stop him. A bas-relief spread across the wall. Harvesters, carts, sheaves of wheat, a church tower. Dozens of faces turned toward a central table. The carving was rough in places and exquisitely detailed in others. Every mouth had been left blank. "What year?" Adrian asked. "We don't know. You haven't dated the mortar. We have—" Her voice had changed. Adrian turned. Lydia was watching the silver cloche. A drop of condensation slid down its side. Then another. From beneath the lid came the soft sound of something settling onto a plate. The sound beneath the cloche stopped when Adrian reached for it. For several seconds, neither he nor Lydia moved. Rain pressed against the tall windows, and somewhere in the rafters water ticked into a metal bucket. "Open it," Adrian said. Lydia did not. "You heard that?" "I heard the lid shift. There was no draft. There are gaps in these walls." He looked at her. "Then why are you standing so far away?" Before she could answer, footsteps entered the passage. Voices followed, confident, bright, too loud for the hall, and the moment broke. Felix Vale arrived with 4 members of the restoration team behind him. He was younger than Adrian had expected, perhaps 36, dressed in a dark green suit tailored to appear informal. His face was open and handsome in the practiced way of men accustomed to being welcomed. "Dr. Locke," he said, crossing the hall with both hands extended. At last, his smile lingered a fraction too long. Felix introduced Martin Greaves. The project architect, Cora Bell. A culinary anthropologist from York, Simon Ray. A documentary producer, and Evelyn Pike, the guest experience director. Each offered Adrian a different version of politeness. Martin's was brisk. Cora's was cautious. Simon's was hungry. Felix gestured toward the table. "This is where we make history edible again." Adrian lowered the cloche. History generally resists being eaten. Not anymore. Simon laughed and resumed filming the hall on his phone. Felix explained his vision. Harrogate would reopen not as a hotel, but as an invitation-only historical dining house. Guests would arrive for one night and be served a reconstruction of the final Harrogate feast, using period methods and regional ingredients. "And your role," Felix said, "is to give it authority, accuracy." Adrian corrected. Of course, the distinction hung between them. They moved into the library, where long tables had been covered with estate ledgers, menu, household accounts, and correspondence. A fire burned behind a brass guard, bringing out the smell of leather bindings and damp wool. Felix poured Adrian a drink without asking. "I know what this commission can do for you," he said quietly while the others examined the records. Adrian kept his eyes on the glass. "Do you? One successful project, one serious publication, one documentary seen by the right people. Institutions are sentimental, but they are also forgetful. I'm not here to discuss institutions. No, you're here because you understand how easily a disputed past becomes an accepted one." Adrian looked up. Felix's expression remained pleasant. "Your Hawes Priory work was brilliant," he continued. "Flawed in presentation, perhaps, but brilliant in instinct." The name struck Adrian with the force of a dropped tray. Hayes Priory. Cold stone. White dust. Imogen's red scarf caught on a nail below the excavated stair. Adrian lifted the whiskey and found his hand perfectly steady. "My daughter assisted on that project," he said. Felix waited. "She died there," Adrian added, because silence would have said more. "I'm sorry." The apology was immediate and weightless. Adrian turned away before Felix could ask anything else. At the opposite end of the table, Cora had opened a leather-bound guest register. Several pages listed dinners held at Harrogate between 1889 and 1897. Names appeared in careful columns, followed by room assignments and dietary notes. Cora tapped one page. "This is odd." The final banquet listed 24 guests. The seating plan beside it showed 25 places. Between Lady Beatrice Harrogate and Reverend Samuel Lowe was a narrow strip where the paper had been scraped with a blade. The fibers were rough and pale. Someone had removed a name rather than crossing it out. "Servant?" Martin suggested. "Servants weren't seated," Adrian said. Cora turned back through the register. The same gap appeared in an earlier dinner, then another. Every formal meal contained one additional place. Sometimes the missing guest had been seated beside the host. Sometimes between married couples or among children. Always the name had been scraped away. Simon raised his phone. "Now that is a story." Adrian ignored him. On the final page, beneath the damaged entry, something remained pressed into the paper. The faint reverse impression of handwriting from a sheet that had once rested above it. He angled the page toward the fire. Slowly, 4 words emerged in the shallow grooves. "Not invited. Always fed." The words remained visible only while the page was held toward the fire. Not invited. Always fed. When Adrian lowered the register, the impression vanished into the paper. Simon wanted to photograph it. Cora insisted on checking the binding first. Felix merely smiled and said, "Good. Mystery is useful." Adrian disliked the way he said it. By late evening, the restoration team had settled into the castle's habitable east wing. Dinner was served in a smaller room beside the library. Venison pie, buttered cabbage, and potatoes that tasted faintly of cellar earth. No one mentioned the warm plate until Lydia announced that the great hall would be sealed overnight. Felix set down his wine. Why? Because that is the conservation protocol. For one silver cover, for an unexplained heat source near unstable stonework. Felix looked toward Adrian. "Do you agree?" "I agree that unexplained things should be observed." Lydia's mouth tightened. Observation is not the same as performance. But Felix had already arranged both. The taster arrived shortly before midnight. His name was Owen Rusk. A thick-set man in his early 40s with close cropped hair and the composed manner of someone who had signed many waivers. Felix introduced him as a professional food safety consultant. Owen described himself more simply. I eat things rich people are afraid to eat. His wife, Natalie, had come with him. She stood near the hall entrance in a cream coat, rubbing her wedding ring with her thumb, while Simon positioned 2 cameras. The long table had been cleared except for the silver cloche. Adrian had inspected the hall twice. The doors were watched. The old service passage had been bricked shut. Martin had examined the floor beneath the plate with thermal equipment and found no pipes, cables, cavities, or unusual heat at 11 minutes before midnight. The porcelain was cold. At 4 minutes before midnight, condensation appeared beneath the cloche. No one spoke. The smell came next. Pear skin, first sweet, green, faintly floral, then caramel, then something darker, almost mineral, like honey gathered from flowers growing over a grave. Owen moved closer. Natalie caught his sleeve. You don't have to. It's fruit. You don't know that. He smiled at her with habitual patience. That is why I'm here. At midnight, the cloche gave a soft metallic knock, not from above. From underneath, Felix nodded to Simon, who began recording. Adrian lifted the lid. 3 pear halves lay on the plate, their edges browned and glistening. Black syrup had been poured over them in a narrow spiral. Steam rose slowly into the cold hall. No one had entered. No serving hatch opened. Nothing descended from the ceiling. The dish simply occupied a place that had been empty. Cora whispered, "They're fresh." Adrian leaned close but did not touch them. The pears smelled of clove, smoke, and burnt sugar. Beneath those scents was the sweetness he had noticed in the passage when he arrived. Quince, or something pretending to be quince. Owen opened his case and tested the syrup with 2 strips, then used a handheld meter on the fruit. No common toxins, he said. No obvious biological hazard. That is hardly comprehensive. Lydia replied, "It's enough for one taste." Natalie said his name again. This time he did not look at her. He cut a small piece from the nearest pear, coated it in the black honey, and placed it on his tongue. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then Owen smiled, not with pleasure, with recognition. "My mother made this," he said. Natalie frowned. "Your mother hated pears." Owen's smile faded. He looked at her as though she had spoken from across a crowded room. "Sorry," he said. "Who are you?" The question was so quiet that Simon lowered his camera. Natalie gave a nervous laugh. "Stop it." Owen stepped backward. She reached for him, and he recoiled hard enough to strike the table. "Don't touch me." "Owen, I don't know you." Her face emptied. Felix moved between them while Adrian asked Owen his full name. Occupation, home, address, and the current year. Owen answered each correctly. He remembered arriving at Harrogate. He remembered the contract. He remembered his daughter's birthday. But when Natalie showed him photographs on her phone, he recognized himself and not the woman beside him. "We've been married 11 years, she said. Owen studied the image. "No," he replied. "I've been married 10. Behind them came a faint grinding sound. Dust slid down the covered section of wall. Lydia tore the linen sheet aside. A new carving had formed at the edge of the old harvest scene. Owen standing at a kitchen table. Natalie behind him, holding a birthday cake. 11 candles had been carved into the icing. The final candle was still pushing itself outward from the stone. The 11th candle finished emerging from the wall with a soft click. Natalie made a sound Adrian would remember later, not as a cry, But as the moment breath leaves someone who has been struck, Owen stared at the carved figures without recognition. That never happened, he said. Natalie turned on him. It was last March. At our house, you complained that the icing was too sweet. I don't know you. Felix ordered the camera switched off. Simon obeyed only after Lydia stepped between him and the wall. Owen was taken to the east drawing room, where Cora remained with him until a doctor could arrive from the village. Natalie sat beside the fire, crying without sound. Every few minutes, Owen looked toward her and then away with the uneasy politeness one might show a stranger grieving in public. Adrian returned to the hall. Martin had placed lamps around the new carving. The stone showed tool marks so fine they resembled scratches left by fingernails. Owen's shirt, the kitchen cupboards, the cake knife. Even a dark stain on the skirting board had been reproduced. Natalie had confirmed every detail. The stain came from a bottle of wine, she said from the doorway. He dropped it that night. Adrian kept his attention on the relief. Suggestion can produce selective amnesia, he said, especially under stress. Lydia folded her arms. Suggestion carved their kitchen into a medieval wall? We don't know when this section was made. We watched it appear. We watched dust fall. We heard stone move. That is not the same as seeing it carved. Martin looked offended. You think there is machinery behind it? I think a castle, privately owned by a man who wants publicity, deserves to be examined before we declare it capable of eating memory. Felix stood near the table, silent. Adrian continued. Piers could contain contaminants. Black honey had been associated with plant toxins, some capable of confusion, hallucination, and memory disruption. Owen had been filmed, briefed, watched, and placed under intense expectation. An elaborate fraud is still more likely than a supernatural meal, Adrian concluded. Felix smiled faintly. Then let us test the fraud. Lydia refused at once. Felix had already invited another guest. Her name was Helena Baird, a 61-year-old patron of the Restoration Project. She arrived the following evening in a maroon Bentley, accompanied by a private nurse and a solicitor carrying a folder of signed consent forms. Helena was small, silver-haired, and amused by everyone's concern. I have donated more money to medical trials than most hospitals, she said. At least this one offers dinner. Adrian objected, but not strongly enough. That failure stayed with him. Shortly before midnight, the great hall was searched again. Martin removed 2 floor stones. Lydia inspected the wall with a fiber optic camera. Cora replaced the original plate with a modern porcelain dish marked discreetly beneath the rim. The silver cloche remained. At 6 minutes before midnight, the room began to smell of burnt rosemary. At 2 minutes before midnight, Helena said, My father wore that aftershave. At midnight, the cloche trembled. Beneath it lay a shallow tart filled with dark meat, pearl onions, and a crust stamped with a crest Adrian did not recognize. Steam escaped through a split in the pastry. Helena ate 1 spoonful before anyone could stop her. She swallowed, frowned, and touched the corner of her mouth. My son, she said. Her nurse stepped closer. What about him? I had a son. You have 2 daughters. No, Helena's voice sharpened. Thomas, he was 16. The solicitor opened his folder. Mrs. Baird, there is no Thomas in your family records. Helena stared at him. Then she began describing a summer none of them knew. A rented cottage near Whitby. A green bicycle. A boy with a chipped front tooth. and a funeral held in rain so heavy the grave filled with water before the coffin was lowered. Her nurse whispered that Helena had never mentioned any of it. The wall began to grind. A second scene formed beside Owen's kitchen. It showed a seaside cottage, a bicycle leaning against a gate, and a teenage boy standing beside Helena. On the table before him was a small coffin made of pastry. Helena stumbled toward the carving. That was 1978. She said, "But I remembered it when I came in." Adrian examined the stone until he found the detail no one else had noticed. Beneath the boy's carved shoe lay a brass key marked with the number 14. Helena's face collapsed. "No one knew about that key," she whispered. "I buried it inside his coffin." From somewhere behind the wall came the sound of a lock turning. The lock turned once behind the wall, then again. On the third turn, the stone beside the newly carved cottage shifted inward by less than an inch. Dust spilled from the seam. Lydia ordered everyone out of the hall. Felix refused until Martin threatened to call the police and report an unsafe structural breach. Helena Baird was taken upstairs by her nurse, still repeating the number 14, as though afraid it might vanish if she stopped saying it. Adrian remained long enough to watch Lydia press linen over the carvings. The cloth settled against Owen's kitchen and Helena's cottage. Over the untouched center of the relief, it continued to move. Something beneath it was breathing. Adrian did not sleep. He sat at the desk in his room with copies of the banquet registers spread around him, searching for patterns in dates, guest names, ingredients, anything that might connect the missing places at the table. Near 2 a.m, the room began to smell of cinnamon. He looked toward the cold fireplace. The scent deepened. Cinnamon, nutmeg, warmed milk, and the skin that formed when it was left too long in a saucepan. Adrian stood so quickly that the chair struck the wall. Imogen had called it winter milk. When she was 6, she would sit on the kitchen counter while he warmed it, kicking her heels against the cabinet doors. Too much nutmeg made her sneeze. She always asked for honey, then complained when it sank to the bottom of the cup. He had not thought about that kitchen in years. That was the lie he told himself. A cup rested on the windowsill, small, blue-glazed, chipped beside the handle. Adrian did not approach it. He knew the cup. It had belonged to Imogen. After her death, he had packed it in newspaper and placed it in a box with her school books, drawings, and red wool scarf. The box remained sealed in a storage unit outside Leeds. Steam rose from the milk. On its surface floated a skin dusted with nutmeg. Someone knocked. Adrian covered the cup with a folded towel before opening the door. Cora stood in the corridor, pale and fully dressed. "You need to come downstairs." The library smelled of roast apples. Every book concerning the Harrogate estate had been removed from its shelf and placed open on the long table. No one admitted doing it. Lydia and Martin had been together inspecting the damaged wall. Felix claimed he had been asleep. Each volume had opened to a different year. Some pages showed accounts, others baptisms, crop records, or household menus. Across every selected page, a single line had darkened as if the ink were fresh. 1 year served. Adrian turned through the nearest ledger. The phrase appeared beside payments made by tenant farmers. Not money, not grain. Years. Thomas Weatherby, 3 months. Agnes fell, 1 winter. The Marrick household, 4 years. Divided among 7 persons, besides several entries. The clerk had written remarks. Forgotten boundary dispute. No longer recognizes eldest child. Unable to recall planting method, Cora read over his shoulder. These aren't rents. No, they're portions. The roast apple smell changed. Warm milk, cinnamon, nutmeg. Adrian closed the ledger. Lydia was watching him. You recognize it, she said. It is a common combination. Not to you. The great hall doors opened by themselves. No wind entered. No hinge groaned. Both leaves simply moved inward until the long table became visible in the darkness beyond. At its head, the cloche waited. Adrian knew what would be beneath it before he crossed the threshold. The blue cup stood on the porcelain plate. The milk was still steaming. Beside it lay a child's silver spoon, its handle engraved with a single letter. Felix whispered. Who is Imogen? Adrian turned sharply. I didn't say her name. No, Felix replied. The wall did. Lydia pulled the linen covering away. A fresh carving occupied the center of the relief. It showed the ruins of Hawes Priory beneath a summer sky. Adrian stood beside the excavated stair with a camera hanging from his neck. Below him, Imogen lay among broken stones, one arm bent beneath her body. Even in shallow relief, the sculptor had captured the red scarf caught on the nail. Adrian stepped closer. The scene was wrong. Not because Imogen was there. Because the carving showed what lay inside Adrian's closed fist on the day she died, a fragment of parchment stained with newly applied soil. The forged evidence he had later claimed she discovered. Above the carved ruins, fresh letters began cutting themselves into the stone. The table has chosen its historian. The new sentence remained on the wall until dawn. The table has chosen its historian. By breakfast, Felix had forbidden anyone from photographing it. He called the decision temporary. Pending legal review. Simon called it censorship. Lydia called it fear. Adrian said nothing. He had spent the remaining hours in the library, comparing the Harrogate rental ledgers with parish burial lists and agricultural reports from the surrounding villages. The pattern was unmistakable. Crop failures had been recorded, but not consistently. In several years, described as catastrophic, rainfall had been normal, and granaries elsewhere in the county had remained full. People had starved beside harvestable fields, not because nothing grew, because no one remembered what to do with it. At mid-morning, Lydia placed a ring of iron keys on the table. I know where the number 14 belongs, she said. The brass key buried with Helena Baird's son could not be recovered. But Lydia had found an older duplicate in the estate workshop. Its tag bore a faded inscription, Chapel Undercroft, 14. Felix told them to wait for a survey team. They went without him. The chapel occupied the oldest part of Harrogate, a narrow stone chamber with a roof blackened by candle smoke. Its altar had been stripped during restoration, exposing grooves in the floor where something heavy had once stood. Lydia inserted the key into a small iron plate beneath the lowest step. The lock resisted. Then it turned with the same slow, internal sound they had heard behind the wall. A section of flagstone lifted along a concealed hinge. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of salt, beeswax, and old teeth. The stair was narrow enough that Adrian's shoulders brushed both walls. Lydia led with a lantern. Their footsteps descended farther than the chapel's foundations should have allowed. At the bottom stood a door, padded with cracked leather. The room beyond had once been a larder. Hooks hung from the ceiling. Stone shelves lined the walls. Rows of ceramic jars sat beneath labels browned with age. None contained grain, fat, or preserved meat. The first jar held human teeth, hundreds of them, molars, incisors, children's milk teeth, some still bound with dark thread. Small paper tags had been tied around the roots. Adrian lifted one carefully. Elias Roundtree. First, harvest 6 months. Lydia opened another jar. Maryvale. Birth of second child 1 year. The place cards occupied a cabinet beside the shelves. Each was cut from thick cream paper and inscribed with a guest's name on one side. On the reverse was a different name. A tenant, a laborer, a child. Beside each name appeared a measure of time. 3 weeks, 9 months, 4 summers. The missing guest at every feast had never been one person. It had been the name on the reverse the life consumed so someone else could eat. Adrian found the oldest ledger on a lectern near the back wall. Its leather had hardened almost to wood. The first entries dated from the early 18th century. The accounts were meticulous. Each banquet listed courses, guests, and extracted periods. Soup of winter roots, 8 households, 2 years and 1 spring. Roasted hare with juniper Weatherby farm memory of eldest son. Plum pudding. Fell tenant's knowledge of seed rotation. Later volumes grew more ambitious. The Harrogates stopped taking months and began taking decades. They recorded the results with the detached language of estate management. Subject retains speech but loses familial recognition. Village, unable to recall northern boundary. Children abandoned after parents. Forget relation. Planting delayed until ground too hard. Adrian turned pages faster. The famine had not begun in one winter. It had been engineered across generations. Each feast removed another portion of communal memory until the surrounding villages could no longer preserve seed. Repair tools. Recognize inherited land. Or remember which graves belonged to whom. People did not merely lose their past. They lost the knowledge required to have a future. Lydia found a map pinned beneath a board. The farms were marked in red ink. Harrogate stood at the center, connected to them by thin lines like veins. Along the lower margin, someone had written, "The land forgets. So, the house may continue." Behind the lectern, Adrian noticed a narrow cupboard sealed with black wax. Pressed into the wax was the Harrogate crest, and beneath it, newly scratched into the wood, was his own name. Lydia whispered. That wasn't there before. Adrian broke the seal. Inside stood a single, empty place card. On the front, Dr. Adrian Locke. On the reverse, written in a child's careful hand, Imogen Locke, remainder available. Adrian held the place card by its edges. The handwriting on the reverse was Imogen's, not merely similar. Hers, the rounded M, the cramped final letters. The faint downward slope she had developed at university when she began taking notes faster than her hand could manage. He remembered teasing her about it in the excavation tent at Hawes Priory. He remembered many things incorrectly. Lydia took the card from him and sealed it inside an evidence sleeve. You knew she was involved, she said. She assisted me. That isn't what I asked. Adrian looked toward the larder shelves. Hundreds of teeth waited in their jars, each one labeled with some portion of a life the castle had removed. She cataloged materials, he said. Lydia's expression did not change. Behind the cupboard lay a second compartment. Inside were 3 bundles of parish documents tied with black ribbon and a metal dispatch box bearing the crest of the North Riding Agricultural Board. They carried everything upstairs. Felix met them outside the chapel with Martin and 2 security men. He demanded the records be surrendered to the estate solicitors. Lydia refused. For several seconds, The chapel, filled with the polite, measured voices of people approaching violence while pretending to discuss procedure. Then Adrian opened the agricultural box. The first report was dated during the worst year of the Harrogate famine. Its author had visited 4 villages surrounding the estate. He found stored seed in barns, intact plows, healthy draft horses, and fields that could still have been planted. But the villagers had forgotten when spring began. One household sowed barley in frozen ground. Another planted potatoes in a field belonging to a neighboring family and could not understand why the boundary stones mattered. Several farmers remembered how to sharpen blades, but not which tools were used for harvesting. A woman named Elspeth Ward had fed 6 children at her table while insisting she had given birth to only 5. The unrecognized child slept in the cowshed until winter killed him. Another report described 20 villagers standing beside a field of ripe wheat, waiting for someone to tell them what the crop was called. The inspector concluded that the region was suffering from mass delirium. His final letter withdrew that conclusion. There is no madness here. He had written, there is subtraction. These people have not lost reason. Particular knowledge has been removed with precision. Attached statements confirm the pattern. A miller remembered every customer but forgot how grain became flour. A midwife retained the names of the dead but not the living children she had delivered. 3 brothers inherited the same farm, and each remembered a different set of boundaries. An entire congregation forgot the route to its own church. Adrian read until the words blurred. The famine had been presented in later histories as weather, blight, and rural ignorance. He had cited those histories himself. The castle had consumed the evidence and then allowed scholars to call the victims incompetent. At the bottom of the dispatch box lay a modern envelope, Hawes Priory Excavation Unit. Adrian stopped breathing. Inside were photocopies of field notes, supply receipts, and correspondence from the week Imogen died. One receipt listed parchment sheets, iron gall ink, powdered limestone, and artificial aging compounds purchased under her name. Lydia read it twice. She bought the materials. For conservation tests, a handwritten note contradicted him. Dad says the text only needs to survive the first examination. Once photographed and entered into the record, no one will be able to separate the object from the discovery. Imogen had written it. Below that was another line. I told him I want out after tomorrow. He says it is too late because my name is already on the fines register. Adrian sat down. The final document was the original site chronology. It recorded Imogen's fall at 11 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. The public report stated that the forged manuscript had been discovered at 3:30, but the unaltered field sheet showed no manuscript at that time. Its first appearance was logged at 27 minutes past 4. 16 minutes after Imogen fell, Adrian had entered it himself. He remembered kneeling beside her among the stones. He remembered the blood beneath her hair, the weak movement of her fingers, the distant shouting for an ambulance. He also remembered seeing the unstained parchment inside her satchel. He had left her long enough to press it into the excavated soil. Then he changed the chronology so the discovery appeared to precede her death. Not to protect Imogen, to make her death protect the discovery. From the great hall came the scrape of stone. When they reached it, the relief had changed again. The carving now showed Adrian kneeling at Hawes Priory, one hand beneath his daughter's head. His other hand was burying the manuscript. Below the scene, a place had opened at the carved table. It bore Adrian's face, and the blank guest beside him was beginning to look like Imogen. Imogen's face emerged from the stone, one feature at a time. First the line of her cheek, Then the slight asymmetry of her mouth. Finally, the shallow mark above her eyebrow where she had struck a cupboard door at 9 and refused to cry because Adrian had laughed. No photograph showed that scar clearly. The wall had taken it from him. The blank guest turned toward the carved Adrian, and the stone between them deepened into the shape of joined hands. Lydia pulled him away. Do not look at it. But Adrian could not stop. The relief had not merely recorded his actions at Hawes Priory. It had entered the private architecture of memory, finding details he had never spoken aloud. Imogen's chipped thumbnail, the way she tucked her hair behind only one ear, the crease beside her nose when she distrusted him. The castle was not reconstructing her from evidence. It was making her from what remained inside him. At the head of the real table, the silver cloche rang once. The sound traveled through the hall like the strike of a distant bell. Felix entered behind them with the security men, followed by Cora and Martin. No one approached the table. The cloche had changed. It was no longer tarnished silver. Its surface shone darkly, reflecting the room with impossible clarity. Adrian saw himself in it as an old man, stooped and gray, though when he touched his face, his skin remained unchanged. A second reflection stood behind him. A young woman in a red scarf. He turned. There was no one there. Then the smell filled the hall. Warm milk and nutmeg. Wet limestone. Imogen's lavender shampoo. The metallic sweetness of blood drying on summer stone. Adrian's knees weakened. The cloche lifted without being touched. Beneath it lay a heart. It was not raw. Its surface had been glazed to a deep garnet shine, lacquered with black honey and dusted with grains of salt. Small pastry leaves surrounded it, each veined with exquisite precision. The heart was the size of Imogen's fist. It beat once. Cora covered her mouth. Felix whispered, "Extraordinary." Adrian heard another sound beneath the heartbeat. A girl breathing through pain. He moved closer. The glaze reflected scenes across the heart's surface. Imogen on the kitchen counter drinking winter milk. Imogen carrying books across a university courtyard. Imogen inside the excavation tent, arguing with him. Imogen lying beneath the priory stair. Then the images continued beyond her death. Imogen sitting up among the stones. Imogen opening her eyes. Imogen coming home. A sentence appeared in the black honey pooled around the dish. What was taken may be served again. Adrian touched the edge of the plate. The hall vanished. For one impossible moment, he stood in his old kitchen. Imogen sat at the table, 23 years old, alive and irritated. "You let it go cold," she said, pointing to his cup. Her voice was exact, not an imitation, not a remembered phrase assembled from scraps. It carried the familiar roughness she had in the mornings and the slight northern inflection she had inherited from her mother. Adrian could not speak. Imogen looked at him. "You know what it costs." The kitchen windows darkened. Beyond them, fields stretched across the moor. Villages appeared and disappeared beneath moving shadows. Churchyards emptied. Roads lost their names. Houses changed shape as generations were removed from the memory of the land. A century passed outside in silence. Wars vanished from memorials. Marriages disappeared from family Bibles. Children faded from photographs while their parents continued smiling beside empty spaces. The years from 1898 to 1997 folded inward like pages burning without flame. Then Imogen stood. "If you eat," she said, "I come back." Adrian stared at her. "And them?" Her eyes moved toward the window. "They become what I became." The kitchen dissolved. Adrian found himself gripping the table in the great hall. Lydia was beside him. holding his shoulder. "What did you see?" Before he could answer, letters carved themselves into the plate's rim. "One life restored." More words followed. 100 years forgotten. Adrian imagined Imogen breathing again. He imagined correcting the one event no document could redeem. The century offered in exchange felt abstract beside the shape of her heart. But the larder had taught him what abstraction concealed. A century was not time. It was everyone who had lived inside it. He withdrew his hand. No. The heart beat harder. From within it came Imogen's voice. "Dad." Adrian closed his eyes. No. The cloche descended, sealing the dish. For a moment, no one moved. Then Felix looked toward the others. Not at Lydia, not at Adrian. At the guests he had brought into the castle, and Adrian saw hunger enter their faces. Hunger entered their faces before anyone moved. Felix was the first to look away from Adrian. "We should secure the dish," he said. Lydia stepped between him and the table. "No one touch it." Felix gave her a patient smile. "You work for the estate. I work for the building." The distinction angered him more than refusal would have. He ordered the hall sealed and dismissed everyone except the restoration team. Adrian watched the cloche until Felix's security men escorted him upstairs. The final thing he saw was his own distorted reflection in the silver, older than before, while the faces behind him appeared smooth and young. He woke before dawn to silence, not the ordinary silence of thick walls and sleeping corridors. This was absence, arranged deliberately. His door had been locked from outside. Adrian struck it with his shoulder until the old latch split from the frame. In the corridor, every lamp had been extinguished. A sweet, roasted smell drifted up the stairwell. Black honey. He ran. The great hall doors stood open. Felix and 6 investors sat around the head of the table. Adrian recognized Helena Baird among them. Though for a moment he mistook her for a woman of 30, her silver hair had darkened to brown. The fine veins in her hands were gone. The cloche lay on the floor. At the center of the table, Imogen's heart had been divided into 7 portions. Felix held the final piece on a silver fork. "What have you done?" Adrian said. Felix swallowed. The change began at his eyes. The tired creases at their corners smoothed. Gray disappeared from his temples. His jaw tightened. His shoulders straightened, and the skin across his throat drew itself firm. Within seconds, 15 years had been removed from him. Around the table, the others trembled with the same transformation. One man laughed as liver spots vanished from his wrists. A woman touched her face and began to sob with joy. Helena stood unaided, staring at her reflection in a serving spoon. "I remember Thomas," she whispered. Then her expression changed. "Who is Thomas?" The first sound from outside was a church bell. It rang once, stopped, and did not ring again. Lydia entered behind Adrian carrying a radio. Static spilled from it between fragments of confused voices. A presenter was speaking about widespread failures in digital archives. Public databases had lost records. Newspaper collections contained gaps. Government servers showed corrupted dates extending across the 20th century. Martin followed with his phone raised. "My grandfather's war memorial is gone," he said. "The photograph, too. My mother says he never served." Cora had called the university archives in York. Entire collections had become meaningless. Catalogs referred to books that no longer existed. Family papers began in the middle of marriages. Census records listed houses without occupants and occupants without birthplaces. The feast had not erased a century all at once. It was digesting it. Beyond the windows, The landscape changed. A row of cottages near the village flickered in the morning mist. Their slate roofs became thatch, then collapsed into foundations. A paved road narrowed into mud. Telephone poles vanished one by one. In the churchyard, gravestones lost their lettering. Felix watched with fascination. Temporary instability, he said. Adrian seized him by the collar. You ate millions of lives. I ate one course. You knew the price. Felix smiled with a young man's teeth. History is not life, Adrian. It is a record. Records can be rebuilt. Adrian struck him. The investors screamed, but none moved to help. They were too occupied with their own bodies. One woman flexed fingers no longer swollen by arthritis. Another tore open his shirt to stare at a chest free of surgical scars. Lydia dragged Adrian back. Look at the wall. The bas-relief no longer showed Owen's kitchen or Helena's cottage. Those years had been erased. The harvesters were disappearing next. As Adrian watched, carved parents lost their children. Houses lost doors. Fields lost boundary stones. Entire villages flattened beneath the smooth advance of blank stone. Only Hawes Priory remained. Imogen still lay beneath the broken stair, but her face was fading. Adrian rushed to the wall and pressed both hands against it. Imogen. The name sounded unfamiliar. He repeated it. The second time, he could not remember the color of her eyes. The third time, he could not remember whether she had been left-handed. Behind him, Felix told the investors that Harrogate would need a controlled reopening, strict confidentiality, and a carefully curated account of what had occurred. Adrian turned. Felix had already begun rebuilding the lie. On the table, the empty plate filled slowly with black honey. Letters formed in its surface, written in Adrian's own handwriting. History requires an author. Beneath the sentence appeared the title of a document not yet written, The Authentic Last Feast of Harrogate Castle. And below it, waiting for his signature, was Adrian Locke's name. Number Part 10, the Harrogate menu. Adrian signed before the first stones in the village stopped changing. He told himself the signature bought time. Felix told the investors it bought legitimacy. Within 6 months, Adrian Locke had returned to public life. His article on Harrogate's final feast appeared in a respected historical journal beneath photographs showing restored silver, candlelit stone, and no trace of the carvings that had once moved across the wall. The piece described local famine legends as exaggerated folklore and the banquet records as evidence of tenant patronage. No mention was made of years accepted as rent. No mention was made of teeth. The universities that had condemned him invited him back. A publisher commissioned a book. Simon's documentary won an award for historical preservation. Adrian appeared in it beside the long table and spoke about the ethical responsibility of reconstructing the past. By then, he had forgotten what the sentence meant. Harrogate opened the following autumn. There was no sign at the road. Guests arrived in black cars after signing agreements more extensive than wills. They surrendered watches, telephones, and identification at the gatehouse. Felix called the experience liberation from chronology. The menu changed each night. No ingredients were listed, only years. The winter of 1832, the summer of 1914, the lost spring of 1961. Diners selected according to appetite, age, and the advice of Harrogate's physicians. A spoonful might remove a childhood illness from the body, while removing that childhood from every record that contained it. A larger course could soften arteries, restore eyesight, or return the face a guest had worn before grief altered it. Beyond the castle, The missing years left no visible wound. That was what made them profitable. When a memorial vanished, families assumed it had never been built. When photographs changed, no one remembered the absent figures. Towns found streets leading to places whose histories had been removed. Elderly couples woke beside strangers and accepted the marriage certificates that told them they belonged together. The world did not recognize the gaps because the knowledge of what should have filled them had been eaten too. Adrian attended every service. His task was to authenticate each course before it reached the table. He examined the silver, described the historical context, and signed a certificate affirming that the year had been responsibly sourced. Sometimes the dishes whispered. A consommé repeated factory names. A sugared plum spoke the surnames of drowned sailors. Once, a veal medallion cried in the voice of a child until Felix covered it with sauce. Adrian still signed. He had become distinguished again. Reviewers called his Harrogate book an act of scholarly resurrection. He kept no photographs in his rooms. There was one he could not throw away. Found inside a book he did not remember owning, it showed Adrian at Hawes Priory beside a young woman in a red scarf. Her face was blurred, though everything around her remained clear. On the reverse, someone had written, "You left me to make the lie older than my death." Adrian read the sentence often. He could not identify the handwriting. On the first anniversary of Harrogate's opening, Felix introduced a private menu reserved for 7 guests. Its paper was cream, its lettering impressed in black. The final course bore no description. Only a year, 1999, Adrian's hand began to shake. He did not know why. The year felt warm in his mind, as though something living had been buried inside it. He searched the official chronology of his career. His published biography contained no important event from that period. Yet when the cloche arrived, the hall filled with cinnamon, nutmeg, and warmed milk. Beneath the silver lid was a small blue cup and a child's spoon engraved with the letter I. The wall behind him began to grind. A new carving formed where the old scenes had been erased. It showed Adrian in a kitchen, holding a little girl whose face the stone refused to finish. Below them appeared a single line, "The year she first called you Dad." Adrian pressed both hands to the table. He knew then that he had once had a daughter. He knew the castle had taken her year by year, but he could no longer remember her name. Felix placed the menu before him. "Will you authenticate the course?" From beneath the cloche, a young woman whispered, "Dad." Adrian picked up his pen and signed. Harrogate does not survive because its guests believe in magic. It survives because they believe history is less real than hunger. Adrian's final corruption is not that he forgets his daughter, but that he continues profiting after he understands something precious has been erased. A record can be altered, a witness discredited, and an entire century renamed, but absence still has weight. Perhaps the most dangerous lie is not the one everyone believes. It is the one that makes forgetting feel convenient. Story 7. The first thing Neve Doyle noticed about Blackthorn Castle was that the ivy had chosen the bones. It grew across the western wall, dark and glossy despite the October cold, forcing roots into seams where rain had widened the granite. But around the human remains exposed by the collapse, the plant had thickened into ropes. It circled ribs, threaded through a pelvis, and clung to the pale curve of a skull with fine root hairs delicate as eyelashes. Neam stood at the excavation trench with her sample case against her leg and watched the leaves turn in the wind. They did not flutter. Wet gusts crossed the peatland, flattening the sedges and carrying turf smoke from the village below. Her coat snapped at the knees, yet the ivy remained still. Each leaf held open toward her as though listening. Strange, isn't it? Said Declan Rusk, the county archaeologist. He waited beside the collapsed wall in a yellow waterproof jacket, his beard silvered with rain. He spoke with the careful cheer of someone embarrassed by the dead. Neam crouched beside the trench. The growth pattern is strange. That wasn't what I meant. She knew. She chose not to answer. The bones had been discovered 3 days earlier when part of the wall gave way after heavy rain. Workmen had assumed they belonged to livestock until they found teeth, finger bones, and the small fused plates of a child's skull. The Guardai judged the remains historical. Declan had been asked to document them before winter damaged the layers. Neam had been called because the ivy penetrated both stone and bone without crushing either. A botanical problem. That was how she preferred the world. Named, sampled, measured. She opened her case and removed gloves, forceps, envelopes, and a hand lens. Procedure steadied her. Photograph, observe, record. Sample only after establishing the point of growth. Does it have a local name? She asked. Declan looked toward the castle's empty windows. Blackthorn, blood vine. That's not a botanical name. No. She glanced at him. You asked what people call it. Beyond the wall. Blackthorn Castle rose from the bog like a burned tooth. Its keep had lost half its roof, and black water filled the courtyard. The place had belonged to the Kearney family until the last heir died abroad, though Neve had found no reliable family archive in Dublin. Surviving records contradicted one another about marriages, births, and how many children had lived there. Families often lied in documents. Plants did not. She leaned closer to the nearest vine. The stem entered a fracture in the skull above the left temple. There was no splitting. Pressure damage, or sign that the plant had forced its way through. Instead, the bone seemed to have formed around it. Neve lifted one leaf between two gloved fingers. Its surface was cool and faintly damp. The central vein divided into 2, then 4, then 8 smaller branches. Each line ended in a dark pore at the leaf's edge, under the hand lens. The pores appeared puckered, not pores, she thought. Mouths. The impression vanished when she lowered the lens. Did you touch any of this? She asked. No one wanted to. Because of the name? Because Mrs. Coyle came up from the village yesterday and started crying. Neve returned the leaf to its place. Did she know whose remains they were? She said the wall had begun remembering. Rain slid from Niam's hair to her field notebook. She wiped it away before it blurred the page. People made stories around ruins because ruins refused explanation. She had worked near burial grounds, famine fields, and abandoned estates. Folklore always grew over uncertainty. Another kind of ivy feeding on gaps. She selected a younger leaf from a stem untouched by bone and photographed it against a scale card. Through the camera screen, the branching veins looked deliberate. Not random venation, but a diagram. One trunk dividing into generations. Neam zoomed in. At the end of every branch was a tiny, gaping face. She lowered the camera. The leaf looked ordinary. When she raised it again, the faces had turned toward the center vein, where a new name had appeared in pale tissue. Doyle. For several seconds, Neve kept the camera raised. The pale letters remained embedded in the leaf. Following the tissue between its veins, Doyle was not written upon the surface. It had grown there, as naturally as the stem or the dark mouths at the branch tips. When she looked without the screen, the name disappeared. "Did you get what you needed?" Declan asked. Niev lowered the camera and locked it before he could see the image. Enough for a preliminary report. She did not mention the name. By the time they left the trench, she had built 3 possible explanations: compression artifact, pattern recognition, moisture trapped across the lens. None required Blackthorn Castle to know who she was. The village of Belmara lay 2 miles east of the ruins, where the peatland rose into a crooked line of slate-roofed houses. Niev rented a room above the lantern, the only public house where the air smelled of turf smoke, damp wool, and onions cooked too long. Her window faced west. Blackthorn was visible whenever the mist thinned. Standing alone beyond the bog, she unpacked her field clothes, sample envelopes, microscope, and laptop. At the bottom of her case lay a brown document wallet she had not opened in 11 years. The label read, Niev Doyle, Adoption Materials Incomplete. She pushed it beneath the folded lining. Doyle was not a family name. It had belonged to a social worker who signed the papers transferring her to Bridget and Colm Doyle, the couple who raised her in Galway. The adoption had never been properly registered. There was no original birth certificate, no hospital record, and nothing naming either biological parent, only a baptismal card without a parish seal, dated when Niev was estimated to be 4. Her adoptive parents had called it a clerical failure. Niev had learned to call it irrelevant. A knock sounded. The landlady, Maeve Hessian, entered, carrying tea and soda bread. She was broad-shouldered, red-cheeked, and careful not to look toward the window. "You'll be at the castle every day?" "For the next week." Maeve set the tray down too quickly. Tea spilled into the saucer. "People here don't cut from that wall," she said. "I'm not here to damage it." "That isn't what I said." Later, in the public room below, Niev reviewed the photographs. On every ordinary image, the leaves showed only veins. In the photograph taken through the camera screen, however, Doyle remained visible. Beneath the surname, a thinner line descended from the central vein but ended before reaching any branch. Like a family connection, deliberately severed. "You have Nora Kelleher's eyes." An elderly woman sat at the table beside the fire, wrapped in a green cardigan, despite the heat. A glass of untouched whiskey stood before her. Niev closed the laptop halfway. "I'm sorry? Nora Kelleher. She lived past the old mill. Gone now. Was she related to the Doyles?" The woman laughed without amusement. "There were no Doyles here." Maeve appeared behind the bar and became very still. "Perhaps it was Eileen Ward you favored." The woman continued. "Same mouth. She vanished from the register after her brother left for England. She studied Niam's chin, or Catriona Brennan. They stopped saying her name before I was married. Those are 3 different families." So the papers claimed. Niev glanced at Maeve. "Who is she?" Maeve turned away. The old woman lifted one trembling finger toward Niam's face. "They all looked like you when they were young," she said. "And everyone disappeared from her own family before she disappeared from the village." Niam's throat tightened. "What does that mean?" The woman looked past her, toward the dark window in the distant castle. "Blackthorn never stole bodies first. Upstairs." Niev found the brown adoption wallet lying open on her bed. Inside was a fresh ivy leaf. Its veins formed 4 surnames: Kelleher, Ward, Brennan Doyle. At the end of the lowest branch, a tiny face opened its mouth and whispered, "Which one did they give you?" The voice from the leaf stopped when Neam dropped it. It landed beside the open adoption wallet. For a moment, she watched the tiny face at the branch tip. But the mouth had flattened into an ordinary, dark pore. The 4 surnames remained visible only through her camera. She sealed the leaf in a specimen envelope. By morning, she had persuaded herself that someone had entered the room and planted it there. Belmara was small enough for strangers to become entertainment. Maeve had access to the rooms. The old woman downstairs knew the names. A prank was still more credible than a speaking plant. At Blackthorn, Declan had brought a folding table and portable lamp. Mist coated the exposed bones with silver moisture. "You look as if you slept badly," he said. "I was reviewing records. There aren't many. That may be the problem." Neve set out sterile blades, vials, and numbered tags. The loose leaf was already degrading, its cells collapsing faster than expected. She needed living tissue from a stem attached to the wall. Declan watched her choose a vine growing through the child's ribs. "Could you take one from the stone? I need to compare growth in mineral and organic substrates. That one belongs to the coil branch." Neam paused. "The family from the village?" He nodded toward a cluster of leaves above the small rib cage. Their veins divided around a central line thicker than the rest. "You can't identify a family from ivy." "No," Declan said. "But Mrs. Coyle did." He would not explain further. Neam slipped the blade beneath the vine. The stem resisted like animal tendon. She increased pressure. Clear sap gathered along the cut and darkened to the brown-red color of old blood. The instant the vine separated, every leaf on that branch folded inward. A sound passed through the wall. Not a cry, more like a room full of people drawing breath at once. Declan stepped back, air escaping from the masonry. Neam said, "The wall is solid. Then there's a cavity behind it." She forced the sample into a vial and tightened the lid. The smallest leaf detached and settled upon the child's sternum, its branching veins fading before her eyes. By late afternoon, Neam had prepared a temporary workspace in an unused dining room at the Lantern. Under magnification, the vine's internal structure was unlike any Hedera species she knew. Its vascular bundles did not run lengthwise. They branched repeatedly, resembling generations descending from a common ancestor. Within the sap were pale cells shaped like human teeth. A crash sounded in the street. Outside, a barefoot woman stood before a white cottage opposite the pub, hammering both fists against the door. A man inside held it shut while 2 children screamed behind him. "Let me in." "Padraig, I don't know you. I'm your wife. You came into my house." Maeve and Declan ran across the road. Neam followed. An older man emerged from the adjoining garden and seized the woman's shoulders. "Subhan, stop." She twisted away. "Don't touch me. It's your father." "My father is dead." The older man recoiled. Inside the cottage, the eldest child stared through the glass at the man protecting him. "Who are you?" the boy asked. The man turned slowly. "Eoin." The child backed away. No one in the Coyle house recognized anyone else. Photographs were torn from walls because each image showed strangers occupying private rooms. Padraig insisted his wedding ring had been placed on his hand while he slept. Siobhan remembered her childhood, but not the people who had shared it. Her father remembered raising a daughter. Yet when he looked at her, the memory attached itself to no one. Naiv returned to the dining room with rain soaking her sleeves. The severed vine lay inside its vial. She raised it toward the lamp. New veins had formed across the cut end, arranging themselves into the shape of a cottage. In each window stood a faceless figure. Then a fifth figure appeared outside the house. It had Niam's face. Beneath it, pale tissue spelled one word: Cutter. By morning, the word had vanished from the vial. The vine remained inside, blackened at the cut. Its sap dried against the glass. Niam photographed it from several angles, then placed the image beside the previous night's photograph. In the first, Cutter was unmistakable. In the second, there was only collapsed plant tissue. She told herself the letters had been condensation. The Coyle house had been closed by the Gardai before dawn. Padraig slept at the lantern. Siobhan was taken to a cousin she did not recognize. The children were separated because each accused the others of entering their home. No one had been physically harmed. Yet the family had ceased to exist in every practical sense. Niam requested water samples from their well, ash from the hearth, mold scrapings, and anything recently eaten. She asked Maeve whether the Coyles used pesticides or burn-treated timber. She questioned Declan about gases trapped beneath the peat. Ergotism, carbon monoxide, contaminated water, collective distress, Niam said, arranging labeled bags across the dining table. Memory can fail under environmental pressure. All of them at once? Declan asked. Families reinforce one another's beliefs. Panic is contagious. Not recognizing your own child is panic. It can be dissociation. Declan looked toward the sealed vial. And that? A plant. He left without arguing, which unsettled her more than ridicule would have. That afternoon, rain loosened another section of Blackthorn's western wall. Niam returned to find a fresh vine hanging from the rubble, partially crushed beneath a granite block. The stem was split but not severed. Several leaves had folded inward, exposing their pale undersides. One bore the name Hessian, Maeve's surname. Niam did not touch it. She photographed the leaf, marked its position, and called Declan. Before he arrived, a piece of stone shifted under its own weight. The damaged stem tore completely. The folded leaves fell open. A low murmur traveled through the masonry. Dozens of overlapping voices reciting names too quickly to understand. Niam stepped away from the wall. From the village came the church bell. Struck once, then again, in irregular bursts. They found Maeve outside the lantern arguing with her younger brother, Thomas. He had come to repair a gutter and now stood in the road holding his toolbox like a shield. You know me, Maeve said. I know you run the pub. I changed your nappies. Thomas flushed with anger. My sister died before I was born. Their mother, Kathleen Hessian, was brought from the house behind the church. She recognized both faces but denied any relation to either. She remembered giving birth twice, yet described the children as a dark-haired boy and a red-haired girl whose names she could no longer produce. Maeve's memories were worse. She knew Thomas had once mattered to her, but every shared event had become detached from him. Christmas mornings, a broken wrist. Their father's funeral all remained intact, populated by an undefined presence without a face or name. The parish register offered no help. Where the Hessian family should have occupied several lines, the ink had faded into branching stains. Birth entries connected to no parents. Marriage records listed spouses without surnames. Beside Maeve's baptism, the space for probable relation had been crossed out. Niam returned to her photographs. She compared the Hessian leaf with images taken before the wall collapse. Its central vein divided into 5 living branches. Maeve, Thomas, Kathleen, 2 cousins in Galway. The coil leaf showed 7. She opened every usable photograph from the excavation and began matching surnames to parish records, property lists, and electoral rolls. Each leaf mapped a household or extended bloodline still living in the region. Older branches corresponded to the dead. Fresh green tips marked children. Narrow new veins appeared where births had occurred within the year. Blackthorn was not resembling family trees. It was recording them. Near midnight. Neve enlarged the first image, bearing dial. The severed line beneath her surname no longer ended in blank tissue. A new branch had grown from it, stretching across the leaf toward 4 other names: Calder, Ward, Brennan, Kearney. At the center of all 5 branches was the same tiny face, hers. Then the face opened its mouth, and from the laptop speakers came Maeve's voice. There is no provable relation. The recording continued after her mouth should have closed. Beneath the words came a soft, dragging sound, like roots being pulled through wet soil. Leanh muted the computer, but the whisper persisted from somewhere under the table. She knelt. A pale ivy shoot had emerged between the dining room floorboards. It was no thicker than thread. It curved around the leg of her chair, crossed the power cable, and entered the laptop through a ventilation slot. When Leanh touched it with forceps, the screen went black. For one instant, her reflection stared back at her. Then several smaller faces appeared behind it. She tore the vine free. The laptop restarted normally, displaying the parish records as though nothing had happened. The uprooted shoot writhed once in her palm before becoming limp. Maeve refused to enter the room. You brought it down from the castle, she said from the doorway. It grew through the floor. Nothing grows beneath this building. The cellar was filled with concrete after the floods. Leanh placed the shoot in a sealed evidence bag. Roots exploit structural weaknesses. Maeve looked at the bag. That one exploited your computer. By the following morning, Ivy had entered 3 more pieces of equipment. Fine roots filled the hinge of Leah's microscope. A green tendril coiled inside her camera's battery compartment. When she opened her field notebook, translucent root hairs lay between the pages, tracing the outlines of her handwriting without covering a single word. The worst growth appeared inside a latex glove she had left beside the samples. A new leaf had formed against the material where her thumb had pressed. Its veins reproduced the whorls and bifurcations of her fingerprint with forensic precision. Leanh compared it with a print lifted from her water glass. Every ridge matched. At Blackthorn, the ivy no longer remained confined to the western wall. Fresh runners extended across the courtyard in narrow green lines, all pointing toward the entrance through which she arrived. When she moved, the youngest tips turned fractionally in her direction. Declan noticed. It wasn't doing that yesterday. Light response. The sun is behind the clouds. Plants respond to more than sunlight. To what? Leanh did not answer. She collected no samples. Instead, she followed the vines across the courtyard. They converged beneath a collapsed stairway in the keep, disappearing under stones blackened by centuries of damp. From somewhere below came the smell of boiled milk, turf smoke, and wet wool. The scent stopped her. She had known it before, not as an adult memory, but as something without edges, a warm room, rain against glass, a woman humming while combing knots from Leah's hair. The woman had no face. Whenever Leanh tried to imagine one, She saw only a dark oval surrounded by ivy leaves. Her adoptive mother had dismissed the memory as a dream. Bridget Doyle had never hummed. That night, Neve dreamed of a cellar beneath Blackthorn. She was small enough that the steps rose to her knees. A woman carried a lamp ahead of her. One hand pressed protectively against Niam's chest. Roots covered the walls, thick as wrists, each holding a child's voice. Some voices called for mothers. Others repeated unfamiliar surnames until their pronunciation dissolved into crying. The woman led Niam to a wooden door. "You must remember your first name," she whispered. "Name." "No, the first one." The woman turned, but her face was covered with branching veins. Niam woke standing barefoot in the corridor outside her room. Mud darkened her feet to the ankles. A trail of peat water led from the staircase, though the lantern's exterior doors were still locked. On her left palm, a fresh pattern had risen beneath the skin. It resembled the fingerprint-shaped leaf. At its center was a small mouth. When Niam lifted her hand toward the window, the mouth opened. From across the peatland, every vine covering Blackthorn Castle moved at once. The roots beneath her skin answered in the voice of the faceless woman from her dream. Not Doyle, not Kelleher, not Ward, not Brennan. It spoke a name Niam had never heard before, yet her own mouth formed it perfectly. The name vanished from Niam's mind the moment she tried to repeat it. She remembered its shape in her mouth, the pressure of the first consonant behind her teeth, and the certainty that someone had once whispered it into her hair. But when she spoke aloud, only breath emerged. The small mouth in her palm closed, leaving a branching red mark beneath the skin. Before sunrise, she returned to Blackthorn. The ivy had crossed the courtyard overnight. It covered the rubble before the collapsed stairway. Every new tip angled toward the same narrow gap. Declan arrived while Niam was moving stones. "What are you doing?" "Following the root system. That stair was sealed before either of us was born. Then the roots found another entrance." He caught her wrist. "The coils still don't know one another. Maeve locked herself in the kitchen because Tomas called her a thief. Whatever is under there, you don't get to treat it as another sample." Niam pulled free. "That is why I have to understand it." Together, they cleared enough rubble to expose an iron door beneath the stair. No handle remained. Ivy had grown through the keyhole and spread across the metal in the pattern of Niam's fingerprint. When she pressed her marked palm against it, the lock opened. Warm air rose from below. The smell was the same as in her dream. Boiled milk, wet wool, turf smoke. Beneath it lay something sweeter and older, like apples rotting inside a closed cupboard. Declan switched on his torch. Stone steps descended farther than the foundations should have allowed. Roots ran along both walls, thickening as they went down. Some pulsed beneath translucent bark. Niam stepped onto the first stair. A child began crying inside the left wall. Declan froze. "You heard that?" Another voice answered from the right, reciting a surname. "Kelleher." Farther down, a boy repeated Ward until the word broke apart into sobbing syllables. Brennan came from beneath the steps. Names traveled through the roots around them, passed from one buried voice to another. The stair ended at a low wooden door. Niam knew the grain before she touched it. In her dream, the faceless woman had held a lamp here and told her to remember her first name. This time, the door opened inward. The nursery extended beneath the keep. Rows of narrow iron beds stood beneath a ceiling furred with roots. Gray blankets remained folded at their feet. Tin cups sat on a long table beside wooden combs. Cracked dolls and shoes arranged by size. Nothing carried enough dust to have been abandoned for decades. Each bed had a brass name plaque fixed to its frame. Every plaque had been scraped clean. Leanh walked between them. The scratches were deep and deliberate, as if the names had been removed with a knife while the children watched. Above each pillow, a root entered the wall. The roots trembled when she passed. "Who kept children down here?" Declan whispered. The walls answered. One voice remembered a mother singing near the sea. Another described a red door in a house that no longer existed. A girl begged not to be called Kearney because her father would come looking for her. A boy repeated the color of his sister's eyes so he would not forget them. These were not ghosts speaking from graves. They were memories held inside living tissue. Leanh placed her fingers against one root. A room opened inside her mind, rain ticking against a small window. A woman combing her hair, the sting of a knot, and a voice saying the lost name. This time she heard it clearly. Eyeless. Her knees weakened. At the far end stood one bed apart from the others. Its blanket was turned back. Mud darkened the floor beneath it, still wet enough to reflect the torchlight. The brass plaque had not been scraped. It read, E. Eyeless Kearney. On the pillow lay a child's red mitten. Leanh recognized the torn thumb and the black thread used to mend it. She had kept its pair throughout childhood, although Bridget Doyle could never explain where it came from. Then something shifted beneath the blanket. A small hand emerged and closed around Leah's wrist. Her own voice, younger by 30 years, spoke from the bed. "You took too long to come back." The hand around Leah's wrist was cold, but not dead. It belonged to no child beneath the blanket. When Declan tore the fabric aside, they found only a hollow pressed into the mattress and a root shaped like a forearm. Its fine tendrils wrapped around Leah's skin. The younger voice continued from inside the iron frame. "You forgot us." Leanh cut the root with Declan's knife. Every bed in the nursery screamed. The sound passed through the walls in a single breath, then stopped. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Behind the isolated bed, a section of plaster cracked and fell inward, exposing shelves packed with leather ledgers. Declan wanted to leave. Leanh could not. They carried the records to the long table. Damp had swollen the covers, but the pages remained unnaturally dry wherever roots touched them. The earliest volume dated from the years after the Cromwellian settlements. Its entries did not list tenants, rents, or crops. They listed children. Some had come from families driven west after confiscations. Others belonged to debtors transported overseas. Women expelled from parishes. Men hanged as rebels, or households ruined by scandal. Beside each original surname appeared a second name in darker ink. Kearney, absorbed into the house. Declan read. The phrase repeated for generations. A Brennan girl of 6 became Honora Kearney. 2 Ward brothers were renamed after an outbreak took their parents. Nora Kelleher entered Blackthorn under one name and left no parish record under any. The castle had not merely hidden unwanted children. It had used them to repair gaps in its own family line. Deaths without heirs were followed by new arrivals of matching age. Infertile marriages acquired children whose origins vanished. When a Kearney branch weakened through sickness or exile, another bloodline was grafted onto it. Each transfer was witnessed by an estate steward, a priest, and a member of the family. At the bottom of several pages, a sentence appeared in Latin, followed by an English translation in later hands. What has no name cannot be reclaimed. Leanh turned pages faster. The records explained the ivy only indirectly. Children slept in the underground nursery until they responded to their new names. Their old names were spoken into openings cut in the roots. Memories judged resistant were removed through fasting. Isolation, repetition, and something called root instruction. One margin note described the result. The child remains useful. The former relation passes into the wall. Declan covered his mouth. They made themselves immortal by replacing their children. He said, "No." Neam traced a branching diagram beside the entry. They replaced the lineage. The blood continued, but under the Kearney name. The family tree in the ivy had never belonged to one family. It was an accumulation of stolen ones. Near the end of the final ledger, the handwriting became modern. Entries mentioned social workers, falsified baptismal cards, and temporary placements outside the county. Blackthorn's last occupants had continued the practice under the language of welfare. Neam found the page because a root had grown through it. A photograph had been fixed beside the final entry. The child was, perhaps 4, wearing one red mitten. Her dark hair had been cut unevenly around her ears. Mud covered her knees. She stared at the camera with the guarded expression Neam still saw in mirrors. Birth name, Ilis Kearney. Original maternal line, unresolved. Assigned name, Neam Doyle. Transfer method, undocumented adoption. Neam read the final line twice. Last child removed before closure of house. The date matched the year she had entered Bridget and Colm Doyle's care. Her childhood had not begun in Galway. It had been edited there. A folded sheet was tucked behind the photograph. It bore the signatures of the last Kearney steward and the social worker whose surname had become Neam's own. Beneath them was a space marked for the receiving guardian. Someone had signed it recently. The ink was still wet. Neam recognized the handwriting before she read the name. It was hers. Neam stared at her signature until the letters lost their shape. The ink had not merely been copied. It contained the same hesitation she always made before the final stroke. A flaw developed after breaking her wrist at university. No one in Blackthorn could have known it, unless she had signed the paper herself. A root slid across the table and touched the wet ink. The nursery vanished. Neam stood inside a memory. She was 4 years old again. Barefoot on the cellar floor, the faceless woman knelt before her, fastening the red mittens over hands stained with peat. Behind them, the beds were occupied. Children whispered their true names into the roots while adults in dark clothes scraped those names from brass plaques. The woman had a face now. She was thin, with black hair streaked prematurely white and a bruised shadow along one cheek. Neam knew her before memory supplied the name. Sorcha Kearney, her mother. "You must go where the roots cannot follow," Sorcha whispered. A man near the door answered. "There is nowhere they cannot follow." He wore a steward's coat, though the memory gave him no face. In his hand was the adoption form. Sorcha pressed her forehead against the child's. Then she must carry them farther than this house. The scene broke apart. Neam returned to the nursery with both hands gripping the table. Declan stood several feet away, speaking her name. But his voice seemed to come through layers of soil. "You weren't rescued," he said. Neam looked at the fresh signature. No. The final ledger contained another section hidden beneath pages glued together. Moisture from the root loosened them. Inside was a plan titled Continuation Beyond the Estate. The Kearneys had understood that Blackthorn was dying. The castle walls had weakened. The family line had scattered. And government scrutiny made further disappearances impossible. If the ivy remained rooted only beneath the keep, every stolen lineage would perish with it. They needed a carrier. A child containing enough grafted memory to establish the root system elsewhere. Niam's transfer had been designed as propagation. Her undocumented adoption removed her from the estate without creating a legal trail. Her assigned surname gave her no provable relation to Blackthorn. The suppression of her early memories prevented her from resisting what had been planted inside her. Even her profession had been anticipated. One note, written in Sorcha's hand, described the child's unusual attention to plants and soil. Another recommended encouraging this disposition so that, as an adult, she might return willingly when the Western Wall opened. Neve had believed she chose forensic botany because plants provided evidence untouched by human dishonesty. Blackthorn had taught her to listen to roots. The missing years of her childhood had not been erased. They had been stored beneath the castle, separated from her conscious mind, but preserved in the ivy's living network. Every dream, unexplained smell, and fragment of an unnamed woman had traveled back through those roots. And they held more than Niam's memories. When she touched the ledger again, hundreds of lives entered her at once. Nora Kelleher remembered hiding beneath a cart while her mother was taken away. Eileen Ward remembered her brother promising to return from England. Kytriona Brennan remembered being renamed after 3 days without food. Children from older centuries remembered shorelines, kitchens, prayers, songs, punishments, and the faces of families removed from every record. Blackthorn had not preserved the Kearney lineage. It had preserved everyone the Kearneys tried to destroy. The ivy was a prison, but it was also the last witness. Declan pulled Niam's hand from the root. The voices stopped. "Your signature," he said. How could it be fresh? Niam understood then. She had come to Belmara before, not physically, not as the woman she was now, but through the stored part of herself beneath the castle. While she slept, the roots had used her hand, her voice, and her forgotten name. They had prepared the document because her return completed the transfer. A cracking sound moved through the ceiling. Roots descended around the nursery, penetrating the ledgers, beds, and walls. Above them, Blackthorn groaned as though waking from a long illness. The mark in Niam's palm split open. A green shoot emerged without blood. It curled around her wrist, crossed the table, and entered the estate map. From Blackthorn, new veins spread toward Belmara, Galway, Dublin, and beyond the Irish coast. Every place Neve had ever lived appeared along the branches. At each location, tiny leaves were beginning to open. From the walls, Sorcha's preserved voice spoke with unbearable tenderness. You were never sent away to escape the roots. Eyeless. The shoot tightened around Niam's wrist. You were sent away to give them the world. The shoot around Niam's wrist tightened until her fingers went numb. Across the estate map, its branches continued to divide. Galway became dozens of leaves. Dublin became hundreds. Beyond the coast, pale veins reached toward every country where descendants of the stolen children had carried names they never knew were borrowed. Declan stared at the spreading pattern. If it leaves the castle, it already has. Niam felt the distant shoots as pressure beneath her skin. Roots testing foundations. Tendrils entering gardens, graveyards, and the cracks beneath kitchen windows. Blackthorn no longer needed the ruined keep. It had spent 30 years growing through her life. The voices in the walls pleaded with her. They gave her sensations. A mother's hand released at a roadside, a father's coat disappearing into rain, milk in a house from which a child had been removed. Then the names began. hundreds layered together, each desperate not to be lost again. If she destroyed the ivy, those preserved memories might die. If she spared it, every family connected to Blackthorn would become another branch in its prison. Declan found an old paraffin tin beside the nursery stove. There may be another way. That is what people say when the cost belongs to someone else. Neem opened the ledger to her photograph. Alice Kearney looked back at her with mud on her knees and one red mitten. The name was real, but incomplete. Even the Kearneys had borrowed her maternal line from somewhere they failed to record. She had spent her life fearing the truth would prove someone abandoned her. People had remembered her. The castle had taken away their right to claim her. Niev poured paraffin across the final ledger. The roots recoiled. Every child's voice cried out. Some begged her to stop. Others whispered, yes. Sorcha's voice did neither. You will not know us afterward, her mother said. Neem held Declan's lighter above the page. I do not know you now. You know enough to grieve. That is not the same as being free. She struck the flame. Fire ran across the paraffin in a thin blue sheet. The ledger curled, and the root threaded through it convulsed. Heat climbed the walls. Leaves burst from the plaster, their tiny mouths opening in silence. Then the fire entered the veins. It moved green beneath the bark, traveling upward through roots embedded in stone. Above them, the castle groaned. In the village, bells began ringing without hands. Neem felt the burning leave Blackthorn. It crossed the peatland invisibly along every living branch. In the Belmara parish register, coil faded from birth records, marriage entries, and burial lists. Hessian vanished next. Names blackened on gravestones without heeding the stone. Ink withdrew from family Bibles. Labels peeled from photographs, leaving pale rectangles where identities had been written. Farther away, archive boxes opened by themselves. Certificates became blank. Genealogical databases lost entire lines. People woke with smoke in their mouths and discovered they could remember faces but not the surnames attached to them. The nursery filled with flame. Declan dragged Neem toward the stair, but she clung to the bed, marked Elias Kearney. The plaque was changing. First Kearney disappeared, then Eyeless. For one breath, the brass held only scratches. The root beneath Neem's palm released everything it had preserved. Memories passed through her too quickly to keep. Nora's mother singing, Eileen's brother waving from a train, Catriona's red door, nameless children carried from famine, roads, and prison ships. Their lives tore through Neem with the force of people refusing to remain contained. She screamed their names until the smoke erased them from her tongue. Declan pulled her up the stair as the ceiling collapsed. Behind them, the beds folded into the burning earth. The voices rose through the castle, no longer pleading, but exhaling. Outside, ivy covering every wall ignited without producing light. Blackthorn began to sink into the peat. Neem fell in the courtyard, coughing black sap. The shoot in her wrist turned to ash beneath her skin. Across Ireland, families reached for records that no longer named them. Mothers forgot maiden names. Children stared at ancestral portraits and knew only that the faces had once mattered. Declan knelt beside Neem. What was your name? He asked. She opened her mouth. From beneath the collapsing castle came one final whisper in Sorcha's voice. Now, no one owns you. Then Neem realized she could no longer remember who Sorcha was. By dawn, Blackthorn Castle had disappeared. Not entirely. One broken tower remained above the peat. leaning at an angle that made it resemble a finger withdrawing into water. The rest had collapsed beneath the bog without leaving rubble. Granite, timber, iron beds, ledgers, bones, and roots had been swallowed together. No smoke rose from the ground. Neam sat beneath a foil blanket in the back of an ambulance while rain softened the ash on her hands. A paramedic asked for her full name. Naim Doyle. The answer came automatically. Next of kin? She looked at him. There should have been two names. Brigid and Calm. Galway. Painted. A kitchen painted yellow. Her father repairing a radio at the table. Her mother folding laundry near the stove. The memories remained, but their connections had loosened. She knew those people had raised a child. She could not prove the child had been her. "I don't have anyone," she said. At the edge of the peatland, villagers watched the place where the castle had stood. The Coils had gathered near one another, not as a family, but as survivors of the same disaster. Padraig held a coat around the shoulders of a woman whose face made him weep. Their children stayed close without understanding why. Maeve stood beside Thomas. Neither called the other by name. Throughout the morning, reports arrived from beyond Belmara. Church registries contained blank lines. Cemetery maps no longer corresponded to inscriptions. Probate offices found estates attached to people with no legal ancestors. In homes across Ireland, framed family trees had become arrangements of branches without writing. No one remembered when the change had begun, only that something had been lost. Declan found Neam beside the ambulance and offered her the red mitten recovered from the courtyard. The brass plaque from the underground bed had fused to its palm. Both were blank. "I thought this belonged to you," he said. "Why?" He frowned, unable to answer. Neam took the mitten anyway. In the weeks that followed, she assisted with the official investigation. The reports called the collapse a peat subsidence event, aggravated by unstable masonry. No underground nursery was found. Ground radar showed only saturated soil beneath the keep. The photographs from Neam's camera survived, but every leaf in them was ordinary. Her laboratory samples contained common ivy. Declan's notes ended halfway through a sentence he did not remember writing. Niamh returned to Galway after 3 months. Brigid and Colm Doyle welcomed her politely, with the strained kindness reserved for someone whose face seemed familiar. Their home contained photographs of Neam at school, on birthdays, and beside the sea. But when the Doyles looked at them, they could not remember taking her there. She did not tell them she was their daughter. She was no longer certain that daughter was a word evidence could sustain. Her adoption wallet had become empty except for the brown cover. No signature, date, or name remained inside. When Niamh searched national records for Eilis Kearney, Sorcha Kearney, Nora Kelleher, Aileen Ward, or Catriona Brennan, the systems returned no results. The victims of Blackthorn were free from the family that had possessed them. They were also free from history. Niamh resumed her work, though she stopped specializing in human remains. She studied invasive plants instead, species carried beyond their native ground, surviving under new names, becoming impossible to distinguish from what had always grown there. Sometimes she dreamed of children speaking inside walls. By morning, she remembered only the sound of breathing. The first new leaves appeared the following spring. They were reported on cemetery walls in Galway, schoolyards in Cork, abandoned railway stations in Mayo, and the stone foundations of houses with uncertain ownership. Botanists identified them as ordinary ivy, affected by a minor developmental deformity. Each leaf carried branching veins. At the tips, where tiny faces had once preserved stolen names, there were now only blank, open mouths. Neum found one growing beneath her kitchen window. She pressed her thumb against it. The leaf did not copy her fingerprint or speak her forgotten name. Instead, every mouth opened together. From within came the soft exhalation of thousands of people who could no longer be traced. Then one voice, neither child nor adult, whispered, "Who will remember us without owning us?" Neve stood with the blank mitten in her hand as the ivy climbed silently around the window. She had no answer. By morning, it had covered the glass. Blackthorn's final cruelty was not that it erased names, but that freedom required erasure. The stolen children escaped the lineage that claimed them only by losing every path back to the people who had loved them. Neem survives without belonging to either her birth family or the family that raised her, carrying memories that can no longer become proof. Perhaps identity is more than ancestry, yet remembrance without ownership is difficult. We preserve people by naming them, but names can also become cages. If the only way to free your ancestors was to make the world forget them, would you still light the fire? And now, my dear friends, tonight's stories have come to an end. Before we say goodnight, I would love to know how you felt about the stories we shared. Were they the kind of stories you enjoy listening to? And would you like to hear more like them in the future? And if you found them interesting, comforting, or memorable, would you consider sharing them with a friend or someone in your family who might enjoy them too? Your support helps Chilly Midnight reach more listeners and allows our little late-night community to continue growing. Thank you for staying with me until the end. Good night, my dear friends. Sleep well, dream peacefully, and take good care of yourselves.